After crossing into this world, I somehow ended up with superpowers. But since my family back home isn't exactly rich, I decided to study in Japan. And now I'm living in the house of my very distant cousin, while also depending on them for support. As for the engagement, there's basically no blood relation left between our families. It only happened because the older generation were close friends and thought it was a great idea. 3 days. That's how long it took me, Ye Qiu, to reluctantly accept all of this. Don't even ask how I crossed over. Am I supposed to admit I spilled water into a power socket while rewatching Journey to the West during summer break? Tragic. Dragging my suitcase to the front of the Yaoyorozu mansion, I felt emotions swelling in my chest. You must be Master Ye Qiu. Welcome. Please take care of us. The butler greeted me politely, looking me over. Compared to boys my age here, I was actually a bit taller. Inside the villa, voices drifted from the living room. Yaoyorozu Momo, that's your fiancé. Don't be so shy. Mom, why do I even have a fiancé? They didn't realize I had already arrived and heard everything. Please don't mind what the young lady said. The butler reassured me. You will one day become head of the Yaoyorozu family. I forced a smile. Isn't that too much pressure? Who knows, I might even become a great hero someday. A hero? The butler nearly laughed. Rumor had it my quirk wasn't much stronger than Momo's. And even she, top student or not, wasn't expected to enter the pro hero rankings. Not with that kind of quirk. Ye Qiu, you're finally here. Momo's mother, Yaoyorozu Qiu, greeted me warmly and handed me tea. I've already taken care of your school admission. Thank you, Aunt Qiu, I replied with a wry smile. Truthfully, I hadn't even figured out my quirk yet. Momo sat across from me, stiff and uneasy. Shy. She glanced at me now and then. Her mom eventually stood up. I'll leave you two to talk. Momo, show Ye Qiu to his room later. Momo fidgeted with her fingers. 14 years old. Definitely not mentally prepared for a fiancé. You don't need to feel pressured, I said gently. It's modern times. Old-fashioned arranged engagements don't matter. If you like someone else someday, I won't stop you. Her eyes trembled. Was I rejected already? Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes. Do you dislike me? Huh. I froze. No, I didn't mean that. You're pretty, you have a great figure, and your quirk hasn't turned you into a mutant or anything. What's there to dislike? I just don't want you to feel forced because of my situation. Momo inhaled deeply, then looked straight at me. I understand. No matter what happens, once I'm an adult, I'll do my best as your wife. I nearly fainted on the spot. Great. I really do have a fiancé. Later, in my new room, we finally relaxed a bit. If I remember right, your quirk is creation, right? I asked. She nodded. Yes. I got recommended to Yue, but honestly, my quirk isn't very strong. I can only create non-living objects using my body fat. I see. Actually, my quirk is also creation. Her eyes widened. Really? Show me. I scratched my head. All right. Since this is inevitable anyway, I'll show you how a fellow creator from China uses his quirk. In the past 3 days, I'd tested it a bit. My quirk lets me create objects from my hair. Think 72 transformations. Except not nearly that cool. And no, I can't create living creatures either. I plucked a strand of hair. Ow. Yeah, this is going to hurt long term. And possibly lead to baldness. What does your hair have to do with your quirk? Momo asked, confused. Watch. I blew gently on the hair. In an instant, a steaming bowl of spicy hot pot-style noodles appeared in my hands. Here. Eat before it gets cold. She stared. So yes, I really am a creator. But as Momo's eyes dropped thoughtfully toward my hairline, she clearly began to worry about my future hair volume. And honestly, so did I. Don't look at me like that. I'm not going to go bald. Ye Qiu's face flushed as he snapped back. Momo just covered her mouth and laughed. Right now, he really did look like a flustered boy his age. Kind of cute, honestly. Ye Qiu, can your quirk only make food? Of course not. That was just a demonstration. He waved it off. Your quirk is actually really strong too. You just don't use it properly. You're a top student, so your imagination is bound by logic. But creation-type quirks rely on creativity more than anything. He spoke like it was the most obvious thing in the world. He had already formed a theory. If he could create anything he understood, then what about knowledge from his old world? Momo pouted. Even if I can create powerful weapons, they take time and energy. I can't summon them instantly during battle. Any strong villain or pro-hero level quirk user could defeat me before I finish. Who said you have to create things during battle? Ye Qiu rolled his eyes. Our advantage is preparation. Stockpile beforehand. Even a backpack full of grenades is better than scrambling in the middle of a fight. He grinned. But personally, I wouldn't waste my quirk on something that boring. Watch carefully. I'll show you why the first creator-type quirk awakening should have happened in China. This was the moment of truth. He plucked out another strand of hair. A flash of silver light appeared in his hand, and a slim book took shape. Momo blinked. A book? That's it? She expected some legendary weapon, not reading material. Worse, Ye Qiu looked pale, like the creation had drained him. It's fine, she said gently. Even if we don't become frontline heroes, we can still be great support-type heroes. There's more than one path. But Ye Qiu just laughed softly. Who said anything about support? I came here to fight. No.1 Hero? That title belongs to me. His eyes burned with certainty. The first layer of the 9 Young Divine Art. It worked. So crossing worlds really was the greatest cheat of all. Creation wasn't just a quirk. For Ye Qiu, it was god tier. Momo, do you know Chinese martial arts? She nodded. Sure. But that's just something from old movies. Even if it's real, it's nowhere near quirk strength. That's where you're wrong. He lifted the book. This isn't just martial arts. This is a cultivation manual. From now on, I'll surpass the limits of the human body and climb to the top. Ye Qiu, you only created an ordinary book. It can't actually teach you supernatural abilities. She looked worried. She could create books too. But what was written inside? That was just imagination. He shook his head. That's the difference between us. You're limiting yourself. Give me 1 month. If I prove my quirk's power, promise me you'll train with me. Right now, your heart is too soft. Strength comes from resolve. There's no strongest quirk in this world. Only the strongest person. He didn't add the last part aloud. And my quirk will become the strongest. All for one? Given time, he'd crush even that monster. Momo left his room in stunned silence. She never imagined that her shy fiancé would speak with such conviction. Was her heart really that weak? Meanwhile, Ye Qiu read through the 9 Young Divine Art. It strengthened attack, defense, speed, internal resistance, and healing. It made the body nearly immune to poison and cold. Most importantly, training progress multiplied rapidly. Compared to other techniques, it was perfect. He'd poured an enormous amount of life energy into creating it and only produced the first level. But that was enough. 1 month. He would grow stronger. The next morning at 6 a.m. Ye Qiu, it's time for breakfast. We need to get ready for school, Momo called from outside. No need. Please tell Aunt Xiao Hui that I won't attend classes until the graduation exams. Also, could you prepare some nourishing tonics for me? I'll repay everything once I start earning money. His voice was steady, energized. After 1 night of cultivation, he had confirmed it. The technique was real. His body responded. His strength was growing. The path ahead was set. And the rise of Ye Qiu had truly begun.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The successful experiment allowed Ye Qiu to confirm one thing, that is, allophone was nothing to him until his hair fell out and he became a Saitama-like powerhouse. I persuaded Ye Qiu several times, but this guy didn't look strong on the surface, but he was stubborn and tight in his bones, and he didn't want to go to school at all. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In desperation, Bai finally gave up persuading Ye Qiu. 10 days later, the almost invisible Jiuyang infuriating energy in Ye Qiu's body finally became as thick as hair, and he was able to carry out a week-long transportation every day. Speaking of medicinal materials in this era, it is really not expensive, and the reason is simple. There are so many quirks that can be used as treatment, and everyone does not need to use medicinal materials anymore. The precious medicinal materials everywhere are already the price of fuchsia cabbage. Qi and blood have returned to their peak, and they are even more powerful than before, and their physical fitness has also improved significantly. It is not a problem to work behind closed doors. It is time to go out and take a good look at the world. Ye Qiu slowly opened his eyes from the state of sitting cross-legged, and a restrained charm flashed in his dark pupils. "Uncle Housekeeper, I'm going out for a walk. You don't have to wait for me to eat at night." Ye Qiu said hello and left Yaoyorozu Wanjia's mansion. For the strange behavior of this future uncle, the uncle butler is not surprised. Blood is surging. It's time to start practicing moves. But what are you going to redeem this time? Ye Qiu, who was pondering on the road, began to think about this question. Cultivation moves that tend to increase physical strength must be his current first choice. Shaolin's 72 stunts, Marine 6 style, 8-door duanjia, etc., are considered ideal strengthening directions in my heart. Etc. The strongest external power of the gene system seems to be the 18 palms of subduing the dragon, right? As for those that he knew, such as Naruto's sealed book and Pirate's devil fruit, Ye Qiu did not intend to exchange them. Something that is too strong may die from exhaustion of qi and blood. It is better to wait until the cultivation of Jiuyang divine art is more advanced and then consider stronger items. In general, the fighting in my British world is not so scary. Except for some guys who have different ideas and abuse quirks, it is much safer than the one-punch world that is also full of heroes. I want to be stronger. You must learn to save your life first. After repeated mental struggles, Ye Qiu finally had a choice. It's not the gold element, nor is it the ability in the anime. What he wants to consume blood energy to exchange is the Fengshen leg. In terms of melee combat, the degree of tyranny of Fengshen's legs is no less than the destructive power of the gold-based exercises, and it also has a unique speed in terms of movement. Attack and retreat. At present, it seems that it is the perfect fighting technique. Moreover, the god of the wind is dashing and worthy of the hero's name that he wants in the future. Created. After finding a private room in a coffee shop with no one, Ye Qiu directly created the secret recipe of Fengshen's legs. Ha ha ha. The eeless leg is worthy of being a martial art in the wind and clouds. 90% of my body's qi and blood, plus the first-level internal strength of the 9 Yang divine art, have been exhausted. It's really scary. After 10 days of supplementation, Ye Qiu's Jiuyang Jinqi has nearly 10 years of power. Just to create a secret book of Fengshen legs, it will consume all the inner strength, plus 90% the blood of the blood. I almost died. With a pale face, Ye Qiu quickly ran Jiuyang Shengang's exercises. Compared with other internal methods, Jiuyang Shengang's qi recovery speed was definitely top-notch. In just 1 hour, Ye Qiu's internal force recovered to the capacity of about a year. Under the nourishment of that fiery and warm internal force, the qi and blood in the body was also recovering at an extremely fast speed. Eeless legs? It's really a magical exercise, but unfortunately it's not the best Jiuyang divine exercise. Ye Qiu flipped through Fengshen's legs and already remembered all the contents in his heart. Jiuyang divine art can instantly and quickly comprehend martial arts that have not been studied before. The fundamental reason is that the wisp of Jiuyang infuriating energy strengthens people's spiritual power, allowing practitioners to greatly improve their comprehension and memory. As far as Quirks was concerned, Ye Qiu felt that Tianshuang Fist must be the best choice. It's just that Jiuyang Shengang is a yang attribute exercise, and Tine Shuangquan is a cold attribute exercise, which seems a little out of place for the time being. Ye Qiu thought about it for a while, and decided to create a devil fruit from Logia that could match the 9 Suns' magical power after his qi and blood became strong. Fist Fine Dojo? Zhe Qiu couldn't find a place to practice his hands. Ye Qiu, who was about to find out if there was an underground black boxing place, found a dilapidated gym on the corner of the street. The brand of the gymnasium, which was supposed to show domineering aura, is already crumbling because of its long years of disrepair. If it is not dealt with, it will hurt people sooner or later. Uncle, stop insisting. Compared with the dojo, the office is the king of the development of this era. With the strength of the uncle, become a heroes and help more people, isn't it good? In the dilapidated dojo, there was a slightly helpless young voice. Ijia, you don't understand. For warriors, the dojo is the foundation of inheritance. No matter whether the quirks are strong or weak, I will not let the things of our ancestors be completely broken. When we become the owners of quirks, we surpass ordinary people. So much has been lost since its existence. But, Uncle, why not become a famous heroes and use your influence to bring the dojo back to life? The practice of martial arts is never for utility. Ijia, while your uncle is still young, come and inherit the dojo. No, I'm going to be a qualified heroes. You child. Ye Qiu felt that he might be a little presumptuous, so he knocked on the door anyway. Boom, boom, boom. Did you come to apprentice? Before Ye Qiu could speak, an excited middle-aged man in a white Taoist uniform with severely bald hair in front grabbed Ye Qiu's arm. Asterisk. Forehead. Ye Qiu was a little helpless. It seems that something went wrong. Young man, I see that you have strong limbs and well-proportioned muscles. Although your body is a little slender, there is a restrained charm hidden in your body. Your quirk should be related to strengthening your body. The bald middle-aged man looked at Ye Qiu's eyes, as if an uncle saw a lowly he liked. How about it? Do you want to join our Kento dojo? Joining our dojo can not only learn the origins of the ancient martial arts. If you really achieve something in the future, it may be that you can inherit my Kento dojo. When the time comes, my niece, no, it's yours. After all, he didn't forget to push Ye Qiu with his arm. How about it? As a 14-year-old girl, her figure has grown so well, she will definitely be able to give birth to a boy in the future. You've made a lot of money. Kento Kazuka, who was kneeling on the ground, couldn't stand his unwieldy uncle. Bump. An iron fist of justice smashed hard on Kento Tiger Bear's head. Ouch! Killing, shameless niece, trying to kill uncle to steal property. Why am I so pitiful? Bump. Another punch. Ye Qiu swallowed, and now he finally remembered who this girl is. Isn't she the eldest sister, Daquan-tu Kazuka, who will be in Class B of Xiongning High School in the future? Well, looking at the size of the fist, it definitely has the real material to be the Pirate King. I think there is some misunderstanding? Ye Qiu touched his nose awkwardly. Misunderstanding? Could there be any misunderstanding? Do you mean that my niece is not beautiful? Kento Tiger Bear covered his head and stared at Ye Qiu with a dignified expression. Although he and Ye Qiu didn't know each other, Kento Kazuka also expressed disapproval of Kento Tiger Bear's D words just now. But Kento Kazuka was still very concerned about the answer of this unfamiliar man of the same age. After all, she is also a woman. Child. Sorry. I have a fiancé. Ye Qiu apologized. Kento Tiger Bear was dismissive. Boy, are you really stupid? Although everyone is monogamous, look at Hung Yanxi, who is the second hero's leader in your mouth. Men haven't found a bunch of wives yet. If you want me to say, the identity of heroes is simply a symbol of privilege, how can it be so open and above board? This seems to make sense. Corruption is everywhere, and if heroes were all clean, there would be no heroes killers. I'm sorry, I'm not ready to become someone like Endeavor for the time being, and I'm sorry about joining the Kendo dojo. Ye Qiu still politely refused. I only have one thing here. I hope to have a friendly exchange of martial arts. By the way, if I can find out the location of the underground boxing ring in the city, that would be great. Martial arts exchange? Kento Tiger Bear's eyes narrowed slightly. What he said was the communication of martial arts, and what he said was bad. This kid is here to smash the game. Although it still looks pleasing to the eye, and is worthy of the identity of his niece-in-law, but those who dare to come to the Kento dojo to play in the gym, No matter whether they are pleasing to the eye or not, they will always be taught a lesson first. Young people just don't know how high the sky is. Crack. Kick. Kento Tiger Bear twisted his neck. The bones on his body made a burst of crisp sounds. His eyes flickered, and there was no image of the wretched uncle before. Let's make a move. I practice Aikido at the Kento dojo, and my quirks are very compatible with Aikido, so I'll give you 3 moves first. Pooh. This shameless, middle-aged, and wretched uncle, when I don't know that Aikido is a genre that tends to be defensive. Although it is not as powerful as Tai Chi, the opponent's initiative to attack the situation is more beneficial to them. What? Time has become Jean. Hee, uncle, you have to be careful. I am using Wuxia martial arts. Aikido? But air. Boy, I'm really angry. I can only promise not to kill you later. For medical expenses, you pay for yourself. There was a faint trace of blood red on Kento Tiger Bear's body. The blood is surging. This is the quirks of Kento Tiger Bear, which can control the surging of chi and blood during battle to strengthen their physical fitness, and can be said to be a humanoid Tyrannosaurus with the origin of ancient martial arts. It's a pity, according to Kento Kazuka's idea, if Kento Toruma is willing to become heroes, he definitely has the potential to become a top 10. The only regret is that the surging of blood can't strengthen the physical defense too much. Otherwise, Kento Tiger Bear will really not be afraid of those strange quirks. So strong. Ye Qiu's eyes lit up the moment his chi and blood erupted. He knew that Kento Tiger Bear would definitely not let him down today. The second style of Fengshen legs, strong grass in the wind. Ye Qiu's leg smashed at Fist Fuji Tiger Bear at a very fast speed. The move was not that skilled, but this leg was mixed with the pure young breath of Jiuyang True Chi, showing the tyranny of Rakido all over his body. What a strong leg. Is this kid also the owner of quirks in terms of physical enhancement? Kento Tiger Bear's heart shuddered, and his hands that turned crimson with blood surging, instantly blocked the right leg that Ye Qiu whipped. Boom. The first level of Jiuyang Shingang did not have the ability to achieve perfection. Even if the power method with Fengshen legs was added, it was still blasted out by Kento Tiger Bear with Aikido. Catch the wind. Ye Qiu, who was flying upside down in the air, panicked for a moment, then quickly calmed down, using catching the wind and capturing the shadows to stabilize his body at an extremely fast speed. Can't fight hard. This wretched uncle is too strong. Yo, it's really good. The moves are very strong, and the time to study should not be strong. After practicing for more than 10 or 20 years, I'm afraid that an old guy like me is really no match for you. Unfortunately, today I have to fall in my Quanting dojo, your niece-in-law, disciple, my Quanting Tiger Bear has taken it. Uncle, whoever loses and who wins. Come again. In Ye Qiu's heart, there was a stubbornness that would not admit defeat. Since we can't fight recklessly, we will take catching the wind as the main attack option. Ye Qiu is also a little helpless. The power method of the Fengshen legs is still relatively complicated. He has only accumulated a little internal strength in the practice of the 9-yang divine art. Meeting. Asterisk. So fast. Why is this kid so fast? Kento Tiger Bear has practiced Aikido for decades, and coupled with his own blood quirks, it is relatively easy to face Ye Qiu, a fledgling boy. But what he didn't expect at all was that Ye Qiu was not as vulnerable as he thought. As far as moves are concerned, Ye Qiu's repeated moves are just 3 moves, but 2 of them are extremely tyrannical, and the speed of one move is astonishing. Guerrilla tactics. Ye Qiu's tactics were learned from the great leader, Grandpa Mao. Since the strength and proficiency of moves are not dominant, let's use the absolute speed of chasing the wind to decide the outcome. Boy, are you underestimating me too much. After being kicked by Ye Qiu dozens of times at the speed of chasing the wind, Kento Toruma also felt very ashamed. To deal with a little devil like you, it really makes me feel ashamed, but I don't want to lose my uncle's face in front of cute little Ija. After all, the chi and blood on Kento Tiger Bear's body surged, and, because of the rapid operation of the chi and blood, there was a trace of white steam on the skin. Hiss. Are you sure this Kento family has nothing to do with Luffy? The fist can get bigger, and the chi and blood are surging like a second block. Ye Qiu feels his toothache. Pick a guy who practices hands, and you can meet someone so strong. It seems that my British world is not as simple as I imagined. Whoosh! Ye Qiu turned to catch the wind and catch the shadows, and his body was like a breeze again, and he quickly floated towards Kento Tiger Bear's side. Boom! One kick. Kento Tiger Bear took advantage of Ye Qiu's shift, and his legs exploded with incomparably powerful air waves, which directly moved to the route that Ye Qiu was about to appear on. Repay him in his way. He was kicked so many times by the stinky boy Ye Qiu before, but Kento Tiger Bear didn't come back without revenge. Puff! Ye Qiu, who smashed hard on the dojo wall, couldn't help spitting on the ground with a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. He coughed a few times with his chest rising and falling. Uncle, it's a bit too much. Kento Kazuka couldn't see how strong someone like Ye Qiu, who seemed to be physically strengthening quirks, was, but seeing that he was kicked out of blood by his uncle, he couldn't help but glared at Kento Tiger Bear. Kento Tiger Bear rolled his eyes and returned to his normal state. Cut. This niece of my family really thinks that kid is too simple, and layman just can't see the power of the ancient martial arts. For a normal heroes, he would definitely be the opponent of that kid, and judging from the unfamiliarity of his moves, he must have just started practicing. Although there are only 3 moves, but when those 3 moves are completely strong, he will definitely become a prominent figure in the hero's world. If his niece does not inherit his powerful Aikido mantle, there is absolutely no future for that kid. Ye Qiu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I've been taught. The Quanting Dojo is well-deserved, but I don't understand a little bit. With Uncle's ability, it should be an easy thing to open and accept apprentices. If he remembered correctly, there are indeed heroes who run a place like a dojo in my world. Kento Tiger Bear curled his lips. Che people today only think about how to develop their quirks to the extreme. There are very few schools that pay attention to the training of basic physique. If I say, this kind of thinking is simply too stupid. Without a good body, it is impossible to support powerful quirks. The stronger the ancient martial arts of our kind, the reaction speed during battle and the durability of dealing with battles are better than ordinary ones. Heroes are much stronger. You are absolutely right. Ye Qiu agreed with Kento Tiger Bear's statement, which is why he first created a secret book to strengthen his body as much as possible. No matter how powerful the power is, you must have a matching body to be able to exert the absolute power of terror. Uncle, you should still be heroes. If you are not heroes, there is no way to change everyone's misunderstanding about quirks. Ye Qiu got up again and looked at Kento Tiger Bear seriously. The upcoming hero's killer stain is, to say quirks, not that powerful, but his physical skills are close to invincibility. So many mighty heroes, even mighty quirks, couldn't keep their lives under Stain's hands. Physical art, is still not taken seriously. Kento Tiger Bear's eyes flickered for a moment and finally returned to his cynical uncle state. He directly sat down with his own knees and held a cup of green tea that he had brewed earlier in his hand. When heroes is good, I'm so old, and I'm still going to take the hero's qualifications with those little devils. You don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed. Forget it. Next, the era belongs to you young people. I think that with you around, sooner or later the people who are about to become heroes in this world will notice the importance of taijutsu. Kento Kazuka snatched the tea from his uncle's hand in dissatisfaction. Drink, you know how to drink. Can you find me an ant? Kento Tiger Bear looked helpless. Middle-aged bald. The blood chi burst is powerful, but his blood chi burst is too strong, and he will lose his hair. Thinking of him, Kento Tiger Bear, he was also a well-known handsome guy in the community when he was young. I don't know how many girls pursued him, and even the well-known heroes fell under his genes again. But when he is middle-aged and there are quirks who are detrimental to his appearance, what can he do? There are still outsiders. Ijia will give face to his uncle. Before the end of this year, I promise to find you a beautiful ant. Kento Tiger Bear licked his face and smiled. There is no way. Kento Ijia is the treasure in the palm of their Kento family. This little ant he can't afford to offend. I'll trust you for the last time. Before I get into Xionging High School, you must get married, or you know the consequences. Kento Kazuka squeezed his fist, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Women, terrifying. That? I'll go first. What kind of underground black fists? I don't understand. Let's meet by fate. Ye Qiu said very seriously. Kid, don't think about fighting black boxing to improve your strength. Do you think the heroes will allow such ancient and dark things to exist? Kento Tiger Bear said lazily, by the way, come to the dojo from tomorrow. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Our kendo dojo is not a hero's office, and there are not many rules. If you want to learn from each other, I can satisfy you. A beautiful girl like Ye Qiu will be there every day. Asterisk. Ye Qiu pondered for a while and said before leaving, before the college entrance examination, please ask my uncle. My name is Ye Qiu, and I come from Huaxia. Of course, if there is a side, your niece can also practice together. Quirks really does not decide hero, yes, is a necessary condition for strength and weakness. After all, Ye Qiu didn't give the stunned Kento Ye Qiu a chance to speak, and left the Kento dojo without looking back. Although he didn't find a place to hone his underground black boxing, Ye Qiu had already gained enough things today. Ye Qiu, this boy from Daxia will definitely become an amazing existence in the future. Kento Tiger Bear stared at Ye Qiu's back. Hey, I'll help you find an auntie. You have to hurry up and find me a niece-in-law. Seriously, uncle, think about that kid just now. If he's on the heroes list, you can buy a bag if you don't. Bag? Why don't you buy cosmetics or something? Bump. Kento Kazuka was not polite at all and directly sent a hand knife to Kento Tiger Bear's head. Uncle, someone else has a fiancé. Please don't make such jokes in the future. Also, the utility bill will be paid in half a month. Remember to pay the tuition. I will. Kento Kazuka thought for a while. Forget it. I'll take a look. There shouldn't be a big problem with the college entrance examination. Kento Tiger Bear holding his head. His eyes are full of resentment. His own stupid niece also learns some basic knowledge in school. In his dojo, there is a boy with a perverted body. Before the college entrance examination, her strength will not be better. Floor not coming is the biggest loss. Leaving the Quanting dojo, Ye Qiu found a remote park and meditated cross-legged for a while before the stagnant qi and blood in his body were cleared. That wretched uncle is a little too heavy. When my strength is stronger, I must press him to the ground and rub it. Hey, Stinky, lend me your notebook. Shaoxing, your grades are so good. Don't look at my notes. In the corner of the park, there was a discordant voice. Smelly Joe, didn't you hear what I said? Of course your grades are not better than mine. I just want to see what a rare thing you have in your precious notebook every day. Hey, Green Valley, the boss said to look at your notebook. Don't go against the boss's will. That's right, the boss wants to be an excellent student of Xionging High School in the future. You are not allowed to refuse. Bakugo Katsuki raised his chin even higher when he heard the words of the two younger brothers. What an idiot. These guys are not as good as elementary school students, aren't they? Teachers in this world have bad brains. Students who are strong in quirks should be regarded as human beings, and those who are not strong in quirks don't care whether they live or die. School bullying can be seen everywhere in a world full of heroes and justice. Isn't this an irony? Ye Qiu frowned. Can't beat a lucrative man like Kento Tiger Bear. Can't he beat those hairy little devils? Hey. You rude little bastards don't know how to disturb others' rest, right? Is the park yours? Ye Qiu fell directly from the tree where he was sitting cross-legged. Because of his height and temperament, Ye Qiu is very likely to be 2 or 3 years older than Bakugo Katsuki in terms of age. The two younger brothers of Bakugo Katsuki shrank their necks unconsciously when they saw Ye Qiu fall. Does it have anything to do with you? Idiot. Bakugo Katsuki's quirks is indeed as bad as it is, and it doesn't give Ye Qiu any face at all. Ye Qiu narrowed his eyes. A person can have a rebellious period, but please don't let yourself be hated by me during the rebellious period, or I will beat you up. So what? You hate me? Bakugo Katsuki smirked in anger. Sparks already appeared on his fist. Ye Qiu nodded, yes. You're right, I hate you. So, I'm going to beat you up. Remember this world, if you are better than others, you can play school bullying. I'm better than you. Strong, so I'm going to beat you. Shaoxing, don't be angry, I can give you the notebook. Midoriya Izuku, who fell to the ground, was about to cry. Ye Qiu frowned again. Are you also an idiot? Resist. If you don't have quirks, wouldn't you resist? You don't have a good mind? Don't you know the police? Find the hero's office and solve this guy, don't you know? Really? The only thing is to obey. Do you have no self-esteem as a boy at all? Resist. Even if you can't beat him, you have to bite him. Does he dare to kill you? Does he dare? Madman. In anger, Bakugo Katsuki found out that Ye Qiu on the opposite side was definitely a lunatic and actually encouraged Shoujo to resist him. Don't dare to kill. What if you dare not kill? The disgusting existence of smelling Qiu is to be bullied year after year to let him know that a cockroach like himself in the sewer is never worthy to stand beside a genius like him. Even if his Bakugo Katsuki is so radiant, he can't stop Shoujo exuding that disgusting temperament around him that can never be driven away. Now, there is another person that he hates very much. That is Ye Qiu, who is standing there, lecturing as if he is the strongest. Boom. Bakugo Katsuki, who was so angry, didn't care about the rules of quirks before he became heroes, and threw a punch directly at Ye Qiu. Green Valley Izuku, who was stunned by what Ye Qiu said, only had time to shout, "Be careful." So weak? Are you embarrassed to play bullying? Ye Qiu's chasing the wind and the shadows even took a lot of effort to stop the fist, the tiger and the bear. A guy like Bakugo Katsuki, who is not a hero, can beat him? When? Bakugo Katsuki is not stupid. On the contrary, his fighting intelligence is definitely not low when he is calm. The third style of Fengshen's legs, Violent Storm. Ye Qiu didn't give Bakugo Katsuki time to react at all. His legs poured like a torrential rain. His legs were as violent as a gust of wind, and they landed on Bakugo Katsuki's back. Suppressed. Because of the severe pain coming from his back, Bakugo Katsuki couldn't concentrate at all and used his quirks to fight back. How about it? I haven't tried the feeling of being beaten. When you hit someone, that's how they feel. Remember this feeling. Next time you meet, you'd better be more disciplined. Otherwise, I don't mind making you unforgettable. Ye Qiu retracted his legs and stood calmly behind Bakugo Katsuki. Vulnerable. In the face of absolute speed, this little devil has no fighting skills at all, so what about quirks? No use at all. That's why he becomes the saved person again and again. Asterisk. Damn. I want to surpass All Might. My quirks are the strongest, you're nothing. In a fit of rage, Bakugo Katsuki's back had accumulated explosive power and blasted it directly towards Ye Qiu's chest. The air was filled with the frowning smell of gunpowder. Even with the speed of catching wind in shadows, Ye Qiu had no time to react at such a close distance. He could only use the Jiuyang Divine Art's internal force to the extreme, with his arms blocking it. On the chest, ready to resist the blow. Quirks who didn't hit with their fists, just blasted themselves? Ye Qiu's arms were aching, but the huge damage he imagined did not appear. Jiuyang Shengong completed the body protection at the moment when he felt the danger. The domineering and masculine attribute of Jiuyang Jinqi was actually immune to fire damage, which brought some unexpected joy to Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu, who put his arms down, really saw a bunch of small scalded blisters on the outside of his arms. No way, the power of Jiuyang Truqi is still too low. Ye Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly. In my world, the fire element's power is definitely the top. If Jiuyang Divine Art has a certain immunity to the fire element, he can also consider it and develop it in the direction of the fire element. Fire by the wind. The ability of the fire element, combined with the leg of the wind god, is also a good choice. I was going to teach you a lesson. At least I would break your legs and lie down for 10 days and a half months, but since you gave me a lot of inspiration, I am too lazy to teach you today. Ye Qiu shook his arm. Weak. At the moment of the shot, Bakugo Katsuki regretted it a little. He was really worried that he used quirks and accidentally killed Ye Qiu. Weak. Only I can surpass All Might. That black-haired idiot dares to call me weak? Bakugo Katsuki, who was so angry, almost shot again, but after seeing the indifference and disdain in Ye Qiu's eyes, he calmed down instead. Next time I see you, I'll break your limbs. Go away with the smell. Bakugo Katsuki said rudely. Ye Qiu chuckled, idiot. You really don't know, he is very strong. If you can agree with him, you will only become stronger. After Bakugo Katsuki heard Ye Qiu's words, he became even more angry. Go away. Don't think you can irritate me with words like this. Smelly is just smelly, forever just a quirkless waste. After all, Bakugo Katsuki kicked the stone and walked away with unwillingness and without turning his head. As for the two younger brothers who fell to the ground, they also kept up with the pace of their boss. Hee. Looking down on ordinary people, what kind of heroes do you choose to be heroes just to be brave and make yourself look more powerful? If a kid like Bakugo Katsuki saw Allophone instead of Oniafall when he was a child, he would have been a good helper for Deadwood Handle long ago. Severely mentally ill. Ye Qiu is not a saint, so he is too lazy to train such a morbid hero's brat. It will be good to hit him once in the future. On the other hand, Green Valley Izuku was in a panic, and Ye Qiu picked up the notebook that fell to the ground with fright, patted the dust, and carefully flipped through a few pages. Hiss! Green Valley Izuku, this boy. The surprise for him is even bigger than what this guy Bakugo Katsuki brought. On the notebook, the news records the characteristics of countless heroes' quirks, and even Green Valley Izuku's own analysis on the strength of heroes' quirks. That's not random analysis. Ye Qiu can be sure that if these notebooks from Izuku Green Valley end up on the Deadwood Handle, they will definitely become a great weapon against the heroes and help him make more plans. There is an old saying in Dacia, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will never be in danger in 100 battles. Ye Qiu completely believes in one thing, that even if Izuku Green Valley does not become the successor of Oniafall, does not get the power of All Might, and is always a quirkless person, he will become a dazzling person in the hero's world. Green Valley Izuku itself is an existence of great value, but even he himself has not discovered his own advantages and affirmed these advantages. Even the later All Might, or everyone who taught him, did not magnify his merits infinitely and wasted his talents in vain. Starting from tomorrow, you help me become stronger. As for whether you can become stronger yourself, let's see. Ye Qiu calmly returned the notebook to Green Valley Izuku. I don't have quirks. Green Valley lowered his head aggrievedly, clutching his notebook tightly. Thank you for helping me today. In fact, Shaoxing won't bully me like that. Ye Qiu frowned. Don't. I hate that guy named Bakugo Katsuki, but that doesn't mean I like people like you. Cowardly and kind makes people feel hypocritical and succumb to fate. It's really useless. If it weren't for you, there would be some advantages. I am afraid that it has nothing to do with heroes in this life. Kind of dislike it. A quirks like Green Valley Izuku is a bit too virgin. If heroes is always so kind, few people will be able to live well. My name is Ye Qiu. After school tomorrow, go to Samakime Kento Dojo to find me. I looked at the name and school on your notebook. If you don't go to me, I can't guarantee that I will be better than Bakugo Katsuki. Excessive, Ye Qiu said nonchalantly. Green Valley Izuku was stimulated by the indifferent tone to straighten his body again. He originally thought Ye Qiu was a good person. How could he feel that he had left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den? For Ye Qiu, forcing Green Valley Izuku to come, on the one hand, his talent for analysis can completely help him improve the shortcomings of his moves, and on the other hand, he has another idea. If this frail guy started physical training before he met All Might, would Oniafall be so uncontrollable when he entered the hero? This is an opportunity. It is an opportunity for Ye Qiu, and it is also an opportunity for Izuku in Green Valley. Can I grasp it? I still see Izuku in Green Valley. Ye Qiu is too lazy to go to their school to play bullying. It is too troublesome. Let's go back and think about it. You are about to be 15 years old. Many outstanding heroes have been taken care of by the firm at this age. Men, don't be so irresponsible. Don't be so looked down upon. Ye Qiu waved his hand without looking back. Asterisk. Ye Qiu, you went out for a day and you've been tossing like this? In Ye Qiu's room, Bai looked helpless while helping him with medicine, like a newly married little daughter-in-law. There was a large bruise on his chest that was slowly starting to dissipate, and all his arms were scalded blisters. Although the trace of blood on the corner of his mouth had been wiped off, the trace of dried blood still betrayed him. Man, what's the point of leaving some blood? Ye Qiu didn't seem to care about this injury on his body. They were all minor injuries, and they could basically recover after cultivating the 9-yang divine art for one night. Can you take care of yourself a little bit? You don't care, others will worry. Bai looked at Ye Qiu seriously, without the slightest bit of shyness. From the moment she accepted Ye Qiu's fiancé status, she knew that there was another person in her life that she really needed to care about. Family, at least Bai truly regarded Ye Qiu as family. Ye Qiu's eyes fluctuated a bit. In fact, he didn't come to this world for a long time. Whether it was this world or his new family, he didn't have much sense of identity. But now, Bai's seriousness and concern still touched him. Well, I'll pay attention later. Ye Qiu replied flatly. Bai took care of Ye Qiu's wounds earnestly and understood a little in his heart. Maybe this is what his mother said, men always like to be competitive. The matter of the college entrance examination. Don't worry, I have read all the knowledge points of the college entrance examination. Things like the exam cannot be difficult for my students in Dowaxia. Ye Qiu believes in himself. Actually, I have a lot of ideas about creating this Quirks. I also found a suitable helper to improve my Quirks today. Bai, I think you should also face up to your Quirks. I know that you recommended Xionging High School. If you are free, you can still practice with me for a while. The movements in Baisho stagnated slightly, and he raised his head to look at Ye Qiu, who was close at hand, showing a faint smile. It's okay, I used to want to be a powerful hero because only I can protect myself. Parents can be protected. And more people who need protection can be protected. But now, isn't there Ye Qiu with you? Yes, there is me. Ye Qiu's eyes gradually softened, and he looked at the girl in front of him seriously. It was because of her that his sense of identification with this world became stronger. There are people in need of protection, and I have to become stronger. Give me the phone and call me directly if something happens. Ye Qiu couldn't tell the difference. He entered his own number on Bai's mobile phone and set it as a shortcut key. After hundreds of Jiao in a bright ceiling lamp, emerged out of tightly flushed red, handle Ye Qiu wounds, escape also like to leave his room. Hundreds, how dare you? Why? And Ye Qiu say something like, you've got to be Britain's top students walked male. How can you think of a man hiding in the arms of it? But Ye Qiu's figure really makes me feel safe. What? I'm really crazy, thinking about what to do at night. After Bai returned to the room, he buried his face in the pillow, and his slender thighs kept kicking against the soft and comfortable big bed. In the early morning of the next day, Ye Qiu went out early. After the practice at night, Ye Qiu had completely recovered from his injuries. Yo, it's very early. It seems that you are really interested in my niece. I know that a beauty like Ye Qiu, how could there be a man who can't look down on her? As a member of the ancient martial arts, Kento Tiger Bear lives with unparalleled self-discipline every day, and his baldness is only because of the Quirks problem. Well, definitely so. This is definitely not a midlife crisis. Kento Kazuka, who had changed into the dojo costume, showed his body better than his peers, and even Ye Qiu couldn't help but take a second glance. Give the money. Kento Kazuka rolled his eyes, too lazy to teach his eloquent uncle again. What money? Ye Qiu looked at the outstretched hand and was stunned. Tuition fee. Venue fee. Sparring fee. Our Quanting Dojo is not a charity organization. If you want to practice here, you must be charged. Kento Kazuka said rudely. The reason why Heroes has an office is not only to facilitate the gathering of stronger forces, but also to increase income. The poor and the rich. If you want to be a powerful Heroes, you can't do it without money. Ye Qiu touched his nose in embarrassment. Aunt Xiuhui did give him money for food when he went out, but it was obviously not enough from the look of Kento Ichika. Cough, cough, my friend will come over later, and he will pay for me. I'm sorry, Green Valley, as a little angel, you will definitely be in a hurry when your friends are in trouble. Green Valley Izuku, who was on his way to school, couldn't help but sneezed. He seemed to remember the fear dominated by Ye Qiu's indifferent expression yesterday. That is a man more terrifying than Xiaoxing. No money? Well, people can't run away anyway. If that so-called friend didn't come over at night, Ye Qiu would just wait to bear the wrath of her Kento Kazuka. Anyway, this kid can't beat his uncle for the time being. Ye Qiu and Kento Tiger Bear were both willing to fight directly. There was not much time in the dojo, and there was a sound of fist-to-meat collision. As for Kento Kazuka, although he didn't want to come, he still watched Ye Qiu's battle with his uncle seriously. Her quirks is a huge body part, and in general, most of the time, it still needs to fight through the body. She didn't really want to learn Kento Tiger Bear's Aikido, but the battle between the two still brought a lot of inspiration to Kento Kazuka, who had no actual combat experience. For example, how to deal with the fast villains, how to deal with the fleshly, strengthened villains. You, don't come here. Seijo Teragawa, is the younger brother of Boss Sakamoto. Don't go too far, you guys. An inexplicable, terrified voice outside the dojo interrupted the fight between Ye Qiu and Kento Toruma. Don't make trouble. This kind of situation is very common recently. A lot of gangsters on the street have disappeared, and there have been fewer complaints from the neighbors. Kento Tiger Bear took the towel in Kento Kazuka's hand and wiped his sweat. Actually, this is also a good thing. Those guys have done all their bad things, and we can't do anything about them. If they disappear, they will disappear. It's better than staying here and continuing to do harm. Heroes and the police are also very good for this kind of guy. There's not much you can do. Uncle, how can you say that? I'm going to be a hero in the future. The existence of gangsters is indeed disgusting, but I still have to take care of this kind of thing. Kento Kazuka said in front of Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu spread his hands helplessly. Uncle Tiger Bear, it's not that I want to be nosy. Eunice can't be idle. Do you really want to be a hero? Why don't you have any ideology at all? I wondered why my uncle thought you were something that could be made. Now it seems that you and him are really the same kind of person. Kento Kazuka straightened his face. The blood of heroes is really a headache. Originally, Ye Qiu didn't intend to take care of this kind of thing. He wasn't a policeman, so how could he manage so many things? Hey, Miss Ijia, have you forgotten one thing? You can't use quirks casually until you become heroes. If you still want to be heroes, you'd better not act rashly later. Ye Qiu said helplessly. Kento Kazuka was very unconvinced. You haven't become a hero either. Are you stupid? Who said I'm using quirks? The physical skills you think I know are my quirks. Haha, quirks? His quirks are the strongest quirks, but they are never used for direct combat, and their physical skills are powerful enough to face many quirks. Kento Tiger Bear reluctantly nodded at Kento Ijia. After fighting for such a long time, if he hadn't found out that Ye Qiu was not the owner of quirks in the direction of physical enhancement, then he was really blind and so powerful. Strength. Still hiding quirks? At this moment, Kento Kazuka realized how powerful Ye Qiu was. Ye Qiu, as a peer, was already so powerful without revealing his quirks, which made people feel powerless in an instant. Be careful yourself, I don't want to meet those guys. Kento Tiger Bear pouted. Ye Qiu, protect my niece. If you really let me do it, I'm afraid I'll be arrested directly in the police station. Then I won't be able to fulfill my niece's wish, and you don't want it either. No, I really want you to live on your hands all your life. Ye Qiu ruthlessly complained, and then walked outside the dojo. This B D boy will definitely lose all his hair like me in the future. Ye Qiu felt the strong and incomparable maliciousness from Kento Taraxium behind him, and he became more determined to make sure that guy can't find a girlfriend. Boom. Ye Qiu and Kento Kazuka had just walked out of the dojo, when a B D with dyed yellow hair flew upside down into the garbage pile beside him. It looks a little ugly. Standing opposite the gangster was a guy with a rock head. Little devil, do you want to die? An incomparably cold voice came from the head of the stone. The above order is to take away all those gangsters who have no relatives and no reason without disturbing anyone as much as possible. Trouble. If you call the police, it will be difficult to deal with such stinky little devils, but if you kill them, the boss's task may also be detected, and then the unlucky person will be yourself. Are you trying to kill someone? Ye Qiu looked at the stone head calmly. I'll give you a reason to do it. If you don't do it, I'll call the police directly. Presumably with the speed at which Heroes is dispatched today, someone will come over soon. On Ye Qiu's phone screen, a number had already appeared, and it was the alarm number that everyone knew. Stinky brat, are you in such a hurry to die? Stone's head showed a fierce light, and stones had begun to condense on the hands with exploding muscles. Ye Qiu, are you out of your mind? If you meet this guy who uses quirks to do evil, just call the police. Why do you want to provoke him? Go crazy. Kento Kazuka didn't understand why Ye Qiu wanted to provoke the other party. Ye Qiu narrowed his eyes. I want to confirm one thing, and I don't want the police to know about it for now. Of course, even if he is caught, the group of police won't be able to learn anything from him. I have to ask myself, catch gangsters? It seems to be a common thing, but Ye Qiu suddenly thought of a possibility, that is League of Villains. Counting the time, it is almost at this time that AFO has already started to prepare a large number of Noma to deal with All Might's Fei. I just don't know if the stupid-looking Stonehead on the other side is from League of Villains. Stonehead watched the surrounding environment with great vigilance. Except for the two little ghosts who didn't know the sky and the earth, he didn't find any problems. Forget it, at this point, it doesn't matter if it's wrong to use quirks. Kento Kazuka's heart skipped a beat. The Stonehead felt that no one saw it, so he silenced him. In Kento Kazuka's opinion, it was also very convenient for them to use quirks. In an instant, before Ye Qiu even started to attack, Kazuka Kento's fist, which became bigger, slammed directly on the Stonehead. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. After this punch, Kento Kazuka suddenly had a face full of grievances. It hurts. That guy's body is really as hard as a rock. Ye Qiu's face was speechless. Aren't you stupid? That guy's quirks is clearly related to stones. A stupid woman like you who doesn't even practice Aikido. Do you really think you can beat stones? On the fist, the skin was already frayed, and there were serious abrasions and redness. In addition to being hard, the properties of stone also have a certain roughness. Kento Kazuka was at a loss for words. If you can, then you will defeat that guy. If you defeat him, What are you? Ye Qiu asked curiously. I won't charge anymore. Kento Kazuka said with great difficulty. This is already an extremely important commitment. Two stinky brats, do you really think this uncle is the heir? When death is imminent, you are still flirting in front of the uncle. Courting death. Asterisk. Your understanding of quirks is really mentally retarded. If League of Villains is an idiot like you, it will really make me lose my motivation to become stronger. Ye Qiu said coldly, facing the Stonehead coming from his face, without the slightest fear. Compared to Kento Tiger Bear, a violent madman with blood and blood, who simply wraps his body in a stone, he is not a threat at all. League of Villains? This guy actually knows League of Villains. Ye Qiu's words made Stonehead even more determined to kill him. Unless it was the boss's plan, the existence of the League of Villains must not be exposed in advance, otherwise he would realize that life is better than death. Bump. Ye Qiu didn't even bother to use Function's legs. Although his physical strength was not comparable to that of the perverted Uncle Kento Tiger Bear, he was not comparable to anyone. Jiuyong's fist wrapped in infuriating chi collided with the stone fist. Click. Click. The trembling voice directly made Kento Kazuka want to call the police. She no longer dared to be brave. Ye Qiu's arm seemed to be broken. I originally thought that this handsome guy had a brain and knew how to use his absolute speed to deal with that clumsy Stonehead, but it seemed that she was thinking too much. Hit hard. Did that guy read too many hot-blooded comics and there was something in his head? Why did he think of going head-to-head with the guy whose quirks are rocks? Fell off. Kento Kazuka's cell phone was about to call the police station, but the stone that was quickly wrapped around the Stonehead and arm was directly cracked with countless traces and fell off at an extremely fast speed. Soon, the arm wrapped around the stone revealed a hand. Your quirks. The Stonehead was full of disbelief. In addition to those quirks perverted flesh enhancers, people like him who have stone quirks are not afraid of many elemental quirks. This guy's arm doesn't seem to be that strong at all. How did he smash all the stones wrapped around his arm in an instant? Waste. In the process of recovering Jiuyong Qi last night and using Jiuyong Qi to heal wounds, Ye Qiu was surprised to find that his Jiuyong Qi was growing at least 1.5 times faster than usual. This kind of cultivation efficiency is only for one night, and the large amount of medicinal power accumulated in the body is directly transformed into the purest 9-yang true qi. The reason why Kento Tiger Bear didn't even bother to show up is because in the process of fighting just now, he discovered the monster Ye Qiu, and in one night, that strange power has increased terribly. Worried? Hee, it's good that this little monster doesn't fight others. Unless it's a heroes with a name or a surname, or a heroes with absolute speed, it's impossible to win this kid in a short period of time. So strong. Kento Kazuka was stunned, and his little hand covered his mouth. The fight between Ye Qiu and Kento Tiger Bear seemed to be a fight between two men. The moves are a bit subtle, but how much power is between each move, just by looking at it with the naked eye, it is still very hard to see. Until this moment, Kento Kazuka didn't know how strong Ye Qiu was. Terrible. The incomparably hard rock was shattered with a single punch. Physique? Is it really that great? For the first time, Kento Kazuka had a plan to learn physical art in his heart. Snort. It's all my uncle's fault. Even though he has such a strong strength, he still pretends to be weak every day. When he goes back, he must teach him a lesson. Kento Kazuka seems to have forgotten that the reason why Kento Tiger Bear couldn't raise his head in front of her, on the one hand, is because Quirks is at ease, and on the other hand, it is entirely because this is the little princess of the Kento family and offends the little princess. He still doesn't know how many people he will be defeated, and he himself is not good for Ye Qiu, which is also a treasure from the elders' hearts. Ye Qiu waved his hand. It's just an ordinary stone. Long ago in Daxia, there were many martial arts practitioners who used external skills to directly chop stones into pieces. Your quirks are stones, and it seems that they didn't practice properly at all. What condensed out was just an ordinary stone. Vulnerable villains. Damn, I haven't lost yet. You don't even want to know any news from me. The stonehead's tone was extremely fierce. What an idiot. So, isn't that just admitting that he is a member of the League of Villains? It seems that the quirks of the stone turned his head into a stone, completely losing the ability to think normally. Okay, you've lost the value of use. It's impossible for a little guy like you to know any useful news. Ye Qiu's tone was stewed. Even if it's a bar hanging from a dead wooden handle, you don't know the address, right? Who is this person? Why do you even know the name of the little boss? Did the heroes have already discovered our plan? No, I have to go back and report this news to the boss as soon as possible. Shirtu still wanted to use his ability to grind this guy Ye Qiu to death, but now it seems that he has to go first and clean up this stinky boy who dares to look down on him another day. Want to run? Am I allowed? Ye Qiu sneered. Those rubble that flew towards him were directly turned into dust by his use of Feng Shen's legs, but his legs were more destructive than fists. Because of quirks, the stone head was originally clumsy, and the speed was not fast at all. The moment he rushed out of the trail, Ye Qiu had already moved in front of him by catching the wind. Jie. It was originally just to avoid that damn woman, but I didn't expect to catch a big fish. Even stones can be easily shattered. Your body will definitely comply with the boss's request. With one missing eye, he looks a bit like that stinky kid from Bakugo Katsuki. Damn it. It's the wicked wanted criminal of Muscle Man. Seeing that guy's grinning smile so close, almost all the nerves in Ye Qiu's body tense up. It's too dangerous, run away. Must escape. Although he knew what to do now, Ye Qiu's body didn't move. Kento Kazuka in the alley is also the owner of the physical enhancement quirks. He agrees with the AFO guy's idea of making Nomu. He can escape immediately, but he can't complete the agreement with Kento Tiger Bear. This battle is inevitable, and men will never leave women hiding behind them in danger. Only fight. Asterisk. Who are you? Ye Qiu naturally knew a guy with a unique appearance, a muscular man, but he asked without a trace, just to make his hair-pulling action not too abrupt. The muscular man grinned and twisted his neck. Boy, don't play tricks in front of me. I'm not an idiot like Stone. Under the condition of not hurting your life, I will slowly remove all your limbs and bones. Crumb. Kento Kazuka, who was in the alley, did not dare to make any noise at this time. Wanted criminal. Kazuka Kento, who has always dreamed of becoming an excellent hero, is naturally very concerned about things in the hero's world. The muscular guy can definitely be called vicious. He has a lot of lives in his hands. The key is that there are already countless heroes who have taken over the characters to hunt down this guy, but as far as the current situation is concerned, it is not well done. The distance from the alley to the Kento dojo was only 200 or 300 meters, separated by a street, but Kento Kazuka was completely unable to ask his uncle for help at this time. To speak out is to die. As long as the muscular man dragged Ye Qiu, that stone head is not something she can deal with now. Her quirks can't even break the stone head's defense. The pale-faced Kento Kazuka can only put all his hopes on Ye Qiu, hoping that he can think of a strategy to get the two out of trouble. There should be 10 minutes before that woman discovers me and chases after me. I will use 5 minutes to let you experience what it means to be truly desperate. The muscular man was not afraid of Ye Qiu running away. He knows better than anyone what kind of weakness lies in the hearts of those who want to be heroes, but behind Ye Qiu, there is a reason why he cannot escape. The muscular man didn't waste time with Ye Qiu. He used his quirks bluntly. Numerous muscle fibers popped out of his arms, covering the entire arm, which was more than twice as thick as Ye Qiu. The arms have become more sturdy and terrifying. Damn, this guy not only has a defense comparable to a monster like Nomu, but his attack power after strengthening his muscles is even more amazing. If he hits him once, it will be useless. Catch the wind. Ye Qiu escaped this terrifying blow by the millimeter, and the sturdy arm that slammed into the wall directly punched a huge hole in the thick wall. Hee, the speed is quite fast. The muscular man rushed towards Ye Qiu again without caring. If you dare to hide, I will let the little girl inside experience what it means to be alive rather than dead. You know, her figure is still very good, and it is already very good for a teenage girl to develop like this, said maybe she and my next generation will become the strongest heroes? The disgusting and playful voice of the muscular man directly made Ye Qiu's face sink into water. Some bottom lines cannot be touched. I can't kill you today, but I will kill you tomorrow. I don't follow the hero's rules, I just want to kill. Ye Qiu said bitterly. I hope you regret it. Fight. At such a long distance, Kento Tiger Bear couldn't hear the battle here and rushed over. Even if he rushed over to take a shot, he would still put himself in the end, and no one could use his quirks at will. Create. The hair hidden in Ye Qiu's palm was finally aroused by him. The jet-black hair was turning white from the roots at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the incomparably abundant Ninyang True Qi in the body was also rapidly being consumed, and it disappeared completely within a moment. Is this using quirks? Appa, I thought you were a powerful physical quirks owner, but now it seems that I think highly of you. What rubbish quirks, the body will actually become weaker. The muscular man spit out a mouthful of saliva, his eyes full of disdain. Ye Qiu's breath was like a candle in the wind in an instant, as if it would go out at any time. After a burst of light, Ye Qiu, who struggled to open his eyes, saw an orange-red spherical fruit with a spiral pattern on the top. The unremarkable quirky fruit? Oh, the quirks who eat to replenish their strength? What a useless quirks, that good body wasted in vain. Since you have lost the value of use, I can only beat you to death and take that little girl away. The muscular man glanced at Kento Kazuka, who was curled up in the alley. With such a good figure and such a beautiful face, perhaps before giving it to the boss, he should enjoy it. It's not certain who will die. I was going to get stronger step by step, but you idiot broke my plan. At least 20 years of my life was cut off, and I almost died. Ye Qiu's voice was extremely weak. His lowered eyes stared at the muscular man. His right hand tremblingly handed the fruit to his mouth. His dry lips parted, revealing his white teeth. Exhausting his last with strength, he took a bite on it. It's unpalatable. It's really unpalatable. The most unpalatable thing in the world. After taking a bite, Ye Qiu threw the fruit on the ground, and the fruit that fell on the ground disappeared instantly, but his breath continued to soar at an extremely fast speed. Interesting quirks, recovered so quickly? The muscular man froze for a moment. Your body may be useless, but your quirks boss may be interested. Kid, you have won another chance to live for yourself. Well, I came out of hell, and this is my life-altering chance. So, are you ready to whine? Ye Qiu moved his neck. Jiuyong's true qi was recovering at an extremely fast speed, constantly scouring his meridians that had shrunk after losing a huge amount of qi and blood. The new power seems to be highly compatible with Jiuyong true qi. However, among this power, there was a demon who was roaring constantly. If it wasn't for the fact that he had cultivated the 9-yang divine art and reached the level of inward vision, Ye Qiu would not have been able to discover this demon. Devil of the Sea? Don't worry with me, you will never have a bright future. The power of burning fruit will bloom in my hands. Burn the sin in front of me, burn the resentment in my heart. Despair? Only my villains. Rub. Ye Qiu's legs instantly turned into incomparably hot flames the moment the muscular man approached. Asterisk. Elemental quirks. In the only remaining eye of the muscular man, there was a flickering light of surprise, and now he couldn't figure out what Ye Qiu's quirks were. Made food out of thin air, with a body stronger than a stone head, and this sudden flame. What the hell are quirks? Damn, what the hell? I just want to avoid that black-bellied woman. How did I meet such a strange person? The muscular man also cursed in his heart. Whether it's food or physical enhanced quirks, there is no threat to him. In this world, he is definitely one of the strongest physical quirks. Muscle strengthening may not be a powerful quirks, but he has polished this quirks to an incomparably powerful level. All Might? The muscle man knew that he would be defeated when he met the No.1 Hero's leader, but even so, he firmly believed that he could hold on to the time others couldn't hold on in the hands of All Might. Elements. To say the heroes that muscular men fear most, it is definitely not the first All Might, but the second endeavor. Horrible. It's so scary. For a physical quirks like him, that kind of flame has no way to get close. The strength of the muscle fibers is that it can defend against any heavy blows, and the damage of the element system is unavoidable. Moreover, the existence of Endeavor's level, a shot can use a terrifying flame to directly swallow him into the invisible, and the recovery ability of the muscles is probably not as fast as Endeavor's flame destruction speed. It is fire. It is fire. The muscular man also knew very well in his heart that, given Ye Qiu's current age, it was naturally impossible for him to have the strength at the top of the heroes' rankings, and it couldn't be compared with Endeavor at all. But only 10 minutes. No, there are only 9 minutes left. He only had 10 minutes, and Ye Qiu possessed the power of fire at this time, which meant that he possessed the capital that could hurt himself. Damn stinky brat, I have worked hard to become stronger now, not to train a stinky brat like you. The muscular man roared. He knew he had to hurry up. Ye Qiu's breath is not stable yet. Maybe now he can still withstand the damage of Ye Qiu's flames. If it's a little later, I'm afraid things will change. Stone, put it on with me. The stone's head shuddered. His kind of stone that Ye Qiu could easily crush with his hand. Could it really stop the flames? Although he was uneasy in his heart, the stone head did not dare to disobey the muscular man at all. In the League of Villains, the muscular man's strength is not known to be much stronger than him. If he does not listen to this guy, he is afraid that he will be killed directly. Facing the villains who were attacking from both sides, Ye Qiu's expression was very calm, without the slightest panic. Too slow. Too slow. Too slow. UI. Catch the wind. Wind borrows fire. Ye Qiu got the power to burn the fruit, but he couldn't use it like Ace or Sabo. He had his own understanding of the burning fruit. The feet that turned into flames when using Function's legs produced an incomparably strong air wave, which instantly pushed Ye Qiu's speed to normal again. So fast? The muscular man and the stone head only felt a flash in front of them, and Ye Qiu's figure flashed out from the gap surrounded by them. When I was weak, I never complained about the injustice of my strength. Because I will try my best to make myself stronger and let you all resent my strength. Vulcan style, Tempest. Ace's trick was called Emperor Yen, and Ye Qiu felt that since the title of Emperor Yen had been taken away by others, he would have won the title of Vulcan. Function leg revision, Vulcan style. The storm-like shadows of the legs fell madly towards the bodies of the muscular man and the stone head. Flame. The shadow of the flames in the sky made the air scorching hot, and the swift attack caused the air to explode. Damn it! The muscular man and the stone head, who were unable to attack again, could only wrap their bodies with muscles and stones at the fastest speed. Can you stop it? Can't stop. Although Ye Qiu had just obtained the power to burn the fruit, he was not able to use the power of the flame to the extreme. But the burning fruit and function legs can be said to complement each other, and the characteristics are combined, not just as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Boom, boom, boom. The legs of the incarnation of the flames kicked the head of the stone fiercely. At the same time that the gravel that filled the sky was blown apart, it was instantly melted into the invisible by the flame. Muscle Man's muscles are reborn again and again. Suppressed. The terrifying, incomparable heat directly suppressed him completely, and the speed of muscle regeneration was only barely keeping up with Ye Qiu's violent legs. Why, so strong? Kento Kazuka in the alley was stunned. She had also guessed what Ye Qiu's quirks were, but she never thought that it would be related to flames. When a person's physical skills are as strong as Ye Qiu's level, and he has the same terrifying ability as Mr. Endeavor, could my uncle have already seen it? Kento Kazuka's pale face finally regained a little blood. It hurts. Quirks with a stone head is not as strong as a muscular man. After Ye Qiu made a move, his arm was already severely burned. Because of the burning of the flame, Rakido of Function's leg kicked his arm off. The muscle man was fine. After consuming a little strength, he used quirks to recover completely. Boy, if you were Endeavor, I might still be afraid of you. With a flame as weak as you that can be blown out at any time, even Endeavor's son is inferior. The muscular man moved his body. Looking at Ye Qiu, who was panting, he knew that this kid's mastery of quirks was not at all proficient. You can try while you die. Ye Qiu's indifference did not seem to match the burning fruit at all, but he used the Jiuyang divine art which had just recovered a little as fuel, and the flames above his legs that had already subsided burned even more fiercely. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Ye Qiu did not retreat, but stepped on the black footprints one after another, approaching the muscular man and the stone head actively. It doesn't take long for Jiuyang True Qi to recover, and it only takes about 1 minute to amplify the power of the burning fruit. This minute is the key to decide whether he can survive or not. Asterisk. You can't hurt me, Ye Qiu said flatly. Haha, really? The muscular man grinned, and the stone head lost most of his abilities, but there was still a little benefit, and that was to act as a meat shield for him. When Ye Qiu performed the Vulcan style, the strong grass in the wind, the muscular man directly turned the stone head around him that was already hot and dizzy. Ye Qiu frowned slightly, and when his foot was about to hit the head of the stone, he changed his angle a little and kicked in a non-vital part. Kill? Ye Qiu is not afraid, but if he kills this stone head, let alone become a hero's, he will not know when he will stay in the police station. It's a little troublesome. The rules of my English world are not as simple and direct as the one-punch world. Boy, I said, people like you who want to be heroes can never beat me. Because you are not cruel enough, you need to follow the so-called law, and I don't need it, so I am strong enough. I can use quirks at will, and I will kill you directly. The muscular man disdainfully threw the stone-headed body aside. As for whether he died or not, it was not important to the muscular man at all. One punch. Ye Qiu's old strength was old, and before his new strength was born, the muscular man took advantage of the emptiness to punch in, and it was already savagely thrown out. At such a close distance, there is no room for dodging at all. As I said, you can't hurt me. Hit. But why is there a feeling of hitting in the air? Why is my hand so hot? The muscular man who lowered his head and sneered, when he reacted and raised his head, was horrified to find that Ye Qiu's body actually turned into flames in an instant. How is it possible? Even Endeavor, the man known as the strongest quirks of the fire element, has no way to make his body directly into an element, right? Do you think I'm joking? Ye Qiu stared at the muscular man indifferently. I don't like other people's hands going through my body. So get out of here. Vulcan style, grass in the wind. Bump. Without a stone head as a shield, the The muscular man directly suffered Ye Qiu's tyrannical blow, and his body was burned to pitch black for a long time. It hurts. The muscular man grinned and sucked in his teeth, still staring at Ye Qiu fiercely. Whoosh! In his left hand, a knife quickly appeared, which he specially prepared to deal with the heroes of the total element system. Cut the meat. Without any anesthesia, the muscular man quickly cut out the scorched rotten flesh piece by piece in front of Ye Qiu. Even Ye Qiu, who thought he was mentally strong, would use such an extreme method to make Quirk's recovery ability work again when he saw this vicious guy. With charred rotten flesh, it is absolutely impossible for a muscular man to use his regeneration ability to grow new muscles. To be able to get rid of heroes for a long time, this guy is indeed a very extreme person to himself. Come again. Boy, your quirks are very interesting. I admit that if you grow up, it will definitely pose a huge threat to us in the future. Elementalization, that is the ability to be immune to all physical attacks. No, not physical attacks, you elementalized body, I am afraid it can also be directly immune. The muscular man stuck out his tongue and licked the corners of his parched mouth. Your specimen, the boss will definitely be interested. Be proud, you will be written in my record. Rushed over. The muscular man didn't have the slightest fear because of Ye Qiu's elementalization. As a hot and wanted criminal, he knew better than anyone that Ye Qiu's seemingly powerful quirks had not been developed at all. Jerky. Even at the moment when he was kicked away, he could clearly feel that Ye Qiu's body was recovering from a state of flame to a mortal body at a speed visible to the naked eye. That is to say, the current Ye Qiu is simply unable to control this terrifying power. That stinky brat is not as far away as he imagined. The sturdy arms like the Hulk can be regarded as a muscular man who has used quirks to the extreme, wrapping at least 4 layers of muscle fibers. Punch 2. Ye Qiu responded directly to the Vulcan style. Boom. Fist to toe. The muscular man's body paused for a moment, but he stabilized his body, and Ye Qiu, even if his feet turned into flames, flew upside down for more than 10 meters under the impact of that terrifying force before he stabilized his body and landed again. On the ground. Come again. With his throat rolling, Ye Qiu, who let out a low growl, charged forward again. Hot-blooded idiot. The muscular man sneered, thinking he had seen through the indifferent boy Ye Qiu. He felt that the so-called indifference was just a pretense. Ye Qiu should have a person who wants to be a good hero in his bones. Funny idea. 1, 2, 3, 4. The gap is not shrinking. The distance that Ye Qiu is blasted out has instead become farther. Jiuyong's true qi is about to run out. The burning fruit without fuel can no longer burn as recklessly as before. Do you still have the means? Kid, what's the use of doing so much? It's not in vain your body, your quirks, is destined to become part of the boss. The muscular man sneered and approached Ye Qiu, whose flames were almost disappearing on his feet. Hey, woman. If I don't come out, I really won't be able to hold on. Is that how you help ordinary people when you are heroes? Ye Qiu shouted pointedly. Giggle, what a smart little guy. Let me introduce myself. I'm MT Lady, who entered the heroes chart shortly after my debut. I thought that a kid who didn't even go to high school is this idiot. It won't last long. And now it seems that when you become heroes, you will become a direct competitor of my tax payment. MT Lady, wearing a one-piece hero's costume, jumped from the top of the building. Oops. Time. This kid is fine from the beginning, but I actually forgot the time. The use of quirks is not indiscriminate. When Ye Qiu was fighting, he recklessly released the power of burning the fruit. It was true that he could not defeat the muscular man, but it made his muscle fibers regenerate again and again. Details, a small detail, can often determine a person's fate. Asterisk. Hot blood? I'm sorry, Ye Qiu really doesn't have that kind of thing. He's not a real 14-year-old kid, but he was only 10 years younger when he crossed over. The black-bellied MT Lady, who smiled and saw herself as a threat to her tax bill, was not as old as Ye Qiu was before. Ye Qiu, who has long had a mature world outlook and values, would not put himself in danger because of his inexplicable blood during the battle. Muscle man, do you think you can escape now? MT Lady did not continue talking to Ye Qiu, but stood in front of Ye Qiu without a trace. Speaking of which, it was only with the cooperation of her teammates that she could suppress this vicious guy, and she was only responsible for tracking it. If it wasn't for the fact that Ye Qiu, a young boy with inexplicably powerful quirks, made the muscular man consume the strength to look at Quirks, she would not have appeared at this time. The muscular man spit, "Little girl, how long have you been heroes? Do you really think your quirks can do anything to me? This is a residential area. Do you dare to use your quirks at will? Zanpakutō Street is only about 2 meters wide at its widest. MT Lady's quirks are huge, and they can be tens or even hundreds of times the size of a normal person. This kind of quirks is indeed very destructive, but for a muscular man, in such a small space, the space where MT Lady can be huge is also very limited, so he doesn't have to worry at all. Recover as soon as possible, I will hold him back." MT Lady turned her back to Ye Qiu and whispered something. In terms of destructive power, even if it is huge, MT Lady clearly knows that it is difficult for her to effectively destroy the muscular body of the muscular man. Gigantic? Here, she can only make herself a little bigger than normal. "Ye Qiu, hurry up and inform Uncle. MT Lady is here. Uncle will definitely be able to deal with that wanted criminal." Kento Kazuka, who had calmed down a lot, hurriedly shouted to Ye Qiu. The muscular man blocked the alley, just to make her and the gangster who fell on the ground become the scruples of MT Lady's shot. Of course, with MT Lady around, Kento Kazuka didn't believe he would be hurt. Ye Qiu's eyelids moved. "I can inform the uncle. With his temperament, if he sees this guy using you as a threat, he will definitely kill him with his quirks. If you don't want your uncle to stay forever in prison, it's best not to think about it." But Kento Kazuka's tone was a little helpless. Ye Qiu interrupted him directly. "That guy is my prey. I will kill him myself." After all, Ye Qiu sat on the ground with his knees crossed. Zheoyang Shingang's recovery speed is very fast. He doesn't believe that MT Lady, a heroes who has already emerged on the heroes rankings, will last shorter than himself against this muscular guy. What a wayward kid. The black-bellied MT Lady is a little speechless. She is not a rigid heroes, not a heroes as long as she has strength. Anyway, this place is so remote, and there are no other people. The reward for the task is counted on her alone, not on the body. Now the little devil is really not cute at all. MT Lady silently complained in her heart. Huge. Tutsao returns to Tutsao. A wanted criminal of this level of muscle man still needs her professional heroes to deal with it. Kid? Oh, it just doesn't work. The MT Lady of normal height instantly turned into a little giant with a height of more than 3 meters, and the long legs were unceremoniously pushed towards the muscular man. Hee woman, you are really stupid. Being huge does not mean that your strength and defense will be greatly improved. At least the strength and defense of your figure are far below mine. 2 weeks it's gone. The muscle man doesn't care about MT Lady's tracking. What he really worries about is MT Lady's teammate, the jungle god who is extremely fast and has great restraint on him. But since the god of the jungle is not there, MT Lady alone can't use quirks to suppress him at all. Sure enough, the long legs kicked by MT Lady were easily caught by the muscular man. This guy with other meanings in his eyes did not forget to squeeze the tight muscles on MT Lady's legs with his hands. Not bad, delicious, I like it. Muscular man grinned penetratingly. Roll. MT Lady is a little dark-bellied and a little greedy for money, but she will never be allowed to T her by such a B D. How could the flesh-based quirks not learn a little physique? After they became heroes, they fully realized this. Taking advantage of her strength, MT Lady used her incomparable flexibility and her right foot, which was caught by the muscular man, and instantly threw her body in the air with her left foot on the ground. She suddenly twisted and pulled her left foot towards the muscular man. Brain. If this kick is really kicked, no one will be better. I've said it all, your current size is too petite to cause any harm to me at all. There are muscles all over the body. Muscle men's muscle regeneration and even rapid growth, directly covering the face with a thick layer of muscle. That layer of bright red muscle was dented by the direct kick of MT Lady. Enough. Come again. The quirks of muscular man is also recovering. MT Lady's lack of strength gives him enough time to recover. Only Ye Qiu's quirks will give him a devastating blow. Of course, what the muscular man didn't know is that he felt that if he continued to fight like this, Ye Qiu would recover faster. After all, Ye Qiu's face was extremely pale, and he must have paid a terrible price for using such a powerful quirks. It's a pity the muscular man doesn't know what kind of qualitative changes will happen after Jiuyang Divine Art and Burning Fruit are together. Even Ye Qiu himself did not expect that after the overbearing power transformation of the Burning Fruit, he can now be regarded as an innate body of pure yang. If the original growth rate of Jiuyang Zhenqi was shared bicycles, then the current Jiuyang Zhenqi is Ferrari's top luxury car in the F1 formula. In less than 10 minutes, Ye Qiu had cultivated the first stage of Jiuyang Divine Art to the realm of Desheng. After opening his eyes, the divine light was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Clenching his fist, Ye Qiu already felt the terrifying power that was different from Shurfen before. Asterisk. After moving his neck, Ye Qiu looked at the muscular man opposite who had completely suppressed MT Lady and couldn't help sneering at the corner of his mouth. Although he really didn't want to say that, he still wanted to say that in the 30 years of Hedong and the 30 years of Heshi, the young man also became stronger. Sister, let me do it. I'll take care of him. The first major achievement of Jiuyang Divine Art, the storage of Jiuyang True Qi, when enhancing the power of Burning Fruit, is not just as simple as a minute. Thanks to the muscular man, people can unleash their greatest potential when they die. What Ye Qiu has at this time is not only the most important achievement of Jiuyang Divine Art, but the most important thing for him is the skyrocketing qi and blood. It is enough to exchange for the second level of Jiuyang. Miss? Little brother, sometimes if you say the wrong thing, something big will happen. MT Lady stepped back quickly. Although she had a smiling face, anyone could see a hint of coldness in her smiling face. Ye Qiu replied flatly again, I know, eldest sister. I will solve this guy as soon as possible. He will be included in your credit. You shouldn't let me get into unnecessary trouble, right? The setting sun has already begun to make the sky appear orange halo. If you don't get rid of the muscle man quickly, the quirkless boy from Green Valley will come over later, and things will become more troublesome. Boy, you shouldn't stand up at this time. It's only less than 10 minutes. How much do you think your quirk strength has recovered? As the muscular man spoke, he rushed towards MT Lady and Ye Qiu. Gotta get this tough ***ch back today, along with this weird quirky kid from the Quirks. Vulcan style, wind scroll building remnant. Ye Qiu was too lazy to talk to the idiot of the muscle man. He directly used the power of burning Jiuyang magic and used the power of burning the fruit to display the fifth pose of Fengshen legs. In addition to the last pose, the 9 Young Divine Art, the first major achievement, was enough to support the first 5 poses of his Fengshen legs. With the strength of his legs, Ye Qiu, who was driving his body to rotate rapidly, suddenly formed a terrifying tornado of flames under his feet, and the humidity in the surrounding air was instantly pumped out. Damn, what kind of monster is this kid? How can he restore so much of the power of quirks that has been consumed in a short period of time? After MT Lady's transformation, her figure was almost 3 meters long. At this time, the tornado under Ye Qiu's legs was almost 3 meters long. The muscular man was stunned by this move. Everything happened so fast that it was too late for him to react. Such a terrifying greeting, I am afraid that only the bloodline of Endeavor can be used. Could it be that this kid is the illegitimate son of Endeavor? With so many thoughts, the muscular man used himself to recover a lot of quirks at the last moment, and directly grew countless muscles, wrapping his body tightly in it. Boom! The explosion came, and the quiet Samakheim street directly burst into a pillar of fire that reached the sky. When the strength is in full swing, how many tricks does it take to kill the muscular man? Ye Qiu's answer was this move, Vulcan style, Fengjuanlu. Lying quietly in the big pit on the ground at this moment, the muscular man who had turned into a charred black, and the air intake was much less than the air out, could no longer recognize the original face. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Why is there such a big movement? Ye Qiu made such a terrifying movement, which directly alerted Kento Tiger Bear in the dojo. He didn't even have time to put on his shoes, so he ran out. There is still a scorching energy in the air that is too late to disperse, and in the black deep pit sunken on the ground, you can still see the sparks that have not been burned out. Good guy. This commotion is not ordinary, is that kid Ye Qiu? The hair is all white. Poor child, this little white head will definitely have less hair than me in the future. I don't know why, but after Kento Tiger Bear sighed in his heart, he felt a little more fortunate. Thinking about it carefully, he felt that in 20 years, perhaps the most handsome man in the Kento dojo would be his Kento Tiger Bear again. Little Ijia, are you alright? Kento Tiger Bear waved to Kento Ijia in the alley. The end of the matter was too sudden. Kento Kazuka saw his uncle with a familiar and wretched smile, suddenly lost his strength, and slumped directly on the ground. It seems that something extraordinary happened just now, but this kid is still reliable. There is nothing wrong with my beloved little Ijia. It seems that I can safely leave Ijia to this kid to take care of him. Excuse me, are you MT lady? Hearing the movement, some of the citizens of Mimosheim came from all directions, and some people recognized the new topic heroes. Before waiting for MT Lady to reply, Ye Qiu answered for her yes. This is the famous MT Lady. There was such a big movement just now because she was here to hunt down the wanted. Muscle Man, I can testify, MT Lady was absolutely alone, defeating Muscle Man and his accomplices, and a gangster who tried to rob a girl. It's amazing! As expected of MT Lady. MT Lady, we are all your fans. Please do your best in the future and strive to become the top 10 in the heroes rankings. After Ye Qiu finished speaking, the young otaku fans who secretly kept MT Lady posters cheered loudly. The cost of compensation, you will settle it yourself. If you take credit, I will not want it. When Ye Qiu and MT Lady passed by, they used Jiuyang Divine Art to condense their voices into one line and said, compensation. Damn it. This B*** D almost ruined the street, and the disgusting muscular man was about to be beaten to death by him, and the medical expenses were also a lot of money. Mommy all out. MT Lady was just going to earn a bounty on her own. She never thought that someone as shrewd as herself would get a lot of money in vain. Damn. What a nasty boy, I remember you. Ye Qiu's last move, the muscular man who seemed to be easily defeated, actually burned out a great achievement of Jiuyang's true qi, which was the necessary amount of true qi to use Function's legs. Winning is not easy. Ever since the muscular man lost to Lugu, who was unable to control his skills, he knew that he was not a shrewd person. Ye Qiu was betting on one move. A move that has not been used before, but can burst out with full strength. Asterisk. See? How do you feel about MT Lady's record? Ye Qiu, who came out of the crowd, sorted out the clothes that had many holes. Clothes. It's really troublesome. Now he knows why Ace is not wearing clothes on his upper body. Where can he wear the ability to burn fruit, and he can burn it all? The guy who hid in the corner and took notes excitedly took a lot of time to find Izuka Green Valley near Kento Dojo. It's just that there was no one there when I went to the Kento Dojo, so Lugu followed the excitement and happened to hear what Ye Qiu said just now. Green Valley stopped writing and looked timidly at Ye Qiu, whose hair turned white and seemed more indifferent that. Mr. Ye Qiu, I think MT Lady should not be fighting alone. She must have a hero who has the ability to fire. Yes, helped. Her ability is huge, and it can't be used in a small space. In terms of destructive power, according to the size of the body that can be huge, MT. It should exceed a circle with a radius of 1 meter. Continue. Ye Qiu felt that he was right about the boy Green Valley. Because of his obsession with heroes' love, he began to record the characteristics of various heroes since he was a child, which gave him strong insight and reasoning ability. This is a precious talent visible to the naked eye. The strongest heroes never relies on the strongest quirks. There is no strongest quirks, only the strongest people. For the group of Kento Toruma, even if they don't have quirks, they're enough to play against most of the heroes in this world without losing. My judgment stems from the much hotter air than usual, as well as the scorched marks of the gravel on the ground. Other than the power of fire, this situation cannot be explained at all. Green Valley is very sure of his own judgment. Ye Qiu nodded. No problem, you can follow me to the dojo. Your task today is to help me record my moves and analyze the shortcomings of my moves. Suffer. Me? Lugu was caught off guard then. That, Mr. Ye Qiu, I can't do it. Shut up. Let me hear such a cowardly way of talking again, and I'll beat you up like Bakugo. Ye Qiu was not polite to Lugu at all. After being contacted by MT Lady, the police quickly arrived at the scene and arrested the half-dead muscular man and stone head. By the way, there was another one who fell down in the alley. He was so scared that he wet his pants and fainted. Little b asterisk 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 D in the garbage heap. As for MT Lady, I went to the Quanting Dojo on purpose, nothing else, just left a number and address for Ye Qiu, so that he must contact him. Connect? Just kidding, a black-bellied woman with that look in every possible way to talk privately about damage to the street. Does it have anything to do with me? The man was caught by MT Lady, a child who can't use quirks. How can he deal with the vicious muscular man? Yes, this has nothing to do with him at all. Ye Qiu, who was left behind by others and didn't even have a penny of his own property, deeply praised his idea. Hey. Ye Qiu, all your friends are here. Should you pay the tuition fee and sparring fee? Kento Tiger Bear urged impatiently. Originally, he was embarrassed to be. Ye Qiu talent made him excited, but now the thought, a little good his beloved, is likely to be the opposite of that damn brats to Guaipeo. How could he not be sad? Do not be sad. Do not point the interest off. Boxing a good vine has promised me. Do not charge any fees up. Ye Qiu cold the face, directly stretched to continue with. Tiger Fist Vine bears one of indifference. Boxing Vine Dojo is my property, and a good has nothing to do. I cannot promise to give you free. Your kid will not be too much. Ye Qiu a good look to punch Vine, by his own uncle shameless to the Vine a good fist. This time can only blush turned and tried to avoid Ye Qiu eyes. Well, sorry Green Valley, you're the last generation angel. This life is a little angel. My next life must be the little angel. The good life of peace. Green Valley, and quickly give you the money now. Ye Qiu plate body sit straight, watching the front looked straight ahead, an expert in the outer appearance of the world. What? Green Valley look of puzzled. Stupid. I let you come Fist Vine Temple, want to give you a chance to become strong. I tell you, in fact, in this world, regardless of whether they're quirks, as long as the method properly, can become a powerful person, to become a hero, yes. Does that mean that in order to become hero, yes, you are not willing to pay even a little tuition it? Stunned. Boxing and boxing Rotten Cane Tiger Bear a good. Did not think people Ye Qiu this guy looks just would order so that tuition, not a flicker of quirks. No quirks, will become a hero, yes? You can become strong? Or, maybe, with boxing Rotten Tiger Bear this Aikido master, do not feel weak in Green Valley Askew's small body, it can burst into how great the power to. Maybe, I want to learn about Ye Qiu? Tiger Fist Vine Bears cannot help cropped up this idea too. If he had Ye Qiu's acting so serious, why should I worry Fist Vine Temple to make money? Really? You can become strong? Green Valley asked cautiously. Ye Qiu turned his head, suddenly exposed dirty look. Green Valley teenager, you do not believe me? No. I believe you. Green Valley anxious, sweating profusely. Speaking yesterday, blasting a small victory, did not allow Ye Qiu been too heavy injury. He still has a heart just out that together and MT Lady arrest wanted criminals who will not be Ye Qiu. People are not afraid of fire, most likely to have quirks the fire department. If this is the case Ye Qiu, Green Valley feel that they do not violate each other's words or better, the Huxia saying goes, is called bankruptcy misfortunes. Green Valley tears in the eyes of 3 people watching, will own the remaining distressed little pocket money, all donated out. Still is a little consciousness. Want to become strong, then spend this money as a must. Ye Qiu nodded. When will I teach you the basics, from static stance to the horse, you began to practice today. When the practice, by the way observe my moves. Asterisk. What is Pyalgong? What is a horse step? Soon the poor little angel of Green Valley was about to cry, and there was another person just like him, Kazuka Kento. Revenge. Chiguagua's revenge. Kento Kazuka didn't believe it. Ye Qiu asked them to do this to teach them to practice, and it was clearly to avenge himself for not speaking for them just now. As for Kento Tiger Bear, he didn't stop him. As the successor of Kento Dojo, he still heard the elders mention the basis for Huaxia martial arts practice. It's always useless to do it again and again. Just like Ye Qiu said, only when the bottom is stable can you lay a solid foundation for taijutsu. After arranging the two, Ye Qiu paid some attention to them. However, Kento Tiger Bear was once again full of firepower, directly fighting with Ye Qiu. What surprised Kento Tiger Bear was that Ye Qiu had only been out for a while, and he had 2 more moves, and the power of the moves was more than before. Shouldn't people who practice martial arts gradually improve step by step? Ye Qiu is still not a normal person. He has only known each other for 2 days. How can his strength increase dozens of times faster than others? The bigger he was, the more frightened he was. What annoyed Kento Toruma the most was that Ye Qiu still had some spare time in the process of fighting against him, and used the absolute speed of catching wind to correct the posture of the little angel of Green Valley and Kento Ichika. Problem. After 100 rounds, both of them stood still panting again, but the Quanting Dojo looked like a mess. Green Valley, ask all the questions you see. Ye Qiu said panting. Lugu's voice trembled a little. His legs were about to stop, but without Ye Qiu's permission, he didn't dare to stop at all. I've been watching carefully. Mr. Ye Qiu, your moves seem to have only 5 repetitions, but each move can have different changes. Compared with Kento Farmer's Aikido, the changes are more important. Much more complicated. Then what? Ye Qiu frowned. I didn't let you see this. Obviously, this is not a satisfactory answer to Ye Qiu. Jiuyang divine art can be quickly cultivated by burning the pure yang body transformed from the fruit, but the Fengshen leg can't be fully cultivated in a day or 2. For example, if Nya Feng came, he could beat the muscular man with the Fengshen legs alone, but he had to use the Fengshen legs, Jiuyang Shengong, and the power of burning the fruit to use his full strength to injure the muscular man who underestimated the enemy. Lu Gu shivered a bit, adjusted his thoughts, and then continued to say, in the 10th move, it was obvious that the left leg did more damage to the owner of Kento, so you used the right leg. In the 17th move, the speed of the legs has slowed down, and the whole move is not completed. The 29th move, the use of force is too large. It is too late to use the speed to open the distance again. The more I listen, the more shocked. Kento Tiger Bear really thought that Green Valley Izuku, the mediocre boy, was the one who was pulled over by Ye Qiu to pay for it. Looking at it now, everything Ye Qiu does will bring huge surprises to people. Those eyes are simply a peerless treasure in the world of physique. Standing next to Green Valley Izuku, Kento Kazuka looked like a hell of a face. Just now, Ye Qiu's every move was very strong, right? Are there so many problems? Ye Qiu fell into contemplation under Green Valley Izuku's uneasy gaze. Because of habit, the left and right legs are just like the left and right hands. It is not an overnight thing to practice to the extent that they are balanced, but if they cannot be practiced to be balanced on both sides, they will inevitably reveal flaws when making moves. What's more, some of the attacks are 3-point force, but he can use 5-point force or even 8-point force, which results in unnecessary waste of power, and moves cannot be smoothly connected. The eyes of this guy Lugu are really good. If he let him think about those small problems, he would definitely not be able to recall them. It's like the opponent standing in front of you is yourself. When people always have a blind eye, Ye Qiu can't find the shortcomings. In the eyes of Green Valley, they are quickly discovered. Efficiency. This guy, Green Valley, has the talent to be a teacher. Compared with the current heroes, his talent is even more prominent. Well, thank you. After Ye Qiu figured out his own flaws, he also found a way to improve. First, he had to balance himself left and right, and then he had to precisely control his strength. Okay. Lugu wondered if his ears had heard it wrong, but he still replied tremblingly, no. You're welcome. After cultivating for a while, Ye Qiu deliberately controlled his power, but it appeared to be more flawed. In desperation, after another 100 rounds of confrontation, Ye Qiu did not choose to practice today. He felt that the level of strengthening today was enough, and sometimes it was too much. Let's go. You have to come here every day from now on. For some powerful heroes with quirks, physical skills are nothing at all, but for people like you who don't have quirks, even if there is a trace in the future, you may become a hero, but you must also practice your physical skills. Before Ye Qiu left, he patted the little Green Valley angel whose legs were already swaying. Ye Qiu, how can I become stronger? Kento Kazuka bit his lip and asked Ye Qiu's back. Ye Qiu was stunned for a moment, and after turning his head, a stiff smile appeared on his face. Give me the money. I'll tell you if I give you the tuition. Your uncle took my money. When I teach you, I will definitely charge for it. These are fair trades. There is no gratuitous charity in this world. I am not a hero. Ye Qiu waved his hand. Money? Kento Kazuka will definitely give it. Even if Kento Tiger Bear teaches it, Kento Kazuka's ability to become stronger is limited. After all, her quirks are not bursts of chi and blood. Before going home, Ye Qiu deliberately used his quirks to create a few new clothes, just like when he went out in the morning. With a worried look in his eyes, he was really a little scared. Hey, Ye Qiu, why is your hair white? When I went out, I thought that white hair might be more refreshing, so I dyed it. Don't worry, I will definitely dye it back before I go to high school. Ye Qiu, who was discovered as soon as he entered the door, casually said a word and ran back to his room as if he had escaped. Danger. Hundreds are too dangerous. Asterisk. This guy has a secret. I stared at Ye Qiu's door, thinking about it, and finally didn't knock on the door. She felt that Ye Qiu kept saying that after the college entrance examination, let him know that the power of creating quirks should be secretly becoming stronger. In that case, don't break the man's little secret, leave him a little private space. In fact, I am also looking forward to having a powerful hero standing in front of me and blocking all dangers for me. Come on, Ye Qiu. In the next month, Ye Qiu, who exchanged the second level of Jiuyang Divine Art, relying on the body of pure yang and various medicinal materials, directly pushed his cultivation to the realm of the second level of minor achievement. This month, aside from Ye Qiu, whether it was Green Valley or the one who was unwilling to pay tuition fees, Ijia, who was learning horse stance and stance, all gained a lot. Ye Qiu, the college entrance examination is still a few months away. What are your plans? The little angel of Green Valley is no longer as afraid of Ye Qiu as he used to be. Ye Qiu held his chin and thought for a while. The college entrance examination is a very boring thing. Do you think that with my current strength, I still need to be a high school student? Of course, I will still take the test. Okay. Indeed, it is not necessary. According to Green Valley's observation of Ye Qiu this month, the man's strength and speed are constantly improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Green Valley judged that the current Ye Qiu already has a high level to compete with professional heroes. The most terrifying point is that even if it is Kento Toruma who has used the power of quirks, it is difficult to seek benefits in front of Ye Qiu who has not fully displayed his abilities. Fire, terrifying flames, and even the ability to elementalize. As an eyewitness, Kento Kazuka still gave Green Valley a small boast because of the relationship between standing and squatting together. Indeed, I don't need it anymore. Is this a genius? Green Valley looked a little down. Whoosh! Ye Qiu didn't answer, just kicked Lu Gu's head with one foot. Be careful. Everything happened so suddenly that Kazuka Kento didn't have time to react. Kento Tiger Bear drank tea leisurely after exercising, and drinking tea after exercising was simply a great enjoyment in life. As for the affairs of the little devils, he was too lazy to care. The potential is definitely there, and Kento Tiger Bear also affirmed Green Valley's performance this month. There are no quirks, but when I practice the stance to polish my body, even if my body starts to tremble to the extreme, there is no sign of giving up. How many times did you break the limit? Maybe that Green Valley teenager didn't even realize that Ye Qiu's improvement speed was fast, but in terms of the number of times he broke the limit, Green Valley had more. Of course, this is also because the starting point is relatively low. It's really a pity. If this young man has physical quirks, Kento Tiger Bear will definitely accept him as a direct disciple and let him inherit his dojo. Green Goo was startled and subconsciously stretched out his arm and blocked it beside his head. Ye Qiu's leg kicked on his arm, but there wasn't any rakido. He touched it lightly and put it down again. You said it yourself, there are still a few months left, then give me a little more confidence. Don't you feel that you are getting stronger? Bakugo, can you stop this kick from me? Ye Qiu scolded Bakugo bluntly. Let's just say it, in all the heroes you know, my physique is the strongest. You have memorized all my physique routines, and you can even block instinctively. Reaction. As long as you keep cultivating, you won't necessarily be worse than those from heroes in the future, at least passing the so-called heroes school entrance exam. It's not a big problem. Really? Green Valley Advantage doubted what Ye Qiu said. Quirkless is quirkless. From the appearance of quirks to now, there has not been a quirkless person who can break the shackles of being a human and become a real heroes. Oh, from the looks of you, it seems that you don't believe my words at all. Forget it, let you see my quirks today. Anyway, they are all my own. It doesn't matter if I show the quirks. Ye Qiu's quirks. When they heard that Ye Qiu was going to show quirks, all the 3 people in the dojo became interested. Is it fire? Is it fire? Is it still fire? Boy, use it carefully, don't burn my dojo. Ye Qiu rolled his eyes, joking. He didn't say that he was going to use the Vulcan style, nor did he intend to use the power to burn the fruit. It's the quirks. Quirks do not understand. Under the expectant gazes of the 3, Ye Qiu ruthlessly pulled out 3 hairs from his head with a reluctant expression. Okay, create. Ye Qiu took out a piece of hair and directly displayed his quirks. Create? The 3 of Green Valley exclaimed in unison. They didn't understand why Ye Qiu's quirks was a creation. A DVD. A burst of light suddenly appeared in Ye Qiu's hands, and after the light had dissipated, there was actually a DVD with a good packaging, on which was the master of the first generation, Yuan, whose tall and straight posture seemed to make people feel the urge to practice martial arts. Well, if you look at the cover, you know it's a good thing. Kento Tiger Bear nodded in agreement and felt that Ye Qiu, who was able to create such a good thing, is definitely a real man. Quite the style he used to be. Ye Qiu, are you going to give this to me? Kento Haxiangdi rolled his eyes, and his fingers couldn't help moving, as if he was ready to take it at any time. He was also very interested in the new martial arts, and wanted to know how strong the Grandmaster was. Ye Qiu, how can you do this kind of thing with quirks? After Kento Kazuka saw the content on the cover, the whole person was a little speechless. The blue veins on his forehead were constantly bulging. If he hadn't been able to beat Ye Qiu, he would definitely have shot him. Sorry. For Kento Tiger Bear, what can only be learned from history is really a great regret in life. Ye Qiu said solemnly, I'm going to give it to Lugu. It's a gift to him. In the next period of time, he will suffer more than you think. His eyes were dazed, his nosebleeds had begun to flow unconsciously, and Lugu, who was shaking in a panic, felt a sense of danger in his heart after hearing Ye Qiu's words. He seemed to have felt Yuan's fist, about to fall on him. Asterisk. I don't want it. Lugu blushed and pushed Ye Qiu's hand back. Silly boy, you don't want me to ask for it. How could such a good thing be given to a teenager? Only my age knows how good it is. Kento Tiger Bear's eyes glowed. Bump. Kento Kazuka's big fist landed on Kento Tiger Bear's head unceremoniously, beating him to the ground. Uncle Pervert. That's why you don't have a girlfriend. No girlfriend. No girlfriend. No girlfriend. Resentment. Kento Tiger Bear, who had never been in love since he was born, drew circles in the corner of the wall with grievances, his face full of depression, but his eyes still glanced at the things in Ye Qiu's hands from time to time. Violence. This woman is horrible. Ye Qiu thinks that these women are all so scary. Ye Qiu, I warn you. Green Goo is different from you. He is a good man. Don't show him such a mess. Ye Qiu was a little disdainful. What kind of mess is this? It has always been legal in your neon, okay? I did this to help him know something in advance, so as to prevent him from doing harm to society. This is doing good deeds. What do you women know? That is. Kento Tiger Bear gave a small echo. Okay. Kento Kazuka turned around and gave Kento Tiger Bear a fierce look. He could only return to the corner to draw circles again, full of resentment. Endanger society? For someone like Lugu who has no guts and thinks about other people in everything he does, it is impossible for him to do that kind of thing, but Ye Qiu himself is more likely. Kento Kazuka really didn't expect that a guy with an indifferent face like Ye Qiu would be such a person. Men are the same. Actually, Kento Kazuka didn't know that Ye Qiu was still deeply influenced by Zhenhong Miaojing's monogamy. In addition to his mental age, it is much older than his current physical age. Little girl movie? Cut. Sister Yu is Saigao, okay? The guy at MT Lady looks good, but unfortunately, there is something wrong with the way he dresses up, and his taste is hard to figure out. By the way, Ye Qiu, why is your quirks a creation, isn't it fire? Midori asked shyly. Ye Qiu did not hesitate to put the thing in his hand into his, and then slowly explained, fire? Really not. Ichika Kento should have seen the whole process. I just ate one. Only things have the ability to fire, they are not quirks at all. Squatting on the ground to draw circles of boxing Rattan Tiger Bear, suddenly looking serious flashed to the side of Ye Qiu, a good, as well as juvenile Green Valley. Today heard anything about Ye Qiu quirks, and you the best all rot in the stomach inside. Do not tell anyone, otherwise Ye Qiu will face extinction. Green Valley and a good fist vine after a long time to respond, created a thing, and then after eating, to have non-quirks of the fire department of energy. This is not to say that. Whether it is a good fist vine, or Green Valley look to Ye Qiu eyes, they have become hot again. Rest assured, this unearned power, I will not give you. Also to say, I created something to eat, itself belongs to my own strength, only myself to eat, to have nothing different from ordinary people's power for you, it is just an ordinary food, because you simply do not understand what that thing in the end. Ye Qiu said does not matter. As for boxing Rattan Tiger Bear a warning, he was very grateful, but he did not bring the matter to heart. Quirks be known then what? Indeed, everyone rapped AFO, including, I am afraid will be very interested in him, but Ye Qiu have absolute confidence in a short time become the world #1 title of hero, is. That being the case, then there is nothing to worry about. Strong, never afraid of challenges, in the face of absolute power, but any machinations of power is nothing more futile. This Green Valley down the color of his face. If so, he really wanted in the case no matter what price to pay, and Ye Qiu has the same ability. Do not be so disappointed. I was the only understanding of matter, of course, only I can eat, only I can use. But what about the practice area? I was able to create out, as long as you can persevere practice, a thorough understanding of the nature of the power law, it is entirely possible to practice the power of their own. The nature of the exercise is easy to understand, after all, are the essence of detailed records, devil fruits? Hee. Inside the sea demon? This kind of thing, only he who has enough understanding of the world, we can really believe that, but the world will accept another world. Besides, manufacturing devil fruit, then, I believe it will be dead. Think of the time in the face of muscular, he created a bold xiao fruit. Ye Qiu have a little scared. Almost a life will take into account the create. Ye Qiu hands, and soon more out of the two Huxia fam. A finger Changong and Shaolin Gong. Shaolin 70 skills are 2 exercises. Look at this guy after Green Valley, very much like using a finger as Fei attack patterns. Ye Qiu gave him a power law, look to strengthen ahead of their fingers. As for the boy power, absolutely can let his physique, would be enhanced in the short term, after all, a decent home in the cultivation practice. Ye Qiu, this is a Huxia, I do not understand. Green Valley exposed look of despair. Ye Qiu is cross at him, are you an idiot? Cannot read it, do not go home to look up it? Self-study Huxia, cannot learn, you do not understand these 2 power law, and is definitely not may practice a success. Also remind you one, in which a Shaolin Gong to abstinence. If you say before practice to the culmination, unable to control your own words, the skill will be lost, directly into an ordinary person. That's why I gave you the teacher's work, advance practice your control. Woman, tiger horrible man. Desheng? Ghosts know that what Shaolin in the end, what year, what month will be the culmination of the poor Green Valley Izuku. Silence is your future. Boxing Vine had a good bit of envy, jealousy, and hatred, and this time it is extremely sympathetic to Green Valley. Asterisk. Green Valley Izuku is 14 now. No, in a few months, he should be 15. A 15-year-old boy who wants to become a qualified hero should have 4 or 5 years. Speaking of which, the age at which Neon got married recently is almost the same age. It's just. With the level of Green Valley, can you really succeed in cultivating the secret manual given by Ye Qiu so quickly? You must know that they are all written in Wuxia. Before learning, you must learn Wuxia. On the Green Valley side, he didn't feel anything. Anyway, he wasn't interested in matters between men and women. It's just that he didn't fall in love before Desheng. As long as he can cultivate and become a hero, he can pay any price. Thank you, Ye Qiu. I will definitely live up to your expectations and become an excellent hero. Lu Gu bowed solemnly to Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu saw that he agreed so readily, and for a moment wondered if he had given the wrong secret. He should still be able to create a quick secret. If you want to practice this skill, you must first go to the palace. If you do it from the palace, you may not succeed. Such a feat, it is worth having. Hurry up. You only need to spend a small price to practice the peerless magic. Ye Qiu can't guarantee that this practice is stronger than the Jiuyang magic, but after practicing it, he will definitely be a top-level hero. Lu Gu suddenly found out that Ye Qiu looked at him strangely, which made him squeeze the hand of the secret book and clench it a little more. Ye Qiu, do you have anything else to do? If nothing else, I will go back today. I will do my best for cultivation. Green Gu looked at Ye Qiu with some worry. Ye Qiu waved his hand and his expression returned to normal. Go. The college entrance examination will be taken in a few months. You can cultivate by yourself in the future. Anyway, you have already seen the moves of Uncle Tiger Bear and I. Almost there is no need to stay in the dojo anymore. By the way, Miss Ichika Kento, don't look at me like this. I won't teach you the exercises. Also, can you learn from me and skip class every day? I'll never forget this kind of thing. Do you have the ability? Ye Qiu raised his chin directly and spoke rudely. You be **************** D. Even though Kento Kazuka had a carefree personality, he was so angry with Ye Qiu's rude and poisonous tongue that he ran out of the dojo. Thank you, Ye Qiu. I'm gone. Next time I see you, I will be stronger. I will definitely be admitted to Heroes High School. Green Gu's eyes were almost dripping with tears. He bowed deeply to Ye Qiu and left the dojo as if he were running away. Ye Qiu, you be ********* D. Aren't you going too far? Even that kid in Lu Gu gave him 2 training exercises. Why can't we have one? Kento Tiger Bear was so angry that he rolled up his sleeves and was about to fight Ye Qiu for another 300 rounds. Ye Qiu glanced at him. Because of her heart, she is not as strong as Lu Gu. Do you think Lu Gu is really cowardly? Is Kento Kazuka's heart really strong? It's just a teenage fart. Just kid. Kento Tiger Bear fell into silence, and after a while, he spoke again. Let's go. It seems that no one will come to the dojo for middle-aged men like me. Don't you have the contact information of Green Valley? When he translates the 2 secret books, if you don't want to find a wife for the time being, you can also practice Tongzi Gong. Ye Qiu said nothing. Really? Kento Tiger Bear's eyes lit up. For Ye Qiu's moves, it is absolutely impossible not to be jealous. He really wants to learn. The most important thing is that what Ye Qiu can do seems to be the legend of Zhang Huaxia's Neijia Gongfa, which is the most enviable. As the inheritor of Kento Dojo, Kento Tiger Bear has always believed that the ultimate in martial arts will never be weaker than any Quirks owner. It's just that All Might or a hero's like endeavor, he really has no chance of winning. Even with Quirks fully open, Kento Tiger Bear doesn't think his odds of winning will be 1 in 10,000. The difference is too big. If there is an internal practice method, the situation will be completely different. According to legend, the longer the practice time of Huaxia's internal practice method, the stronger the person will be. If you cannot surpass those heroes within 5 years, then practice 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Relatively speaking, for the heroes in the British world, in fact, quirks will weaken with age, and the internal exercises are the opposite of quirks, which can maintain a person's physical state to a certain extent. Can you really learn? Kento Tiger Bear is still a little unconvinced. Then can I teach Ijia? Teach you a big-headed ghost. Everyone said it's a boy's gong. Ijia is a girl. Do you want her to cultivate into a boy? Ye Qiu criticized rudely. By the way, I'm going to get some money tomorrow. If possible, I'll start a side business at the Quanting Dojo in the future. If you live so tightly, no woman will marry you even if you don't practice boyzong. What? No woman. This be asterisk 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 D. Doesn't he know that a man has 41 flowers? He is such a handsome man. Don't be too popular and talk to that eldest sister who is about 50 years old. But she often gives him vegetables. Go on. It's easy to talk about making money. I know you kid definitely wants a piece of the pie, but you have to promise me one thing. That is, you must give me a few more of the things you gave to the Green Valley kid before. I also learned from the teacher. The hot air from Kento Tiger Bear's nose almost sprayed onto Ye Qiu's face. Boring. Ye Qiu is too lazy to pay attention to this guy who is in heat. He is practicing Tongzigong in the state. Isn't this guy afraid of going crazy? Early the next day, Ye Qiu did not go to the Kento dojo as usual, but came to the front desk of a hero's office. Excuse me, sir. What business do you need to do? The lady at the front desk politely handed out an application form. Ye Qiu didn't fill it in and said straight to the point, I'm here to find someone, MT lady. I know her. I'm sorry, little brother. There are already many people who want to see Miss MT lady for this reason. My sister advises you to be rational when chasing stars. I can send you a few posters of MT lady. Don't. I'm not a fan of that woman. She's the kind of quirks that only get bigger. I don't know why a bunch of otaku like her. Ye Qiu complained bluntly. Asterisk. Haha. So in your eyes, my sister and my quirks are so useless? Don't you remember you were able to survive because of them? Behind Ye Qiu, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Getting used to the behavior of MT lady, who is so black-hearted that she pits her teammates, the young lady at the front desk hurriedly lowered her head and pretended to be dealing with documents. She didn't want to be implicated. Black-bellied people are terrible. Black-bellied heroes is even more terrible. Ye Qiu turned around and pushed MT lady's close face away. Stay away from me. I don't like women with no taste. Also, I have a fiancé, and if that's the case, I can sue me. You harassed. Come here, let's talk in the office. MT lady had a dark face. She could already feel it. The guys in the office who were bullied by her on weekdays were already holding back their laughter. Bump. Hearing the sound of the door closing from MT lady's office, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. So funny. Saying that seriously, I don't like MT lady at all, and let MT lady, who I think is invincible, shriveled. This kind of thing is really heartwarming. What about an office with fast sound insulation? MT lady tapped the table with her fingers constantly ticking, with an impatient look on her face. Stinky brat, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to pay for so many street repairs. Also, didn't I leave you with a number? Can't you come to me in an open and honest way? You have to use this method and let me embarrassed at the office. Shame. Since becoming heroes, MT lady felt that this was her most humiliating day, and it was all thanks to Ye Qiu, a stinky brat. Your number? I must have lost that kind of thing. I don't have a mobile phone. Why don't you sponsor one? Ye Qiu said nothing. Things like mobile phones are still quite expensive, even more expensive than medicinal herbs. Ye Qiu didn't want to be a moth in Yaoyorozu Wanjia. MT lady wanted to get angry, but thinking of Ye Qiu's unscrupulous actions, she still managed to hold back her anger. If this guy accidentally burns the entire office, then she won't be scolded to death by that serious guy in the jungle shui. Go. 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 Just don't get mad at me. I hope now that the moment you become heroes, don't choose to come to my office. MT lady rolled her eyes. I really don't know what bad luck I've had, and I accidentally rescued you, a little white-eyed wolf. I hope that blind guy in the jungle shui will not look at your talent in the future, you damn stinky brat. You didn't share the bounty with me. Didn't you sponsor a single mobile phone? Ye Qiu was a little speechless. What a ruthless woman. Since you don't even sponsor a mobile phone, then I don't think I need to talk to you about the next business. After all, Ye Qiu planned to open the door and leave. Wait. Business? What business? As you who didn't become a heroes, is there any way to make money? MT Lady's dark complexion changed instantly. If she has money, she can buy a lot of cosmetics for maintenance and a bunch of clothes she likes. Nonsense. If I hadn't only known you as a heroes, I wouldn't have cooperated with you. Ye Qiu rudely complained. Say this kind of thing earlier, I still have a good impression of you, and you will definitely become a powerful heroes in the future. A little cooperation in advance will be of great benefit to both of you and me. MT Lady instantly put on an amiable smile. Please sit. Please sit. Ye Qiu sat down with satisfaction, drank the coffee brewed by MT Lady, and said faintly, You know something like medicinal herbs, right? I know, what's wrong? MT Lady was stunned. Not all those things are useless now, and there are so many people who have medical quirks. And it turns out that the human body is resistant to drugs. Compared with quirks, drugs are simply tasteless. Ye Qiu nodded, agreeing with MT Lady's words. What you said is quite good. Medicine is such a thing. In this era, it is really tasteless to the extreme, no matter what problems you have. You only need to have the doctors at Medical Quirks will treat you well and you'll be back. But what? Can you finish everything in one go? MT Lady's eyes were fixed on Ye Qiu, wishing she would grow bigger and swallow the stinky B***************** D in one bite. You can't even take a sip of tea? If you talk about business like this, I don't think we need to talk anymore. Ye Qiu said easily. Don't. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please hurry up and stop making me curious. MT Lady looked at Ye Qiu pitifully, took off her mask, put her hands together in front of her chest, and put on a cute pose. What I just said was medicinal herbs, not medicines. For us Huaxia, medicinal herbs can strengthen the body, such as medicinal baths. Take a bath and you can become stronger. How about it? Heartbroken. Can you get stronger by taking a shower? MT Lady looked dumbfounded. You're kidding me. No need, just your IQ. I will never play with you, because it has no meaning at all. If you don't believe it, give me some money now, and I will go to your house at night to let you experience the medicinal bath. The effect. If you are satisfied, you must endorse all the products I produce in the future. Ye Qiu directly stated his purpose. The star effect. MT Lady, who has a lot of otaku fans, is definitely a good spokesperson choice. Medicated baths have little effect on Ye Qiu. After all, ordinary medicinal materials are not enough to support the second level of Jiuyang divine art and the rapid growth of physique. But although the medicinal materials are much cheaper, the real 100-year level, or even the decades level is still sky-high. There is no way. There are also medical quirks in Daxia, but everyone still buys some old-fashioned medicinal materials and uses those things to maintain health. After all, everyone likes things like prolonging life. In order to achieve the second level of Jiuyang divine art as soon as possible, Ye Qiu needs enough years of medicinal materials, but this money must not let Yaoyorozu's family go out. In that case, he has to find a way to make money. Asterisk. Tell me, don't you have any other intentions? MT Lady stared at Ye Qiu with a strange expression, returning the medicine bath? Are you trying to peek at my bath? Be so indifferent. Have you watched too many TV shows? Ye Qiu covered his forehead. To be honest, he was really interested in what MT Lady said, but how could he be a vulgar person? Only a perverted uncle like Kento Tiger Bear would do such a thing. Ye Qiu really just wanted MT Lady to experience the effect of the medicinal bath. Believe it or not, I'll go to other heroes for taking a shower anyway, so just be a heroes and sell your peripherals. Ye Qiu had a dark face, got up, and was about to leave. MT Lady quickly hugged Ye Qiu's arm, and the soft feeling from the arm made Ye Qiu's body froze. Try it, just try it. MIA dignified MT Lady, I'm still afraid of you, you stinky B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** But don't run away with the money. Every penny I earn is not easy. It's really pathetic. When it comes to money, MT Lady instantly becomes a little woman. Ye Qiu shook off MT Lady with a chill. Don't worry, I don't want to be bothered by you. See you at your house tonight. That's it, see you at my house. I'll write you the address. MT Lady took out a note and quickly wrote her address. 1,000,000 yen. MT Lady is really generous. Although the yen is not worth much, Ye Qiu bought a mobile phone first and then used the remaining money to buy a lot of medicinal herbs. It's not easy to make money. Just take out some money. It's 1,000,000 yen. Women are really scary. Ye Qiu, who had sold out the herbs, was about to go to MT Lady's house, but it was a bit of a coincidence that he saw a familiar figure. A little down, little angel of Green Valley. Is it because the pocket money is not enough? As a man who spent a month at the Kento dojo on the pocket money of Green Valley, Ye Qiu was a little sorry. Touching the few hundred coins left on his body, Ye Qiu walked towards Green Valley, intending to hand over such a large amount of wealth to Green Valley as his mental damage fee. Okay. Murderous look. What Ye Qiu didn't expect was that when Green Valley walked into an underground passage, he felt a cold murderous aura hidden in the dark. Is the plot coming? Ye Qiu's heart froze, and he didn't show up immediately. He already felt the same. There was an aura that was much stronger than him, and was rushing in this direction at a very fast speed. Interesting. Are you finally going to meet the #1 man on the heroes chart? Let me see how strong you are. Ye Qiu used Jiuyang divine art to restrain all his aura and hid in the shadows. If there was a fatal danger in Green Valley, he would choose to take action. Strange? I clearly felt it just now. There are other people here. Why is there no one? After rushing out from the ground and transforming into All Might, that hairstyle is indeed unique enough. Ye Qiu was incapable of understanding this hairstyle, and a man's hairstyle is still the most natural when he wakes up every morning. It's all right, boy. All Might smiled confidently. This was the first encounter between Green Valley and All Might, and from such a close-up perspective, Ye Qiu also felt a touch of novelty. Don't be in a hurry to help. Punch out. The punch, with the perfect combination of strength and speed, and the incomparably powerful wind pressure, instantly solved the Green Valley from the body of the mud monster. Oh, Fei is really amazing. Even if Ye Qiu thinks that he is safe in this world, he is completely unsure at this moment. Against All Might at this moment, he is really too strong. The only difference is that after exercising with Ye Qiu for a while, the physique of this guy, Lu Gu, has improved a lot, and he did not experience fainting, but after seeing the person who saved him, All Might, his whole body still changed. Become a headless fly, the whole image of a brainless fan. When All Might flew into the sky in an instant, Green Valley, a cerebellum fan, directly hugged All Might's thigh. Let's take a look. All Might's injury seems to have reached a very serious level. If you can save it, save it. Many friends who are still #1 for the time being are always worth it. Although Ye Qiu was using his function legs and planned to keep up with All Might and Green Valley, All Might was flying very fast. When he arrived at the rooftop where the two were, All Might actually returned to his original appearance. This, a bit exaggerated. Being skinny is not enough to describe All Might at this time. Ye Qiu felt that this guy was nothing but bones and skin. What a powerful will it is to continue to live in this state. Cough, cough. All Might stared at Ye Qiu vigilantly. I felt right just now. Who are you? All Might, Ye Qiu is my friend. I can assure you that he will never reveal it to anyone. The little angel of Green Valley didn't know why Ye Qiu appeared here, but he hurriedly explained for Ye Qiu. Your friend. All Might's tense body loosened and sat back on the ground. So uncomfortable. Using too much strength is more painful than the previous extreme training. The most terrible thing is the feeling of powerlessness that gradually loses strength. Ye Qiu, why are you here? Green Gu looked at Ye Qiu in confusion. Going to buy something. I happen to see you, but if Heroes, who is #1 in the Heroes rankings, saves you, I won't do anything. Ye Qiu didn't hide what he didn't do. Your injury is really serious. What if you can't be a Heroes without quirks? Don't tell that kid, because he already firmly believes that he can become a Heroes. If you don't mind, can I see your injury? Do you have a medical type of quirks? Just take a look, but I advise you not to have any thoughts about treating me. My injuries are not just any quirks, they can be cured. The world is extremely powerful. The owner of medical quirks almost saw it for me. All Might said calmly. Asterisk. Ye Qiu walked in front of All Might, and he could feel that All Might was still vigilant about him. After all, a person who has been hiding beside him from the beginning and is hiding quietly so that he, a very keen No.1, can't even notice it, and he almost thinks that he feels wrong. It will never be something simple. Medical quirks. If it wasn't for Ye Qiu's young age, All Might would never allow him to check his body just in case. Ye Qiu wasn't too rash. Just put one hand on the meridian of All Might's left hand. The pulse is extremely chaotic, the heartbeat is not even as strong as that of Lugu, and the blood supply is seriously insufficient. The No.1 man, mixed into the current situation, really makes people feel desolate. Mr. All Might, if you don't mind, I can temporarily suppress your injury. Also, if you want to gradually recover from your injury, it's best to use less quirks, and then use the medicine that our Kento dojo is about to promote. I promise that in 10 years, you will be back to normal. Ye Qiu said seriously. Huh? Kid, are you kidding me? All Might looked up. Ye Qiu didn't continue to explain, he just put his palm on All Might's back, and a steady stream of 9 Yang true Qi was transmitted from his palm to All Might's inner body. In terms of healing effect, Jiuyang Qi is definitely the top concentration. Although it is the ultimate yang attribute exercise because of the Buddha nature contained in it, Jiuyang Qi is incomparably gentle. He is strong by him, and the breeze blows the hills. He is weak by his weakness, the bright moon shines on the river. This is the most inclusive feature of Jiuyang True Qi, such a powerful and gentle inclusiveness, which is why it is possible to learn other exercises in an extremely fast time. So comfortable. When Jiuyang's true energy entered All Might's body, his body, which was close to being exhausted, suddenly glowed with amazing vitality again. Pft, pft, pft. The heart is beating vigorously. I have survived. In the past 5 years, I have never been in such a better state. Unfortunately, this state only lasted 10 minutes. There is no other way. Your body has been damaged to a certain extent. Even I can't cure it completely in an instant. But don't worry, as long as you live and do as I say, there will always be a day of recovery. Ye Qiu said lightly. It was better than he had imagined. The second-level 9 Yang True Qi could restore All Might's dilapidated body to a shred of vitality. This was something he never expected. If you cooperate with the treatment of the medicated bath in the future, I am afraid that it will not be needed for 10 years, and All Might will be able to return to its prosperous state. All Might was silent for a while, and he didn't think that doing a good thing unintentionally today would get him such amazing news. Thank you, but I can't follow your doctor's orders. The world still needs me. Let me be silent in 10 years. Those guys will definitely come in. Ye Qiu shrugged. Some people just like to put burdens on themselves. I don't think Endeavor is weak, nor do I think that in these 10 years, there will be no new logo. Forget it, anyway. You will figure it out yourself, and let me inform you that before I take away the title of No.1, please keep it. People in the same age group as Ye Qiu all regard themselves as idols, and no one has ever wanted him to declare war so bluntly. Interesting. Today's youth is really interesting. Okay, I'm waiting for the day you get No.1. Maybe at that time, I can live the life I really want to live. All Might smiled weakly. No one is born a heroes. Sometimes after being a heroes for a long time, no matter how strong you are, you will get tired, and everyone's expectations will become the heaviest burden on your shoulders. Tired? All Might has long been tired, and he has long wanted to throw away the burden on him completely and live the life he wanted to live, but he can't. Whether it is the AFO or the other criminals, they are like maggots in the Tarsus, making him have to survive from weakness again and again, have his own powerful fists, and punch that bloody fist one after another. If one day, there really is a young blood that can completely take the No.1 position in the heroes' rankings, he will be happier than anyone. Etc. Bottle. Where did the bottle on me go? All Might took a step away early, but what he didn't expect at all was that the bottle he put on his body and used to hold the quirks and the slush-like monster disappeared. After the idol All Might left, Green Valley said hello to Ye Qiu and left. He had to step up the time to become stronger. Boom. Not far from the urban area where All Might just passed by, there was a lot of movement, and the sky-high flames directly attracted Ye Qiu's attention. One by one. They're all guys who like to be brave, heroes. They're indeed weaker than Quirks. Shaking his head, Ye Qiu jumped straight down from the upstairs and rushed towards the commercial street at the fastest speed. Sure enough, when he arrived at the place, there were already a bunch of people surrounded by 3 floors and 3 floors. Don't be brave. Leave it to me. The rash guy Green Goo had already rushed out, but when All Might was about to rush out, Ye Qiu pressed him on his shoulder. Don't be so impulsive, such a weak guy. Leave it to me. Ye Qiu's voice interrupted the impulsive All Might. Can you really do it? If you don't hurry up, all those 2 teenagers will die. All Might looked at Ye Qiu in disbelief. Ye Qiu moved his neck. I was too lazy to do it. This kind of guy is too weak. Please, if I use quirks, you should help me hide it. Can. All Might said without hesitation. Green Goo's actions kept irritating him all the time, and he was about to take it no longer. Allowing Ye Qiu to use quirks was no big deal. Well, I'm going, and I still have to hide my identity. Boom. After Ye Qiu finished speaking, his whole face was covered with a layer of rising flames. Before the voice completely fell, he rushed out of the crowd. Asterisk. Is that kid's quirks related to fire? No. When he treated my injury just now, that magical power was clearly the quirks related to medical treatment. All Might felt a huge sense of doubt in his heart. Doubt. But the only thing that reassured All Might was that the quirks of this kid Ye Qiu were more powerful than he imagined. The guy who didn't seem to be slipping should be most afraid of quirks like Ye Qiu. Boy, hurry up. Hurry up and get on the #1 position. The flame figure that suddenly flashed out made all the heroes who were still appeasing the crowd, staring at the impulsive Green Valley boy, stunned for a moment. Is it Endeavor? With such a powerful flame quirks, the only thing they can think of is the man ranked #2 on the heroes' rankings, Endeavor. That body is definitely not Endeavor. Endeavor's body is not so slender. Why does this body feel like a child who hasn't grown up yet? Still waiting for the other heroes to come over, the Red Fist of Death looked horrified. The jungle gods and the fire nemesis in their same office also have deep doubts in their hearts. When did another flame quirks appear in the world? Such a powerful person is really strange. From what they knew about Endeavor, the man who rushed out was definitely not him. Ye Qiu. As he was about to cry, he attacked the Green Valley Izuku who left you alone, and shouted with a trembling voice, calling out Ye Qiu's name. Ye Qiu made a silent gesture to him. Green Valley, don't reveal my identity, otherwise I will never save Bakugo Katsuki. Go away. Who wants you to save me? I'm Bakugo Katsuki, and I will never let this ugly monster get trapped. Bakugo Katsuki roared violently, and the power of quirks in the whole body was stimulated to the extreme, and the terrifying flames suddenly rose into the sky. Can you be quiet? Someone like you who is more than 10 times stronger than others in the rebellious period, don't cause trouble to the people who save you. Ye Qiu frowned sharply. Boom. In front of the burning fruit power blessed by Juyang divine art, the power of any flame is nothing but a little. Ye Qiu just flew up and instantly kicked the sky-filled flames into the sky. Damn it. Even flames can be kicked. How strong is the flame quirks of this guy? Isn't there a strong man on the heroes' rankings for a long time? The Red Fist of Death couldn't help but let out a foul language. Even Bakugo Katsuki didn't think that the bursting quirks he was proud of would have no effect in front of the man opposite. Wait, he seems to have heard the name Ye Qiu somewhere. That's right, the man who defeated him a month ago, who he always remembered in his heart, and who moved forward as the driving force of hatred. Why? Go away. Anyone can save me, even that guy from Smelly can save me, but you can't. I don't allow you to save me. Jie. I thought I could devour this bad-tempered stinky brat. I was lucky, but now it seems that a stronger guy has come. If that's the case, I'll be rude to you. Swallow them together. Don't think your flames can hurt me. I can't be hurt by flames. The slime monster laughed teasingly. Devouring one can barely swallow 2 and become stronger. Why not do this kind of thing for him? Maybe if he devoured these 2 powerful quirks boys together, the flame power he got is not just as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. At that time, he will be able to surpass Endeavor, even surpass All Might, and become the strongest in this world. Big man. Can you shut up? Idiot. Ye Qiu said impatiently. He's shutting up that ugly slime monster, and he's shutting up Bakugo Katsuki, the rebellious nasty guy. Are you annoying? One is about to die, but he still refuses the rescue of others arrogantly, and he can't even live. What revenge is there to talk about? Another one? He looks so ugly and comes out to be scary. If he has to say such disgusting words, what else can he do? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Because he wanted to devour Ye Qiu together, the slimy monster didn't rush to digest the thorn-headed boy Bakugo Katsuki right away. Instead, it extended countless tentacles and attacked Ye Qiu. It is this way that Bakugo Katsuki's safety has been guaranteed. His breathing has become smoother, and his resistance has become stronger, but this also makes Ye Qiu's shoulders heavier, not only to thinking about rescuing this guy, and thinking about shooting his flames into the sky without damaging other buildings in the commercial street. Don't use this kind of trick in front of me. Anyway, you only have one fate, and struggling in vain is just a waste of everyone's time. Ye Qiu made a direct attack with his legs, and he didn't even bother to use the power to burn fruit. Against this kind of guy, the power of flames doesn't have much effect, otherwise it's not easy to level up. This stinky boy has long since gotten rid of this guy's control. A good way is a strong wind power. The fifth style of Fengshen's legs, Fengjuanlu. A powerful risky force erupted between Ye Qiu's legs, and all of a sudden, the countless tentacles that rushed towards him were blown away in the air, and even the mud wrapped around Bakugo Katsuki's body was all blown away. Come on. The power of wind. Isn't this guy's quirks fire? When will quirks such a strong fire element burst out, such a terrifying wind element? Who is he? Why can we master so many different powers? Not just the heroes of those onlookers? Even All Might had deep doubts in his heart about Ye Qiu, the kid who appeared out of nowhere. This kind of ability made him think of one person, that is AFO. Ye Qiu, who suddenly appeared, has shown abilities that are not in line with his actual age at this age. Could it be that he is a new generation of AFO trained by that man? Asterisk. Even the Fengshen legs can't be compared to the wind pressure caused by All Might's punch. That man has already broken the limits of the human body and has cultivated his strength to the point where he can crush everything. However, Ye Qiu was very satisfied with the effect of this move. That slime monster looked so powerful that all heroes could not defeat it, just because his quirks were special. Substantial physical attacks can't cause any damage to him, and even elemental attacks can't hurt its body, but Green Valley still gave him a little inspiration just now. That is, this guy, the Quirks, can never be so powerful, because he must guarantee part of the human characteristics. If this guy doesn't even have any human characteristics, then he is close to invincible, unless it is Ye Qiu, who has the ability of ice or armed color hockey. Otherwise, he can't do anything to this guy at all. Damage. But his weakness was clearly exposed under Green Valley's attack. It's just that none of the heroes could bypass his attack and inflict heavy damage on that weakness. That's why he doesn't practice taijutsu, thinking about what to do every day. Strengthening the drawbacks brought by quirks, even if there are countless heroes in the hero's office teaming up, cannot guarantee that their quirks will not be completely restrained. Eyes are eyes. The human characteristics that the slime monster still maintains are his eyes. No matter how slimy the body is, his eyes cannot be slimy, and a direct attack on his eyes can cause his body to show signs of collapse. Catch the wind. The speed of Jiuyang infuriating energy in Ye Qiu's body was running to the extreme, and the whole person rushed towards the mud monster at a terrifying speed. Recover? Hee. Before the speed of Fengshen's legs, the body that was scattered wanted to recover so easily, and there was no door. So fast. Everyone felt that there was only an afterimage in their eyes. Ye Qiu broke through all the tentacles of the mud monster that were still recovering and rushed to the guy's eyes in an instant. It's useless. It's useless. It's just self-defeating. The sludge monster didn't know that Ye Qiu had pinpointed his weakness. Instead, He was going to take advantage of Ye Qiu's closeness and directly use his abilities to devour Ye Qiu and Bakugo Katsuki together. Facing the overwhelming mud, Ye Qiu just frowned. This kind of thing made him feel sick. Vulcan style, resolute. The terrifying leg technique, under the swept of wind and fire, with an incomparable bursting speed, smashed towards the eyes of the slime monster fiercely. At the same time, this fierce move was deeply imprinted in Bakugo Katsuki's eyes. In the world, how could there be such a powerful move? Of course, Ye Qiu's move, because of the peculiarities of the slime monster's body, was only seen by himself and Bakugo Katsuki, and did not reveal too much strength in front of others. Damn stinky B****************************** D, and use quirks casually. I have to pay a little more for this collaboration, or I'll expose him. Others don't know, because the body is trapped. Empty lady, who is late, knows who the person who rushed in is. Apart from Ye Qiu, she really couldn't think of anyone who could turn her body into flames and use such a gorgeous body technique. Looking for my endorsement? Empty lady even felt that it was very easy for this guy Ye Qiu to qualify as a hero's. After he became a hero's himself, it was even better than her. But it's different now. Although I don't know why that kid is reluctant to show his face when he doesn't have great strength, but he has the handle of this kid Ye Qiu. If you don't give more money, hee. As for the outcome of the battle, Empty Lady is not worried at all. The strength of that little monster is much stronger than when he fought before. Even that tyrannical muscular man has no way to deal with him. How could he not be able to deal with that disgusting man? Monster. Bump. Sure enough, as expected by Empty Lady, Ye Qiu seemed to be enveloped by the muddy sky, but in just a few seconds, a huge explosion occurred. Unfortunately, Heroes, who was standing a little closer, was all drenched in that disgusting sludge. The flames were still rising, and the huge monster in the field was only the size of a palm left, and he fainted. It's a pity that Ye Qiu's foot was not light at all, because the only features of his body were his eyes. He is not a hero's, there is no need to follow certain rules too much. His eyes are directly blown out, and that slush-like disgusting thing should be useless in the future. Let's go. Ye Qiu greeted Lu Gu. You should know what to say and what not to say. I know. Thank you. Green Goose shivered and said seriously. Peers. Ye Qiu is obviously the same age as him, but he is already so powerful, and Lu Gu is even more determined to practice the boy's art. However, Wuxia is really hard to learn. Green Goose scratched his hair in distress. Ye Qiu quickly disappeared from everyone's sight with the shouts of a group of heroes. Xiaosheng, is it okay for you? Do you need the heroes to help you find a doctor? Green Valley helped Bakugo up worriedly. Snapped. Bakugo Katsuki slapped Green Valley Izuku away with one hand, wiping the blood that was splattered from the corner of his mouth. Go away. I don't need your help. I didn't need it just now, I don't need it now, and I won't need it in the future. Put away your disgusting expression. Green Goo looked embarrassed, opened his mouth and did not continue to speak, but still looked at Bakugo with worried eyes. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with him. All Might murmured softly. Guys like AFO who are already insane will never find someone to lurk, and quirks like Ye Qiu who go their own way are not going to be undercover. Could it be that the quirks in Dacia are completely different from ours? All Might's brows furrowed a little, and he held his chin and began to ponder. He glanced at the Green Valley boy over there, and he also made a decision in his heart. Power should begin to be inherited. Sometimes, I believe that young people will make the world a better place. Asterisk. Hey, don't rush to go. Didn't you say go shopping? Why didn't I see any medicinal herbs, so I was so empty-handed and spent 1,000,000 yen? When Ye Qiu was about to leave, Empty Lady's attention was completely on Ye Qiu. Why are you everywhere? Ye Qiu looked helpless. What are you talking about? I also want to say why you are everywhere. Look at your style, it's getting worse every time. Can you really wear hero's clothes with that kind of ability in the future? Empty Lady couldn't bear Ye Qiu's ripped outfit. Ye Qiu was even more speechless. What kind of special hero's dress? I really don't want to wear it at all. I really don't know why you dress up differently from ordinary people. There is absolutely no need for it. Of course, I know this is and everyone's quirks are related, but do you think just a few more heroes can solve the situation just now? Quirks are single, and the methods developed are also very single, so I can convince your imagination. Cut kid, you are such a strong quirks. Don't say such words. How can you become an excellent heroes if you don't study quirks to the extreme? It's okay, I'm talking so much nonsense with you. What are you doing? Come home with me. Empty Lady grabbed Ye Qiu's hand involuntarily. You. Shui and Death Chiquan arranged for Bakugo and Green Valley to go to the police station, and suddenly saw Empty Lady, who was late, pulling a half-year-old child, saying that they wanted to go home with her. You are committing a crime. He is still a child. Jungle Shui said bluntly. The red fist of death held back the emotional Jungle Shui this. In fact, it's not impossible to love freely. Although it is a bit suspicious of old cows eating young grass, as long as they don't do excessive things, we should not see them. To be honest, the aesthetics of Empty Lady are still a bit special in the eyes of the two of them. The young man who kills Matt looks, although his face is not bad. But in this day and age, it's all about looking at quirks. What's the use of having a good-looking face? I can't tell you that, kid. There are no special quirks at all. Empty Lady is a little dark-bellied, but it is still a flower in the office. Such an eye-catching flower is stuck on a handful of cow dung, which really made them tangled for a long time. Criminal? What are you two talking about? Empty Lady looked bewildered, completely unaware of what the two office colleagues with a bad mind were talking about. Ye Qiu realized that, as a man, how could he not know what they were thinking about in their hearts, but also heroes. Each of these thoughts is more evil than the other. Hey, can you two not slander my aesthetics? How could I like this old woman? Being yelled at by Ye Qiu, Empty Lady immediately understood what the two guys with wretched expressions were thinking, and her complexion darkened instantly. You two idiots, what's in your head? I'm about to take him home, you're not convinced? You know how to be a heroes on weekdays. Who cares about the mood of a beauty like me? Empty Lady spoke quickly and rudely. And you stinky b*********************************, D, old woman? Hee hee, I think you're tired of living. You forgot who gave you 1 million yen. You don't sell your body? You think beautiful. Hurry home with me. If you dare to leave my house today, I will let you know what the anger of an old woman is. Goodoo. Terrible. All women are like wolves in their 30s and like tigers in their 40s. Is this Empty Lady because of the huge quirks? The demand in that area is also relatively large. Jungle Shui and Death Fist could only give Ye Qiu a solemn look at this time, but they acted as if they had never seen the two of them and turned around and hugged each other intimately. Today's incident, I think we must be vigilant. The firm should develop new blood. Yes, that Bakugo kid Quirks was very powerful just now. Unfortunately, this temper is a bit big, and I'm afraid that any office will not be able to train him in the future. Did they see anything just now? No, absolutely not. Did they hear something just now? No, absolutely not. Well, in the future, about Empty Lady's emotional matters, I can never see or hear it. This is the consensus reached in a short period of time by the two heroes, the two beloved heroes, which are popular among young people. You're not serious, are you? Ye Qiu looked at Empty Lady strangely. After the impulse, Empty Lady's pretty face was still a little red, but being stared at by a stinky kid, especially a stinky kid who said he was an old woman, how could she bear it? Little devil. I said you can't leave today. Don't you understand? Okay, I get it now. Ye Qiu calmly took out his newly bought mobile phone and dialed the number that Bai asked him to write down. Bye, tonight I'm staying at a friend's house for one night, and I won't come back. You don't have to prepare dinner for me. Don't be too tired. Rest early. Beep. After chatting for a while, Ye Qiu hung up the phone decisively. That's it? Empty Lady is beginning to doubt life. Shouldn't this kid who says he is an old woman resist? That's it, what else? I'm not a casual person, but if you want me to be casual, I don't have to. To be honest, apart from your aesthetics, personality, and age, I think you are a woman. Heroes looks better in it. Ye Qiu looked at Empty Lady casually. His eyes seemed to be very casual, but he seemed to have a bit of domineering aggression. Heh, Now I'll go back and try your medicinal bath. I want to see how you are not human. Some people have said similar things to me before, but they are not in prison now. After spending your life, you will never be able to be a man again. I hope you don't regret it. MT Lady stubbornly pulled Ye Qiu up and walked towards her home. Office? Not going back. It's time to get off work. Those messy things can be handled by those two idiots full of blood in the jungle. She won't have to deal with so many things during the off hours, and there will be a lot of troubles. Increased. Asterisk. The apartment where MT Lady is located is not too luxurious. It can be seen that in this era, it is also an era where every inch of land is expensive, and the housing prices in the urban center of any place are terrifyingly expensive. Career Heroes is indeed a lucrative career. If you were an ordinary person, it would be impossible to buy such a house in the city center at the age of Ye Qiu stood in front of the door and threw the medicated bath package that he had prepared long ago to Ye. This is the product I have developed. Believe what I said before. This is definitely an excellent product for heroes. If you want to improve your strength, just try it out in the face of others. I accepted this endorsement. The words were sincere, and Ye took the package directly from Ye Qiu's hand. Okay, big sister accepts it. Let's talk about it first. If it doesn't have any effect on improving strength, big sister will not accept the endorsement. Speaking of which, this is the first time this young lady has heard of it, apart from training herself hard. In addition to quirks, it is indeed a bit miraculous to rely on the power of foreign objects to enhance hero's own strength. If it can be done, I believe that your medicinal bath package can quickly occupy the entire market. After Ye Qiu came to him and explained the effect of this product, Ye was really looking forward to the effect of this so-called medicinal bath package. Well, even though she's a girl, she wants to be a hero like Mr. All Might. Little brother, I hope your product is as useful as you said. Otherwise, my sister will definitely let your little brother know how much the cost of fooling professional heroes is. Ye glanced at Ye Qiu with a threatening look in his eyes, and then returned to the room. We'll give you a big surprise. The repeated use of quirks can bring a lot of improvement to quirks, but sometimes it still seems to be a bit of a waste of money, not improving one's own physical fitness, and just trying to rely on quirks with a single method. In Ye Qiu's view, it is obviously not a very good choice. Ye Qiu thought for a while, then found a quiet place on the roof to continue his practice of Jiuyang divine art. Recently, the practice of Jiuyang divine art has become a lot faster because of the medicinal bath package. Thinking about it, it won't take long before you can enter the next level. Well, MT Lady took a very comfortable bath, and when he greeted Ye Qiu again, he could clearly feel that this man's physique has improved a lot, and his strength has also improved a bit. How about it, Miss Hero's MT Lady? I'm not wrong. Our medicinal bath package can improve your strength. Ye Qiu showed a rare professional smile. Ye rolled his eyes cutely. The effect is really good. I can clearly feel the improvement in strength. But if you start with your product, you are still inferior to the product. Okay. Occupation Heroes is amazing. Ye Qiu has never been accustomed to such arrogant girls. If he wants to find something, he will first be convinced. After he is convinced, he will talk about the endorsement of the medicinal bath package. He is not a soft persimmon. It is only he who bullies others. Then, the battle was there, but a little accident happened. A lot of unexpected things happened. Asterisk. Don't worry, you will call me yourself. Ye Qiu took out a dozen beers from the refrigerator and gave Ye a self-seeking look. Sure enough, having a dozen cold beers while taking a bath is the greatest enjoyment in life. Ye leaned on the side of the bathtub beautifully and gulps down a can of beer. Snort. Smelly brat. You still want to lie to me. What danger is there in this medicinal bath? Even if it doesn't have any effect on improving your strength, there should be many girls who are willing to spend money. When he thought of the beginning, Ye eyes were full of small money. Divide. This kind of business must be split with Ye Qiu. An endorsement fee is not profitable at all. That kid should pay a little price when he sees so many good things that he shouldn't see. Huh. Why is it getting hotter and hotter? What is going on with my body? Ye, who was a little drunk from beer, blushed pretty face, wrapped a white towel on his head, and lay skinless on the edge of the bathtub. Ye Qiu. Yu shouted weakly twice. Poisoned? What happened to yourself? A little beer shouldn't make you so drunk. The body is so heavy. What energy is hitting the body frantically? Little b asterisk 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 d. Yu took a rest and shouted with the last of his strength. Ye Qiu, who had been guarding outside the door, had long thought of this happening, so he pushed the door helplessly and entered. So sad. Yu's eyes watered with tears. She had never felt that uncomfortable feeling in her life, and the weakness she had accumulated in her heart suddenly burst out. Ye Qiu walked directly to her side and stared at her seriously. Turn your body around. I'll help you to recuperate your body. I've told you that you must have my help. Such expensive medicinal materials can be used by you. The body absorbs it completely. Just turned over, wouldn't that be seen again? Hurry up. What's there to think about? I won't have seen it. What's so shy? Is life more important? Or is the face more important? Ye Qiu reprimanded with a stern face. Face? Yu replied weakly. Oh woman. Ye Qiu is also speechless. He now knows what a terrifying creature a woman is. How old is it that she doesn't even want her life? Forget it, anyway, they have lost the strength to resist. Ye Qiu didn't take any risk avoiding actions. Yu, who was completely powerless because of the excess of medicine, didn't have the strength to scold him at this time, so he could only let Ye Qiu straighten her body. Fortunately, Ye Qiu didn't do anything excessive, just fished her two tender white arms out of the water. Of course, during this process, it was inevitable to see some places that shouldn't be seen. Inevitable. Alas, what the hell am I doing? I have to get to know this kid. I can barely make enough money as a hero's. Will I be able to get married in the future? Yu's heart wailed, but he couldn't make any real resistance. He could only accept his fate. Under Ye Qiu's control, the palms of the two were soon pressed together. You get what you pay for. The terrifying medicinal power in Yu's body was something Ye Qiu had never imagined. It was almost 10 times the sum of the medicinal power he had absorbed before. How strong is your body's absorption ability? How can it be so terrifying to absorb the power of medicine? Ye Qiu complained helplessly. The situation is worse than he imagined. What Ye Qiu doesn't know is that because Yu's quirks are huge, her body can hold no less medicinal power than Ye Qiu, a practitioner of Jiuyang Shinggong. This may be the golden finger of everyone in the British world. Well, it's just that they don't have many ways to make Goldfinger more powerful. Am I going to die? I blame you. Woohoo! I've never talked about a boyfriend. With Ye Qiu's help in channeling the power of the medicine, Yu started to cry, and all his grievances erupted. A black belly is a black belly, and as a hero's, she does have certain strength, and even a very reliable existence in the eyes of the public, but at certain times, she is just Yu, a girl, not MT lady. What are you thinking? You'd better not speak to affect me now. I didn't even know that you could cause such a big thing. I'm a bit lacking right now. Ye Qiu's expression was extremely serious. What he can do now is to form a huge cycle between himself and Yu, allowing some of the medicinal power to enter his body. Unfortunately, Jiuyang divine art is not a method of double cultivation after all, and the conversion efficiency is very low, and most of the medicinal power will still be trapped in Yu's body. Yu was a little tired. She wanted to close her eyes and do nothing, but the crazy medicinal power in her body made her feel more and more hot. Painful, so painful. Little b asterisk 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 d. Leave me alone. I'm so uncomfortable. Will I die? If so, don't torture me anymore. Let me die a little easier. Yu began to give up on himself. What's the matter? How could you die with me here? Ye Qiu frowned. He didn't like others refuting his words. How could the person he said he wanted to save die in front of him? It's impossible for the hot-blooded idiot of All Might, not to mention Yu, a woman who has been looked down upon by him. Whoa. Ye Qiu didn't care whether he was wearing clothes or not. He just dodged and entered the bathtub. You? What are you going to? Yu asked weakly. Forget it. I'm going to die anyway. Whatever you do, but I'll remember you. Your AB asterisk 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 D. Be patient. It's a bit excessive, but it's all for your own good. Yushanyu's body couldn't bear that kind of medicinal power, entirely because the body's potential was huge, but the strength couldn't keep up. The medicinal power is deposited in the meridians. What else can I do? Break up. Ye Qiu thought about it for a long time and finally came up with a way, that is, to use his own hands to accumulate the infuriating qi of the 9 yangs and then go to open up the meridians of Yushanyu's body. Of course, the shot can't be too violent, and only massage can be used to solve it. To put it simply, it is necessary to have a full body massage. After the massage, Yushanyu will get huge benefits. Only, no matter what, just die. Ye Qiu forcibly endured the tenderness in his heart, and his big hands quickly flipped in the water. Yushanyu felt that she didn't remember anything since Ye Qiu's big hand slapped on her body. Dizzy. When Yushanyu struggled to open her eyes the next day, she felt as if she was holding a warm doll, and she didn't know when she bought it, so she subconsciously rubbed it again. Don't go too far. Ye Qiu's voice suddenly sounded in Yushanyu's ear. The warm air was exhaled on her earlobe, and the numbness suddenly made her face red. You. Yushanyu was about to push Ye Qiu subconsciously, but when her little hand touched Ye Qiu's solid chest, she instantly shrank back like an electric shock. This is her house, her bed. Yushanyu, whose face was stuffed under the quilt, was about to explode into a volcano. He didn't wear anything. He really didn't wear anything. Why is it happening like that? What the hell happened last night? Yushanyu, who was trying to remember what happened last night, vaguely remembered that Ye Qiu seemed to jump into the bathtub, and then it seemed that the big hand. Bite you. Kill you little b asterisk 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 d. Thinking of what the shameless little b asterisk 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 d in the end had done to him, Yushanyu was not polite at all, and directly bit Ye Qiu fiercely. Ye Qiu's brows were furrowed, and there was already a row of teeth marks on his shoulders. Hey woman, are you a puppy? How come you still bite? Who told you to bully me? I just want to kill you. I don't want to live if I kill you. I have no face, woo-woo. Ye Qiu was speechless for a while. I think you have misunderstood something. I am wearing pants and you are pressing me. Impossible. You just don't want to admit it. Yushanyu raised his head and stared at Ye Qiu's close face. Taking a closer look, that little b asterisk 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 d is really so good looking, it makes people want to take a second look. Ye Qiu was really about to cry. The details of last night were actually that after he helped this woman, Yushanyu, to defuse the medicinal power, he did touch everything that should be touched and should not be touched, but he really didn't plan to be a villain. Blame it on the dozen beers. I don't know how incapable of drinking this woman Yushanyu is, but she got drunk so easily. The key is that after this woman absorbed the power of the medicine, her strength increased by unknown number. Ye Qiu was really powerless when she was exhausted. Pushing it away, it can only be used as a pillow and hugged all night. Of course, in order to prevent the wet clothes from getting the sheets dirty, Ye Qiu took off only a small pair of shorts. He was absolutely innocent, and he didn't do anything bad. You can see if you don't let me get out of bed yourself? Ye Qiu looked down. Yushanyu recovered from his shyness and really found that his slender legs were holding Ye Qiu's body tightly for some reason. Stunned for a moment, Yushanyu, who was a little embarrassed, began to make trouble unreasonably. This is a woman's prerogative. Why should she not use it? I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. It's all your fault. You are a big villain. Yesterday it must have been intentional. I did that on purpose? Ye Qiu's expression was a little weird. Joyoung divine art is not a boy's art, plus the day's plan is in the morning, when Ziki Dongxing is at its peak. Yushanyu, this woman, hugged him without wearing anything. She was obviously provoking him. Woman, I think you are provoking me. As a man, I can only let you know what is intentional. Before Yushanyu could react, Ye Qiu hugged her. The sun was rising a little faster, and Yushanyu, who had been so noisy half a day ago, was now like a well-behaved kitten, lying comfortably in Ye Qiu's arms. Your phone is ringing. Ye Qiu reminded her. The lazy Yushanu looked at Ye Qiu pitifully. Little b asterisk 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 d. I'm running out of strength. Can you help me get it? I think I'm the one who has no strength. Ye Qiu was speechless for a while. A woman who eats the marrow and knows the flavor is really scary. Hey, Yushanu, who took the phone from Ye Qiu, sounded very lazy. You are empty lady. The shui on the other end of the phone was almost startled by the voice. It really sounded like it, but shouldn't the woman answer the phone with a slap in the face? Has it changed? Nonsense. Hurry up if you have something to say. Don't disturb my beauty sleep. Empty lady is not polite at all. Gentle? It depends on who it is. Aren't you coming to the office today? If you really don't come, I will handle it as absenteeism. The jungle god said weakly. After all, he is one of the main leaders of the firm. Although he is a little afraid of Empty Lady, he still has to do attendance. Empty Lady snorted, if you're absent from work, just be absent from work. Anyway, someone will have to support me in the future, so I don't want to be so tired to make money. Okay, that's it. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Ruthless. The shui in the office was about to cry. He really forgot his teammates when he had a man. If it wasn't for his special features, others would have seen his sadness as a single dog. Sometimes, quirks are too strong to find girlfriends. For example, he is a jungle god, although there are so many female fans who admire him, but on the battlefield of love, he has been dumped more than 50 times. It's more than tears. You mean I support you? Ye Qiu, who made breakfast, looked helpless. Yeah, are you going to not support me? After Yushanu finished speaking, she had the urge to transform into a kitten again. If Ye Qiu's answer was not good, she would just scratch it and then bite. Ye Qiu scratched his cherished hair. This is not the meal he made with quirks. In order not to become a strong man like Teacher Saitama, Ye Qiu still cherishes his hair. Yukuba. But I am very poor now and I have to rely on you to support me for a while. I will support you in the future. Ye Qiu said while feeding Yushanu porridge. Asterisk. How is it? Do you feel that the strength of your whole body has increased a lot? After staying in bed until the afternoon, Ye Qiu finally pulled Yushanu up from the bed. Ye Qiu, look, my skin has improved, and the dark circles under my eyes from staying up late to catch the prisoner 2 days ago have disappeared. Yushanu held the small mirror and held Ye Qiu in surprise. Ye Qiu looked confused. Oh woman. Forget it. Anyway, when you fight, you'll be able to discover the changes the medicated bath has brought to you. Ye Qiu said indifferently. No. I need to know now, you said it yourself, you want to support me. Yushanu pulled Ye Qiu's arm and acted coquettishly, showing a bit of a black belly. I have a fiancé. Ye Qiu said flatly. Yushanu's mood did not change at all. I know. I believe you will be able to become a powerful heroes like Endeavor in the future. Besides, you little b asterisk 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 d. Do you really want me to be unable to get up for the rest of my life? One more two sisters, I'm not so careful. For this matter, Yushanu didn't care at all. Well, Ye Qiu said that he was very helpless. He didn't know that Jiuyang Shingang could have such good side effects. It was really painful and happy. Alas, if there is a chance, let you and Bai see it. Things that cannot be avoided should be resolved as soon as possible. Ye Qiu was not a person who was afraid of things, so naturally he would be entangled in women's affairs for too long. At present, it was more important to make money. Pick me up. I don't mind or I don't mind. When it was time to spur this little b asterisk 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 d, Yushanu felt that he still had to spur him. In this life, you can't always be bullied by this little b asterisk 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 d. The fist is broken. The whistling sound made Ye Qiu, who was caught off guard, startled. How much strength did this woman use? Bump. With an extremely fast reaction speed, Ye Qiu quickly wrapped Yu's fist with his palm. Dude, I'm a little numb with the shock. Do you feel it? Your physical fitness has been strengthened again. I don't think it will take long for your ranking in the heroes ranking to improve a lot. Looks like, huh? Yushanu retracted his fist with a look of surprise. Really become more powerful and tired. How did this stinky boy do it? This kind of thing is too mysterious. This is just the beginning. As long as you follow my method and use the medicated bath all the time, your physical fitness will improve a lot. Ye Qiu shook his hand. You looked really excited at first, but soon she had a bitter face and pouted, no money. Those medicinal materials are very expensive. When will we start selling medicinal baths? I can't wait to make money. 3 days later, I will sell medicated baths at the Kento dojo in the future. During these 3 days, you go to register the brand and take the advertisement by the way. I believe you can do it. Ye Qiu thought for a while and said, Then what do you do? Me? Of course I'm in charge of cultivation, and by the way, I continue to become stronger. If I can't continue to become stronger, how can I protect the people I love in the future? It's not enough. It's far from enough. Then, tonight, you couldn't help but raised his head and fiddled with the corner of his pajamas with his fingers, as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. Ye Qiu thought for a while. I still have to restrain myself. If I have something to do tonight, if I stay overnight, wait until I go to Xiongning. Early tomorrow morning, I have to go to the Kento dojo. In addition to the venue, it also takes a little investment. By the way, that muscular man was rescued by a mysterious force last time. You looked at Ye Qiu worriedly. That guy is very strong. The last time you defeated him was entirely by surprise. Be careful, he will definitely appear again. It doesn't matter, his strength is very strong, but I will also become stronger. You don't have to worry now. Even if you don't have the power of the jungle, if you meet that guy again, he won't be able to easily defeat you. I don't want to meet that guy again. It's so disgusting. He pinched his leg last time. He threw away that hero's costume. It's a lot of money. Thinking about it makes you feel cold. That hand, Ye Qiu said in a low voice. Huh? You looked puzzled. The muscle man's hand? Ye Qiu asked again. You reacted with emotion in his eyes' right hand. I know what you mean, but Ye Qiu, you have to promise me, don't go to him now and go to him when your strength can defeat him, okay? That guy is too dangerous. Well, I see. Ye Qiu agreed on the surface, but he didn't have this plan in his heart. Muscular guy? He settled on the right hand and took it directly to feed the dog. And the tongue that likes to talk nonsense, it seems that there is no need for it. It seems that he has to go to All Might. With his current strength, it is a bit overwhelming to want to go to League of Villains to do something big. I'm sorry, All Might, your injury doesn't seem to be able to heal as you wish. A dangerous light flashed in Ye Qiu's eyes. Some things, as long as he wanted to do it, would be crazier than anyone else. Let's go. Take a good rest today. Do things like heroes to be brave, and leave it to the jungle gods and the others for the time being. After Ye Qiu left, the moonlight gradually fell on the ground, and his hurried figure was walking in a direction opposite to Baijia. Come on, run up, boy. Your legs are full of strength. Don't waste these strengths on the word, give up. When Ye Qiu came to the coast, he saw the figure who was gnashing his teeth and moving forward under the moonlight. The corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. The inheritance of destiny is finally not deviated because of oneself. The little angel of Green Valley will still shine on the road to become heroes. Asterisk. Yo, long time no see. Ye Qiu directly landed on the scrap All Might was sitting on. Because of the extra weight of Ye Qiu, the little angel of Green Valley, who was already struggling, almost fell to the ground. Young Ye Qiu. All Might didn't know why he saw Ye Qiu here. His eyes were full of doubts. I said I was passing by, do you believe it? Ye Qiu took a bottle of drink he bought on the road, threw it to All Might, and drank it himself. All Might took a sip of his drink, and his mood suddenly opened up. The summer night was still very sultry. It seems that we have a good relationship. Speaking of which, after the Green Valley boy learned about my power, since he wanted to recommend you to inherit my power. If it were you, would you like it? I don't need it. Ye Qiu curled his lips. My own strength is the most suitable. I don't think it's any good for me to get your strength. And what I want is to challenge you in an upright manner. Number 1, so don't waste those thoughts and cultivate Green Valley well. His talent in some aspects is unmatched by anyone. Is the talent of the Green Valley teenager? At this time, All Might did not feel that he could see any advantages in him, except that the little angel of Green Valley had the qualities of being a hero's. To be honest, it is an excellent lowering power, but I heard that this was taught by Ye Qiu. Tell me, boy Ye Qiu, what's the matter with you? From what All Might knew after seeing Ye Qiu twice, this kid is definitely not the kind of person who would sit down and chat with him. League of Villains, I think it needs to be dealt with. Ye Qiu looked into the distance calmly. How did you know they existed? All Might looked surprised. Oh, the muscle man, the wanted criminal, wasn't actually defeated by you, but I was knocked out. No way. With your current strength, even if you add me, it is impossible to deal with the League of Villains. They are very powerful, and it is not as simple as you think. Since you are familiar with MT Lady, it must be I know about the muscular man being rescued. All Might didn't want so many years of planning because Ye Qiu's impulse was completely ruined. Still need to continue strength. The new generation of Xionging High School is the capital to fight against League of Villains. Yeah, it's because I know that I want to do something. Those guys are too arrogant, and I don't want to put my life in danger. With the power of the League of Villains, it is not difficult to find out his identity. Now that Yu's strength has become much stronger, Ye Qiu will not worry about it, but Bai's side is not that strong. If the Bai family was hurt because of himself, Ye Qiu would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Get rid of evil. Sometimes, the rules can constrain heroes, but Ye Qiu, who has not yet become heroes, can be reckless. Have you made up your mind? All Might looked serious. Even if you don't help, I'll do it myself. You know, at my speed, you won't necessarily be able to stop me. Ye Qiu said it very bluntly. All Might gritted his teeth. Even if I shoot, do you know how to find those bastards in League of Villains? There is a way, don't worry. I'll try it now. Ye Qiu is not shy at all. All Might's biggest secrets are known to him, and his own secrets about quirks are not afraid of All Might knowing. Pulling out a hair, Ye Qiu quickly embodied a ninjutsu scroll. This is the ninjutsu scroll of the 3 generations of telescope techniques in Hokage. It seems that there are not many people in this jutsu, but the effect is very powerful. After using the telescope technique, you can use the crystal ball to monitor the technique of a specific character from a distance, but the premise is to master the character's chakra characteristics. Of course, a muscular man does not have chakra, but Ye Qiu is still clear about his quirk's characteristics. He wants to see if he can find a muscular man with the telescope technique after he fully understands the quirk's characteristics. Are you doing magic? All Might's eyes widened. He didn't see through how Ye Qiu turned a hair into a scroll anyway. Ye Qiu was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. Yeah, my magic level is not bad. More than good. After All Might believes that he has obtained the power of Fei, those so-called magic tricks are no longer useful in front of him. Could it be that the eyes also flowered after the injury? Instead of speculating on quirks, All Might began to doubt life, and Ye Qiu naturally didn't bother to explain anything. Ye Qiu was not disappointed by the scroll of telescope technique. Ye Qiu, who was thinking about whether to exchange for another basic chakra training scroll, found that the most basic chakra refining method was in this scroll. In front of All Might, in the abandoned garbage dump, he found a fairly good low-quality crystal ball, and when Ye Qiu's Jiuyang Truchi was running a little, he extracted a lot of chakra. Seal. Telescope art. Ye Qiu squeezed a few handprints in his hand unskilledly, and a picture gradually emerged in the crystal ball that had nothing at all. Is this also magic? All Might swallowed. Ye Qiu shook his head. If this is magic, wouldn't you have discovered the League of Villains address long ago? What the hell are you quirks? All Might's degree of doubt about life adds another point. He is really not very good at such brain-consuming things. You guess. Ye Qiu stared at the crystal ball and made fun of All Might. In the picture of the crystal ball, the muscular guy was in a bar, drinking fiercely, with a grim expression on his face, but the scorched flesh and blood on his body had been recovered through quirks. There is also a gray-haired young man in the picture, who should be the extremely favorable candidate for the future big boss, Deadwood Handle Honka. Kudu. All Might suppressed the excitement in his heart and swallowed the excess saliva secreted. Can you help me track someone down? Ye Qiu is a big request, and he doesn't know who he wants to track. No, only when I fully understand the other party's quirk's abilities can I track someone down, that's all. Asterisk. The ability to easily track the muscular man is purely because the guy's quirks are too simple. Except for attacking and defending with muscles, there is no change at all. It is very simple to understand this kind of quirks thoroughly. The person All Might is looking for is nothing more than an AFO, or perhaps the top of the League of Villains. AFO's quirks? Then Ye Qiu really couldn't understand it thoroughly. It should be said that Ye Qiu didn't fully understand even the quirks hanging from dead wooden handles. The ghost knows how far these guys with strange abilities have developed quirks. It's strange to say that the quirks of the guys in League of Villains are all incomprehensible. None of them are simple. On the contrary, the people from the faction of Xionging, the quirks ability is relatively simple. They are all that kind of powerhouse that strengthens single quirks to the extreme. This may be the easiest way to distinguish good from evil in this world. When are you going to start? All Might asked calmly. If Ye Qiu starts now, he will definitely refuse without hesitation. If he starts with the guys from the League of Villains, he can't fight an unprepared battle. With just the two of them, he won't be able to fight. Victory expanded. Don't worry, I'll give you a month. Anyway, it should take a while to find out the address on the screen. Ye Qiu said flatly. By the way, after 3 days, you can pay attention to the latest products produced by Xia Quanting Dojo, endorsed by MT Lady, a medicinal bath that can improve people's physique and enhance their strength. Real? How could All Might be so unbelievable? Scientists have studied for so many years, and they all show that if you want to make heroes stronger, you have to keep developing your own quirks. As for those so-called liquids that strengthen the body, 9 out of 10 are deceptive. Yes, the last useful effect won't be much either. Of course, otherwise why do you think my strength is so strong? Ye Qiu hummed. Don't think that we don't have anything that you can't research from Neon. Let me tell you, before the birth of quirks, our ancestors in Daxia left a lot of precious legacy, and the medicinal bath is one of them. Anyway, now those people, after making money, they don't know how to spend it, and I can be regarded as providing them with a good choice. Never seen such a brazen person. Obviously, he wanted to use the savings in heroes to make a lot of money, but he insisted on saying that he was so tall. All Might had served this boy Ye Qiu, who was about the same age as the boy in Green Valley. If it works well, I'll let people buy in large quantities in advance. But how do you guarantee that these things that are useful to everyone will not fall into the hands of the League of Villains? All Might's expression was solemn. Ye Qiu sneered. I have to remind you, the heroes are rich because they have tasks to do. But the mice in the League of Villains who are hiding in the dark, do you think? There are a few who can afford my medicated baths. Even if they buy them in bulk, I'm afraid it's not as good as 1/10 of what you buy. In the end, who will become stronger? You should know better than me. And you don't want to forget it. Only the Kento Dojo sells it, and I don't guarantee delivery services, so you won't find someone to stay and wait for them to be caught in the net. After meeting All Might himself, Ye Qiu was more certain about one thing, is that the heroes of this world? It seems that he only thinks about using his strength to solve problems, and he does not use his mind at all when doing things. The guys in League of Villains are not robots that don't need to eat, drink, and lax. As long as they are willing to use their brains, there will always be a way to make them show their legs. It's been 5 years. Within 5 years, All Might, #1 on the heroes ranking, a man with countless privileges, has not found any trace of League of Villains. What a terrifying thing. Young Ye Qiu, you're so smart. Yumelt laughed to hide his embarrassment. Yes, if they knew that there was such a way, they would have been able to catch a lot of League of Villains people by making some false advertisements over the years. Miscalculation. Why is it that when heroes people always think about improving their quirks, none of them work hard to improve their brains? It seems that the high school curriculum should be more comprehensive in the future. Young Ye Qiu, do you have any plans in the future? All Might asked a question. Ye Qiu thought for a while, make money and then become a heroes without making me feel troublesome. How can being a heroes be such a hassle? All Might is clearly not happy with this answer. Without freedom, isn't it a troublesome thing? I don't like the rules set by you strong people. Like last time, you may allow me to do it once, but I'm afraid you won't allow me to do the second time. Ye Qiu looked at All Might without any hesitation. Indeed, All Might didn't deny it at all. If it wasn't for the Green Valley boy and Bakugo boy being in danger, and he didn't have the ability to transform again, he would never have let Ye Qiu shoot. Rules are meant to be followed, even if he is number one. But when it comes to League of Villains, he doesn't care if Ye Qiu is a hero's. As long as the AFO can be eradicated and his evil ambitions completely destroyed, it will be worth paying a huge price, not to mention just letting Ye Qiu use his terrifying Quirks power without anyone knowing. Young Ye Qiu, it seems that we used to sit and watch the sky. Very few heroes of Huaxia have come to us in recent years. The population of Huaxia is countless times ours, and there must be many stronger than me. I wonder if you're interested in reforming Xionging with me. All Might looked at Ye Qiu seriously. This was his official invitation to Ye Qiu. You sure? Ye Qiu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that All Might would invite him, who has not yet entered high school, to reform Xionging together. There is not much strength left for the new generation. I don't know when I will lose the power to protect the world. If I let them grow step by step, it is too slow. Too slow. Reform is imperative. Asterisk. Just pay the salary. Also, don't give me the identity of a teacher directly. That kind of identity is too troublesome, and it is a false position like a consultant. Ye Qiu thought for a while and said, School exam? Don't be kidding. After 3 years of college entrance exams and 5 years of simulation, Ye Qiu is too lazy to continue learning the basics of my English world even though he has an almost unforgettable memory. With that time, it would be better to let him spend it all on cultivation. Young man, are you so sure that I can apply for a consultant position for you? You have not yet taken the college entrance examination and you are not even a hero's. All Might nearly stumbled off the junk. It's a matter of human effort. If the number one man in the heroes rankings has the determination to reform, then I believe you will be able to do it. Ye Qiu's tone paused slightly, and there was a hint of confidence in his eyes. Because, apart from me, there is no one in this world who can make the new generation of blood stronger. Just so confident. His quirks can create things outside the rules of the English world. If you want to break the balance of power in one world, the things in the other world are bound to be the most promising, and some things are 1 + 1 greater than 2. After pondering for a while, All Might finally nodded. Okay, I will go to the principal to apply, but I will only give you a 3-month trial period. If you can't satisfy us within 3 months, you must promise me to be a student of Xionging High School with peace of mind. I promise, Ye Qiu said casually. Not satisfied? Hee, I'm afraid that group of guys will beg him for more help at that time. Green Valley, who was still moving forward, caused an uproar in his heart. He seemed to have heard something remarkable before he knew it. Young Green Valley, don't tell other people what you heard just now. The matter of my going to Xionging to become a teacher has not been announced to the public yet. In addition, you'd better forget that League of Villains in your mind. Those villains are not what you should know about right now. A word of warning from All Might. Gone. Ye Qiu waved his hand, but did not stay to say hello to Green Goo, and disappeared from All Might's sight at a very fast speed. 3 days later, MT Lady, who was very popular among the public recently, frequently appeared in advertisements for an unknown little place called Kento Dojo. Brainwashing adverts overwhelming. I don't give gifts this year, so I will give a boxing vine medicinal bath package. Everyone does not understand what the so-called boxing and rattan medicinal bath package is, but it is clearly stated in the advertisement that this medicinal bath package can eliminate the fatigue of a day's practice, and can improve physical fitness if used for a long time. Most people don't believe in such magical things, but due to their idols, buyers have appeared one after another outside the small Kento dojo. Kento Tiger Bear was wearing an incomparable suit, combing his bald head that was almost polished, and felt nervous for the first time in his life. No way. This time the advertising fee almost included his net worth, as well as MT Lady's net worth. The effect of the medicated bath is good enough. This is the conclusion that Kento Tiger Bear came to after his own experiments. Even he, who felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his body training, could find that his physical fitness had improved visible to the naked eye after taking the medicated bath. Boss, can you get MT Lady's autographed photo by buying a medicinal bath package? The first guest was a crazy-eyed otaku, and his frenzied eyes almost didn't eat Kento Tiger Bear. Kento Tiger Bear gave the boy a stern look. No. What are you thinking? We are selling medicinal bath packages, not a fan club. I love to buy, don't want to buy and go. Don't interfere with the queues behind. People. Cut, I don't even have a signed photo. What to buy, it's scattered. Those irritating words made Kento Taraxium almost ripped off his suit and had a good fight with this group of people. Because of the boy's words, the number of guests in the queue at the back suddenly decreased by half. A*****. Why is doing business so irritating? Ye Qiu, the kid, came up with this medicinal bath, whether it made me make money or made me angry. Obviously, he wanted to make me mad at the old man. As for Ye Qiu himself, he was already staying with all might in the UA High School office. This is your plan for the entrance test for heroes? In front of the black-bellied principal, Ye Qiu directly threw the plan on the table, as if he was the principal. What? Does Ye Qiu think there is something wrong? The principal was not in a hurry to get angry, but instead, under Omelt's embarrassed expression, he drank tea leisurely. Don't you think it's a little too simple? Moreover, although this kind of test is based on the idea of natural selection and survival of the fittest, for some people, it is still too easy. Ye Qiu pointed it out. That's right, I'm talking about a boy like Bakugo. This is the entrance test. There are too few comprehensive quality tests. A guy like Bakugo is extremely destructive. This is the test? Unleash Quirks, a playground where you can play and pass? Tell me your opinion? The principal continued to ask, but he wanted to see if this young man with a reckless attitude really had the same reckless capital as his attitude. The position of special advisor is not something that anyone can give casually, and whether he is eligible to participate in the reform of UA High School, he also needs further investigation. First of all, the simulation of the environment is too bad. I think climate change can be considered in the test. Heroes is not always faced with sunny days. Rainy days, storms, heavy rains, blizzards, thunderstorms, sand dust, and the like. You look at the design. Don't tell me it can't be done. Technology is not used for decoration. Ye Qiu slowly expressed his first opinion. Something. The headmaster's small eyes flashed with interest. He really hadn't thought about the environment and climate. If you add the weather that can change at any time during the test, it will definitely add more unpredictability. Any other proposals? The principal's little fingers tapped the table continuously. Instructor sneak attack, of course, must wear equipment that restricts ability or restricts quirks. If the sneak attack is successful, points will be deducted directly. If the sneak attack is successfully avoided, points will be added according to the situation. In other words, the unpredictability of robots is too small. Basically, in Ye Qiu's view, the entrance test is a man-machine game. All the actions of robots are actually traceable. The reason why the test can screen out some suitable talents from a certain angle is precisely because of its randomness and uncertainty. Only people can increase uncertainty to the greatest extent. Congratulations, starting from today, you will be a special advisor to our Heroes High School. As for the college entrance examination, I can give you a direct interview and get you the qualifications for the recommendation. The principal didn't let Ye Qiu continue to talk. He always felt that if Ye Qiu continued to give his opinions, according to his standards, there might not be anyone in the Heroes department of Heroes High School. Pray for the new generation of heroic students. This is the only thought of All Might and Mr. Principal at this time. Ye Qiu, the special advisor, the thought is really terrifying. Ye Qiu, is your idea reliable? Why do I feel like I'm going to lose everything? In the evening, looking at the mountain of medicinal bath packages in the dojo, Kento Tiger Bear almost wanted to cry, but he didn't even sell 100 copies. Don't worry. The launch of new products is bound to accumulate word of mouth. Do you think everyone will flock to see an advertisement? Moreover, our big customers will soon place orders. Ye Qiu was not in a hurry at all. This guy All Might, in order to temporarily stabilize his combat effectiveness after a month, has already started to prepare funds. Heroes at #1 in the rankings, plus so many years of single experience, All Might has a lot of savings. If this guy doesn't buy a little medicated bath package, Ye Qiu will let him know, as a special consultant, what power does he have. Okay, then wait and see for 2 days. Kento Tiger Bear pouted in dissatisfaction. Do you know why you can't find a wife? Ye Qiu asked abruptly. No hair. No hair. No hair. Boy, Ye Qiu, don't think that you can speak sarcastic words in front of me now that you have thick hair. Just you quirks, sooner or later you will become worse than me. Kento Tiger Bear stared at Ye Qiu viciously. When I was young, there were many male gods that girls admired, but it was a pity that I was obsessed with martial arts at that time. Hee. Ye Qiu smiled and said, when you are rich, don't you know to have a hair transplant? You don't need quirks for your hair. If you think you can have a girlfriend if you have hair, I can sponsor it. You have a hair transplant. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Kento Tiger Bear looked annoyed. Because of the hair loss, his whole person became unconfident. As long as the hair can come back, it can definitely contribute to the succession of the Kento family. Of course, if you can't find a girlfriend before that girl in Ijia graduates, shouldn't you give something? Ye Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Kento Tiger Bear was a little unaccustomed to his eyes, so he covered his chest tightly. I even introduced my cutest niece, Ijia, to you. How can you treat me like that? If you have any wrong ideas, I can tell you, just 4 words. I would rather die. Roll. Ye Qiu kicked out directly, and there is no need to reason with ***T like Kento Tiger Bear. In this mind, day by day, I don't know what to think. Call me if you have anything. You have seen the effect of this thing. If you really can't sell it, you can buy some yourself and use it for your arrogant niece. Speaking of that girl, Ichika Kento, I haven't seen it for a long time because I only taught Green Valley exercises, and my heart is extremely unbalanced. In All Might's dormitory, he received the medicinal bath package he bought, and he was still a little suspicious. If you can get stronger by taking a bath, then what else do you need to do with cultivation? However, young Ye Qiu was so sure if he didn't give it a try, wouldn't he be sorry for the self-esteem of young Ye Qiu? If the effect is not good, you should also call to praise him. Xiongying must leave this useful special advisor. According to the instructions in the package, All Might took a comfortable bath. It's good that he didn't soak. After soaking, the warm feeling that filled his body made him want to go out and find the guys from League of Villains now and have a good fight. What excites All Might the most is that he clearly feels that the strength he has cultivated to the extreme in order to control Ofei has no room for improvement. The familiar sense of power, and it is the surging sense of power that can be perfectly digested into the body. Ye Qiu boy. What an amazing person. It's a pity people in this era don't know why. They don't use social software very much. Heroes rarely interact with ordinary netizens. Otherwise, All Might really wants to share this exciting news with the majority of netizens a bit. Hey. Is it the Red Fist of Death? Who am I? I'm All Might, ahahaha. Mr. All Might, Jungle Shui, and I are holding a men's party outside. Do you want to come together? The Red Fist of Death seemed a little noisy. Men's party? In normal times, All Might of Justice would never go there, but now, the power has returned, so it is natural to participate in this kind of collective activity. As the #1 heroes on the list, he must be seen by the younger generation. He is the embodiment of strength and beauty. You wait for me for a while. I'll be there soon. I'll recommend a good thing to you later, and I guarantee that all of you will like it. All Might dressed in a hurry, and after receiving the address and coordinates of the Red Fist of Death, the Green Valley teenager who was cultivating alone had already been forgotten by him in the corner. Asterisk. Hey, Green Valley, why did you come to the gym again? Yawning early in the morning, Kento Tiger Bear opened the gate of the dojo with a look of doubt on his face. Uncle Tiger Bear, I have been practicing recently. Do you think my muscles are much stronger? Green Valley knew that Kento Tiger Bear had no airs and rolled up his sleeves to show him that he was not considered an excellent muscle. Kento Huxiang tugged at his mustache. It's not bad. Are you thinking of practicing at the dojo again? I can tell you that the dojo is doing business recently, and you are not like that girl Ijia. Do you need to prepare for the college entrance examination? Don't study with that stinky boy Ye Qiu. Lugu blushed a little embarrassedly. Uncle, I actually just want to come to the dojo to practice Zongging in the morning. It's really inconvenient at home. My mother always thinks that something is wrong with my brain. Now, you want to take me to the hospital to have a look. Green Valley scratched his head a little helplessly. Tickle your hair. B asterisk 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 D. Stinky boy Lugu, your hair is amazing. When my hair transplant is successful, the world of handsome guys in the future will not be the world of you young people. Kento Tiger Bear glared fiercely at Green Valley, who didn't know what he had done wrong. Okay, it's not impossible for you to cultivate here, but you have to work for me. Before going to school, when guests come, go get the goods for me. Are there guests? Anyway, Green Valley was watching the news yesterday. It is said that the group of MT Lady fans on the internet collectively protested. Without MT Lady's signed poster, they would never buy the medicated bath package. Dismal sales. Yesterday can almost be completely summed up in these 4 words. Uncle Tiger Bear is really a good man. Lugu was very grateful. Uncle Tiger Bear definitely didn't want to have an extra burden in his heart, so he would say such a request that is not a requirement at all. Practice internal skills, practice horse stance and stance skills. Lugu wasn't so interested in medicinal baths for no other reason. There was really no money in his pocket. It's all Ye Qiu's fault. Uncle, can the medicinal bath package in your dojo really make people stronger? There was not much time left for Lugu to settle in when a rather tall monk-headed boy came hurriedly outside. Kento Hushiung raised his brows. That's natural. Our medicinal bath package has been appraised by experts. Even if you don't believe in advertisements, you should believe in experts. Look at you, boy. Quirks has used excessive dark wounds. If you don't buy the medicinal bath package now, you will regret it later. Hi, Master. You are really amazing. How did you see that? The excited expression on the face of the monk-headed boy. My name is Yelan Inesa, and quirks are wind, because I usually use too many quirks and my body can't withstand that kind of ultra-fast movement. There have been a lot of dark wounds. Although doctors can treat most of them, I don't think they are. Full recovery. Quirks are actually wind? No wonder. No wonder. Quirks like this, which can enter a state beyond human limits at any time, will indeed cause a lot of personal harm to the user. There is a limit to the speed that the body can withstand. One of the characteristics of the wind is that it has a terrifying speed. Obviously, Yelan Inozuo, an inexplicably passionate little fool, used himself too much before his physical strength was fully improved. Quirks. Maybe when he was young, those secret injuries were nothing, but as long as this kind of injury didn't heal, he might not even be able to get out of bed in a few decades. Okay, if you're in this situation, just buy my medicated bath package. Use a month of treatment to see the effect. If the effect is good, you can continue to buy it. I will supply it for a long time. It must be a long-term supply. That guy Ye Qiu didn't know what kind of ecstasy soup he poured into that woman, Yushanyu, but he actually asked her to take out the last dowry money and directly packed a large area of forest for medicinal herbs. Planting. TSK. Even if Kento Tiger Bear's money is gone, he will feel distressed for a while at most. If MT Lady's money is gone, it will not be a loss. The owner, I want to buy. Yelan Inesa was still thinking about whether he wanted to buy it or not when a young man rushed out from a distance. He was a little out of breath, and the yen in his hand fluttered in the wind. I remember you. You seem to have bought a package yesterday? The boss with the grinning mouth of Kento. Returning customer. It seems that there are still people who have a try mentality and discovered the benefits of the medicinal bath package. Isn't word of mouth established step by step? Ye Qiu little b asterisk 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 d. From now on, I want to make my own money, and I can pay for the hair transplant myself. Yesterday, this middle-aged uncle was not optimistic about the prospect of medicated bathing. There was such a big change in just one day. If he saw it for Ye Qiu, he would definitely have a good talk with him. I want 10. The young man excitedly slapped the yen on the table. Young Green Valley, start working. Here are 10 packages. Kento Tiger Bear lazily greeted Green Valley. Lugu, who was cultivating, could not have imagined that he would come to business so soon. He could only reluctantly withdraw from the state of meditation and walked out with 10 jars with the portraits of Kento, Tiger, and Bear. Speaking of the reason for the poor sales yesterday, one of the reasons was because the avatar on the jar was too disgusting for MT Lady fans. They really don't know why MT Lady cooperated with this dojo, but when printing the packaging, they had to print the image of this bald uncle, which simply affected the desire to buy. Negative ratings. Negative review is required. Wow! What a handsome package, with the portrait of an expert printed on it. For this portrait, I also have to buy 10. No.1 Try it. This guy, Yaoyorozu, looks like he has no brains, but he actually has a lot of truth in his heart. The uncle who can see his own injury at a glance must be a great person, but the strength of the other party is different from the products he sells, and it is not that the products advertised by heroes are not easy to use at all. One is enough, anyway. If it's good, just come and buy it again. With his quirks, it's not a matter of minutes to buy something. Asterisk. Clap. 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 Kento Tiger Bear, who couldn't express his happiness in his heart, slapped Yaoyorozu's shoulder 3 times. Boy, you are really nice and very discerning. I think the most successful part of this medicinal bath package is that it uses my image as a trademark. I won't tell anyone else. After using the medicinal bath package, it will definitely let you, Duong, become super strong in one click. Duong? What is it? Yaoyorozu and Lugu thought about it for a long time, but they couldn't come up with a reason. Huh? Why did you come here? Ye Qiu happened to be here after the boy who bought the 10 jars set meal and was satisfied while looking at the logo on the jar in a tangled state left. Ye Qiu, congratulations on your early admission to Xiongning High School. Green Goose smiled at Ye Qiu while taking out a jar of set meal for Yaoyorozu. People from Xiongning High School? No wonder the attitude is so indifferent, just like that guy Shoto Todoroki. Yaoyorozu, who was smiling silly at first, suddenly turned gloomy. Now he feels that it was a wise decision that he did not enroll in Xiongning High School. Snort. If Hero, S world was filled with characters like Endeavor's father and son, then it wouldn't be the hero's world he envisioned at all. What's there to congratulate on this kind of thing? You should hurry up and cultivate. If you can really be admitted to Xiongning High School and take the entrance test of heroes, I will give you a surprise. Ye Qiu said indifferently. Surprise? Is it another one-finger meditation practice or Shaolin Tongzi Gong, which can make ordinary people have the same power as heroes? Thank you. Thank you so much, Ye Qiu. Green Goo hurriedly bowed to Ye Qiu, expressing his sincere gratitude. Thanks? What is there to thank? Could it be that this kid is a shaking M? I was going to personally abuse the Ofei that I had personally strengthened during the entrance test. It seems that people who like to be little angels sometimes have novel brain circuits. Finished shopping? Pay. Don't delay our business. Ye Qiu glanced at Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu was very upset at first, but now he is even more upset. Humph. What right do you have to make irresponsible remarks here? This medicinal bath package is the product of an expert uncle. Also, do all heroic people like to put on such a stinky face? If you can't say why, Yaoyorozu, are going to challenge you. Are you an idiot? I am the biggest shareholder of the medicinal bath package? Do you think I am qualified? Ye Qiu was not polite at all. You want to trouble me, you are a little kid who didn't go to high school. As for you look down on Xiongning, I can understand. The previous heroes is indeed useless, but from now on, my hero is different. Xiongning, don't be trash. The incomparably overbearing words made Lu Gu's body tremble, and the previous smile became reluctant. Now he seems to remember the month he spent with Chuya cultivating together. It can be said to be a purgatory on earth. This guy is not only ruthless towards him and Kento, but Fengshen Kue does not know how many times he greeted them, but he is even more ruthless towards himself, even if he hit the last ounce of strength and broke countless bones. Also let Kento Torumo fall with him. Ye Qiu never allowed, during his battle, villains could still stand. Is it really the right decision to enter Xiongning High School? In front of Ye Qiu's fleeting momentum, the little angel of Green Valley began to doubt life. No matter how powerful the villains is, he is not afraid at all, but when confronted with Ye Qiu, he is frightened for some reason. Ye Qiu seems to be a person who does not follow the hero's rules at all. Yilan Daozhua was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Ye Qiu to admit Xiangying's waist, nor did he expect him to say such arrogant words. Hee, who do you think you are? Even Shoto Todoroki is not qualified to say such words. He is my goal, and I am on the way to become heroes, the one to defeat. Yilan and Natsu sneered, and a whirlwind rolled up in his hand, attacking in Ye Qiu's direction. Playing with the wind in front of me? You're the first one so stupid. Ye Qiu sneered. I'm sorry, I don't like being targeted by unqualified people. You only need to remember my title in the future, God of the Wind. One kick. The kick that made Kento Tiger Bear's eyes shrunk. Obviously, it was the same move, but Ye Qiu followed Yilan's whirlwind from Inesa Quirks, which enhanced his legs several times. The scattered whirlwind, instead, he was directly kicked into a solid wind blade, instantly slashing a crescent-shaped pothole on the ground behind Yilan and Inesa. Blood. Yilan Dao froze in place, and there was an extra fiery wound on his cheek, and blood flowed out finely along the wound. In the moment just now, he wanted to try his best to win back the control of the wind, but no matter how hard he tried, those winds that were very obedient on weekdays were like wild horses that were running away, and they couldn't control them. Your quirks are the wind, and I am the wind that controls. No matter how strong your wind is, I will always be above you. Ye Qiu's voice was extremely cold. Feng is indeed a very powerful quirks, but Yilan Inesa has no skills in the development of wind. It should be said that Logia's quirks is the most powerful quirks, but number 1 is O-Phase All Might. On the one hand, All Might's quirks is indeed powerful, and he is a cultivator. On the other hand, it is also because of other heroes that he has not exerted the true power of quirks at all. Ye Qiu felt that if he were Endeavor, when he was fighting with All Might, he wouldn't give him a chance to get close, and he would directly use the flames to fight from a distance. All Might is fast enough. Doesn't that guy Endeavor use the flame burst quirks to develop a faster way? Therefore, the position of number 2, the second in 10,000 years, cannot be taken away, not only because of insufficient strength. The same is true of Yilan Inesa, but the wind is not so playful. Let's go. One finger meditation practice. Remember to step up, and don't be too slack when it comes to internal skills. Other people's sleeping time is the best time for you to practice. Ye Qiu waved his hand. It's good to be sure that there are repeat customers. It's better for him to find you. It's really boring to stay with a middle-aged bachelor like Kento Toruma. Asterisk. Master, can you teach me to defeat? After Ye Qiu's back completely disappeared from sight, Yilan Inesa's tightly clenched fist loosened. Kento Tiger Bear looked disdainful. That little b asterisk 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 d Ye Qiu likes to bully the weak. Let me tell you, when that kid came to the dojo, he was beaten up by me and vomited blood. Uncle Tiger Bear. The little angel of Green Valley was about to tell the truth. Perhaps this has happened before, but recently, when Kento Tiger Bear didn't completely break out his own quirks, both of them were not both lost. One was worse than the other, and Uncle Tiger Bear was obviously fooling the monk's head. Cough, 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 little boy. My dojo is not a shanang. You should go to school too. Don't delay the college entrance examination. Hurry up and get out of my way. Kento Tiger Bear kicked Green Goo's a asterisk asterisk, and he couldn't teach Ye Qiu a lesson. Could it be that he couldn't teach this kid a lesson? It's hard to come across a guy who can fool you. If you don't let him learn his own Aikido, how can he be worthy of such a good quirks? Green Goo was about to say something, but after seeing Kento Tiger Bear's big feet, he could only shrink his neck in fear and trot all the way towards the school. Unlucky. Today is really unlucky. It's just that I didn't improve a bit when I came to the Kento dojo, and I still got kicked in vain. Alas, it's better to be at home and be treated by my mother as a person with a brain problem. Uncle Master, I have a small request. I don't know if you can agree to it. Yilan Inesa held back for a long time, staring at Kento Tiger Bear with a flushed face. Please make me your disciple. I have to defeat that man. Defeat Xiangying High School. After hesitating for a long time, Yilan Inesa finally expressed the wild hope in his heart in front of Kento Tiger Bear. Kento Tiger Bear pretended to be an unpredictable image, and he was not in a hurry to agree to Yilan Inesa. Holding the teacup and taking a sip of water, Kento Tiger Bear squinted at Yelan and Asa. Boy, it seems that you don't know what kind of monster Ye Qiu is. Although I can defeat him, but for you guys, for his peers, he is a monster. Even the heroes on the heroes leaderboard are not his opponents. How is this possible? Isn't heroes supposed to be strong? Yelan Dao's eyes widened, and he didn't want to admit that Ye Qiu would be such a powerful person. Kento Tiger Bear sneered. Those heroes may be strong, but Ye Qiu is definitely stronger than them. Stronger? Yelan and Asa suddenly felt that the future was dark, and he began to feel hopeless in his heart. Could it be that all the things he has been insisting on are impossible to achieve? The stronger the person, the closer to the endeavor father and son? But Kento Tiger Bear's conversation changed. Quirks like your kid are definitely 1 in 10, enough to become the most powerful heroes in the world. If there is a famous teacher, it is not difficult to catch up with that kid Ye Qiu. It's just, there is no free lunch in this world. Even someone like me who is comparable in strength to heroes has times of difficulty. Alas, life is not easy. I'll take 10, not 20 medicated bath packages. If you are willing to accept me as a disciple, I promise to stick to the medicated bath package of Kento Dojo. Yelan and Azuo reacted for a while before saying in a firm tone. Buy. Must buy. He wants to take out all the private money he has saved for a long time. As long as he can worship this powerful master as a teacher, when he becomes a hero, he will definitely earn back several times, dozens of times. Rizzi can be taught. Starting today, you are the owner of the Kento Dojo, the eldest disciple of my Kento Tiger Bear. Kento Tiger Bear said slowly. Really? Yelan and Asa looked surprised. Originally, he thought that someone like Kento Tiger Bear would have to work hard 2 or 3 times before he agreed to accept him as a disciple. Master, what's wrong with your hand? If not, I can give you a massage. Looking at Kento Tiger Bear's twitching thumb and index finger, Yelan and Asa immediately sent his apprentice's attention. Go away. Are you an idiot? How did I accept a disciple like you? Give me the money. Give me the money. Do you know how much it costs to buy 20 jars of medicinal bath package? Do you think it is easy to open a dojo if you are a master? Do you? Give me the money now, or I'll teach you to defeat Ye Qiu without talking about it. I give money. Yelan and Azuo tremblingly took out all the pocket money on his body, and there was still 1 month's living expenses. Master, it's me, not my way of apprenticeship. Why is the world so ruthless towards me? Walking beside you, Ye Qiu, who was generously holding his arm, rubbed his nose. He felt that there must be a lot of people talking bad about him behind his back today, otherwise, with his physical fitness, it would be absolutely impossible to sneeze. Ye Qiu, when will our medicated bath package be ready? I sell them to those who are too much in the jungle, but I don't buy any of them, so I have to take on more tasks. Ye pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. Ye Qiu's voice became rare. Don't worry, they will be snapping up soon. All Might called me yesterday. It is said that they went out drinking with those guys to let them experience the majesty of a real man. The guy is envious after seeing it. Men don't have a good thing. You spit hard. Ye Qiu felt as if you had misunderstood something. Those idiots just went out for a drink and did some boring stuff like a real man's power meeting. Forget it. A group of guys who even Teacher Song doesn't know are really men's majesty. They are all single dogs. Don't think about those guys. Speaking of which, Yushanyo's task today is also novel. She is actually going to the high school to mobilize for the college entrance examination. The school over there even wants to invite her to a simulated combat course so that the students know the difficulty of heroes. Regarding Ye Qiu's absence from school all day, just making a name in the school, and the guy who got the qualification of walking, you naturally was not polite at all. Asterisk. Ye Qiu, you have to be kinder to the junior high school students of the same age later. Don't be too indifferent. You will be a high-level hero in the future. You persuaded Ye Qiu. She felt that Ye Qiu was good in everything, but she didn't have a good face at all except for the people she was close to. Ye Qiu twitched the corners of his mouth. When you treat a group of little kids, you can choose whatever you want. As for Xiongying, I don't think there are a few who are admitted to Xiongying in a school, and you don't even look at Xiongying every year. There are only a few people in the heroes department. I don't blame Xiongying. Ye Qiu thinks that training heroes is quite expensive, especially Xiongying's tuition is not expensive. Who made Neon's heroes' colleges not make any money at all? If it is Huaxia, just investing in a school-funded enterprise can ensure that the school is much more profitable, etc. Ye Qiu had a very relaxed expression at first, but when he approached the private middle school called Shonan Nobles, he still felt something unusual. What's wrong? You looked at Ye Qiu strangely. You don't want to go to school with me because you don't want to go to school, right? No, there are two groups of people squatting here, although I don't know why, but the hostility between these two groups is very strong. Ye Qiu's face was extremely serious. There can be no such great hostility between heroes, but the two sides didn't act immediately. Obviously, they are worried about something. Do you want me to inform the jungle about them? You worried. Ye Qiu could feel it, but she didn't feel it, indicating that the strength of both sides is very strong. How could a small junior high school get two waves of heroes? Obviously, there is a big problem. Don't need it for the time being. If you find more heroes now, you'll only be frightened by the grass. My strength has improved a lot in the past 2 days. If there is any danger, I can handle it. After all, in this world, not all are all might and not all are endeavor. Ye Qiu discovered one thing in the past 2 days: the lonely sun doesn't last long. Because of the Jiuyang mantra and the burning fruit, the yang energy in his body has reached a peak. If it weren't for the peacefulness in the Jiuyang mantra, the excess yang qi and the terrifying medicinal power accumulated in the body by the medicinal bath, he would have been long ago. Goes on fire. On the contrary, because of the superiority, the excess yang energy in the body has been resolved. The second level of Jiuyang Divine Art is directly a great success, and after the third level is exchanged, the cultivation speed has increased rapidly, and it has reached the realm of small success. The third level of minor achievement is not as simple as the double level of Jiuyang Divine Art. Ye Qiu's inner strength has at least the most accumulated savings in 30 years. Coupled with the ability to burn the fruit, Ye Qiu couldn't help but wonder if he was going to carry out the double cultivation to the end. This yin and yang reconciliation is really a great tonic pill. Because of Ye Qiu's pure yang energy, Yushanyo's recent strength has also improved very rapidly. The terrifying power of fists and feet, without Ye Qiu teaching her any power-generating skills, can already fight with Death's red fist. This Quirks is comparable to the heroes with enhanced arm strength. Ye Qiu wanted to see what kind of people there were in this noble private junior high school, which would make both groups stare at each other tit for tat. Okay, I believe you. Because of his strength, Yu has become a lot gentler. Recently, he has been a little girl. Welcome, MT Lady. It is our honor to have you come to our school to give a lecture. I am the principal of Shon and Private Noble Junior High School, Hirofuku Kashiyama. Wearing glasses, the headmaster, whose hands were a bit like fish fins, waited early at the school gate. When he saw you, he immediately greeted him. You didn't put himself too high, but said indifferently, "Headmaster Weshan doesn't need to be so polite. Being able to come to your school and give a lecture to the students who are about to graduate can be regarded as my reward to the society." What you're saying is that the consciousness of a professional heroes is really not comparable to me mortals. Kashiyama Hirafu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Who is this? Finally, Ye Qiu was mentioned. Yushan, you didn't care about the little boys who were pulling at the window and scrambling to look at her. He's the one from our family, but he is much stronger than me. Today, I managed to pull him here, of course for free. Yushan, you grabbed Ye Qiu's arm with great joy. Yushan Hongfu was in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't talk nonsense just now. He almost thought it was Yushan Yu asking him to help him transfer to another school, his own brother or something. Young and promising. Young and promising. It's our honor to be able to invite two of you from Xiangnan Private. We will get rid of you today. Kashiyama Hirofuku, who was leading the way in front, made a gesture of please. The third-year students have all gathered at the playground. Awesome. MT Lady actually has a boyfriend who still looks about their age. All of a sudden, countless Shon and private students posted this sad news directly on the internet. Of course, Yushanyu doesn't care about this kind of thing at all, and she doesn't want to be a goddess. just because she's more attractive. On Ye Qiu's side, he didn't pay much attention to the topic that Kashiyama Hirafuku brought up to him intentionally or unintentionally. Speaking of which, he was not qualified to be a professional hero seriously, but on Mr. Principal's side, he handled it for him on the day of the meeting. After going through the entry procedures, with this level of identity, Ye Qiu is not under any pressure at all. And when the two of them came to the playground, Ye Qiu finally understood why there were two opposing groups outside. Genius. True genius. It should be said that, in Ye Qiu's view, the greatest genius in the British world was actually standing in front of him. Half ice, half fire, a man born with two powerful quirks, Shoto Todoroki. With that indifferent attitude, it's no wonder Yelan and Nasa hated so deeply. What a cute little kid. Ye Qiu twitched the corners of his mouth. He seemed to have forgotten that with the indifference he showed, it was no worse than Shoto Todoroki, and sometimes it was even more extreme. Hello everyone, I'm MT Lady Takashiyama Yu. First meeting, please take care of me. Asterisk. MT Lady is here. It's her, it's really her. Who is that boy? Hearing Yu's self-introduction, all the students in the audience began to let go of themselves, and their eyes instantly became hot. This is MT Lady. MT Lady. It's incredible that heroes, who only appears in the news on weekdays, actually came to them. The only one who can remain calm is probably Shoto Todoroki with Wanyan's icy face. This guy's brows are still slightly wrinkled, and he doesn't seem to like this kind of scene. In addition to Shoto Todoroki, there is another person who is not very fond of the current hustle and bustle. Quiet. Ye Qiu was lucky to have Jiuyang's infuriating energy, so he just drank it. The terrifying sound wave directly sent a group of students, their scalps numb, and their eyes shone with gold stars. On Shoto Todoroki's side, because of this violent drink, he couldn't control his quirks and instantly froze himself up. The group of boys standing beside Shoto Todoroki were shaken by the sound waves and froze by the icy aura. Their eyes turned white, and they tended to fall directly. Kacha! 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 In front of Ye Qiu's voice, Shoto Todoroki's self-defending ice cube made a trembling sound at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Ye Qiu didn't mean to let these little devils fall, and quickly put away the effect of his internal strength. Knock the mountain and shake the tiger. He wanted to see if the two groups outside would take the initiative to leave after his roar. As he thought, although some warnings were issued by voice, none of the two groups of people hiding in the dark had any intention of leaving. Looking at Shoto Todoroki, who was staring at him with incomparably angry eyes, Ye Qiu showed a playful expression. He still likes things like abusing geniuses. In particular, Shoto Todoroki, a stubborn guy, is still only using his own ice-type quirks. If he doesn't use fire to extinguish the coldness of this guy, he may not know how slow his growth rate will be after he reaches the hero. This gentleman, it's been a bit. What happened? Ye Qiu turned his head and stared at Kashiyama Hiroshi coldly. Just a bunch of flowers in a greenhouse, the heroes always want to take the responsibility on their shoulders and have no intention of publicizing the danger at all. It is because of this that one generation is inferior to one generation, and there are always so few people in the heroes department. Nothing. Please continue. Please continue. Kashiyama Hirafu is also a principal. Even if he didn't become heroes, his strength and temperament are good, but when he faced Ye Qiu's eyes, the whole person seemed to fall into hell, and it felt like forever. Can't get out of it. With MT Lady here, this young man would not do anything to harm the students. Well, it must be so. Look at your appearance. I heard that Xiongnan Private is a famous school, but now it looks like it's just a bunch of trash. Ye Qiu hummed disdainfully. For MT Lady to say this, it is obviously not enough to hit the group of hairy boys, but it will be taken for granted by most of them. But Ye Qiu, who seemed to be of the same age, said such words to them, which immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of countless people. Aristocrats are private? In today's society, there are no nobles to speak of, just people who think they are noble. I will tell you one thing today, there are no real nobles, there are only really powerful heroes. Yes. For example, your classmate Shoto Todoroki, Is his family really an aristocratic family? No, because his father is Endeavor, #2 in the heroes rankings. Want to become a human being, venerable master? The only way to become a hero is to become a hero strong enough. Enough. Who allowed you to mention that man? Shoto Todoroki looked at Ye Qiu coldly, with hatred in his eyes. No one can. No one can compare him to that man in front of him. He is just Shoto Todoroki, just the son of his mother, and has nothing to do with that man. One after another, the ice ridges rushed towards the summit platform where Ye Qiu was located at an extremely fast speed. Shoto Todoroki, don't be impulsive. Kashiyama Hirofuku was shocked. Can I use power? Ye Qiu looked at Yu, who was beside him. You said indifferently, it doesn't matter. I'm here for the hero's mission. You're my assistant, so of course it doesn't matter. We're just teaching the students. Besides, your power isn't a Quirks anyway. You whispered in Ye Qiu's ear. Ye Qiu nodded. Recently he has started wearing sleeveless clothes in order not to damage the clothes. He had also thought about Ace's outfit, but you felt that if he wore too little, there would definitely be some coquettish who would stare at his man, and ordered Ye Qiu not to wear so little. In desperation, Ye Qiu could only practice the one-finger meditation technique. There is no need to expose too much of the trump card of function leg. Vulcan-style tenfold one-finger Zen. Ye Qiu's fingers suddenly turned into flames, becoming more than 10 times larger than usual. Bingling wanted to break through to Ye Qiu, but was dissipated by the power of the flame, instantly turning ice into water and finally evaporating into the air. The power of the flame that burned the fruit, coupled with the power of one-finger meditation, the terrifying flame finger directly penetrated the ice edge that was constantly hitting the face, and the extremely hot finger stopped at Shoto. After half a second in front of Todoroki, he completely disappeared into the invisible fire. It was the fire that made him hate the most. Shoto Todoroki's complexion became more gloomy, but he didn't think about it at all. Ye Qiu just used one move to penetrate the river of ice ridges under his anger, the gap between the two sides. How big is it? The boys and girls who were still shouting and preparing to challenge Ye Qiu had completely silenced at this time and dared not make a sound. Glaciers are gone. The moment the flame finger disappeared, so did the glacier, and Shoto Todoroki seemed to have never used his quirks of ice. Don't be unconvinced, the gap between you and me is a gap like the sky. Do you think that my strength will only be equal to yours? Ye Qiu looked disdainful. It's just one-finger meditation with 10 times the power, and he has not yet used 100 times the power. In terms of breaking the surface, the destructive power alone, the refined one-finger meditation, is not worse than the function leg in the slightest. Asterisk. Cull. Out of anger, or because of the excessive use of power, Shoto Todoroki gasped for breath, his eyes fixed on Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu didn't care. Such an expression only reminded him of one person, that kid Bakugo. The same is overpowering. The only difference is that Shoto Todoroki currently has the capital over his own power. As long as he is willing to release all his power, even Ye Qiu can't easily defeat it. Are you still coming? Ye Qiu hooked his finger at Shoto Todoroki. What is your relationship with him? Endeavor. Ye Qiu sneered. You don't think that anyone who can use quirks like fire has something to do with your dad, Endeavor? If that's the case, I can only say sorry, because I don't want a brother like you. Anger can make people lose their ability to think normally. Originally, Shoto Todoroki was a person who liked rational thinking, but in front of Ye Qiu's quirks, who was almost exactly the same as Endeavor, he lost his reason for a short time. You are not him, but you may be him. Before I defeat him, I will defeat you and prove to him that I have the qualifications to defeat him. Shoto Todoroki gave Ye Qiu a deep look. Boring kid. Ye Qiu felt a little unhappy in his heart, and he didn't know why, how he became the target of a bunch of people inexplicably. These stinky bastards wouldn't think like that. They would be able to challenge his strength just by working hard. Okay, finally it's completely quiet. Ye Qiu squeezed his hands and acted like a leader. Standing beside him, Shonen Private Principal Hirofuku Kashiyama. His clothes were already soaked. Sorry. He really regretted why he asked heroes to mobilize the students before graduation. Empty Lady didn't do anything, but brought the boy, who made such a terrifying move. Big loss. The money was clearly wasted. Ye Qiu seemed to have heard Kashiyama Hirafuku's heart and said directly, I know, many of you feel that only a genius like Shoto Todoroki can be admitted to the Heroes Department of Xionging High School. But don't you have the idea of becoming heroes in your heart? Soldiers who don't want to be generals, not good soldiers. Don't think about relying on other people's strength to protect yourself all day long. When you have quirks yourself, no one knows who the next heroes will be. The way the quirks decides to fight doesn't decide whether you can be a heroes. There are no useless quirks, only useless people. You have quirks with such a powerful flame, of course. There was a boy with orange hair that killed Matt, and he couldn't help shouting. Everyone who had already bowed their heads by Ye Qiu's words couldn't help but raise their heads at this time. That's right. A person with powerful quirks, how can the quirks not decide if they will become heroes? Hee, it's just to whitewash his genius status. I like someone to refute my words, because then I can prove with practical actions how stupid you are. Ye Qiu directly hooked his finger at the boy. Don't worry, I won't use the power of flames. If you can walk down from the summit, I will admit that I am a waste. What I said just now is all nonsense. Come on, who's afraid of you? The orange-haired boy had nothing to worry about when he heard that Ye Qiu would not use flame quirks. He didn't believe that he would lose a genius who did not use quirks. Even against someone like Shoto Todoroki who suppressed them for 3 years, as long as the opponent doesn't use quirks, he is confident of defeating Shoto Todoroki. Oh, who is he? The leader of Shon and Private Noble High School. Quirks is a man with strong feet, invincible in speed and kicking power. Although he doesn't think he can be admitted to a famous school like Xionging, his future goal is to be a hero's subject in an ordinary school. Whoosh! Heishan Jinping used his quirks to use his quirks, and with an incomparable dashing gesture, he landed in front of Ye Qiu and raised his fist at him demonstratively. Heishan, today is not the time for you to be fooling around. Hurry up and get down. Kashiyama Hirafuku scolded. Ye Qiu made a blocking gesture. No, it's good for young people to be motivated. There is no need for the principal to stifle their motivation. I will have a good fight with this classmate in the spirit of learning from each other. But Kashiyama Hirafuku also wanted to maintain the authority of his principal. Speaking of which, as the principal, he was extremely aggrieved. A group of little ancestors in the school, basically every family had a powerful character. As a little principal, he could neither beat nor scold. Shonen's private school spirit is definitely one of the worst around. This is the key to him bringing Empty Lady over, not only to let her mobilize the little devils who are about to take the college entrance examination, but also to see if he can change the atmosphere of the school. This principal is too aggrieved. You interrupted Kashiyama Hirafuku's words. Principal, some people are destined to become heroes. It's a good thing to let them feel the taste of failure in advance. Oh well. Kashiyama Hirafuku reluctantly agreed. Of course, in his opinion, you may want to give Ye Qiu a taste of failure. After all, if you can't use quirks, the odds of winning against someone who can use quirks will not be so great. Ye Qiu looked at Montenegro Jinping with a contemptuous face on the opposite side, and couldn't help but sneer. The news of the hero's killer probably hadn't spread yet, which made these little devils think that quirks is everything. Idiot! If it wasn't for this, how could the hero's killer bring a wave of morbid psychology in the future? Let you do 10 tricks if you can meet me, even if you win in advance. Ye Qiu said lightly. Underestimate me? Montenegro Jinping was shocked and angry. Yes. Others might be more polite, but Ye Qiu admitted it politely. Just can't see what's wrong? Strong enough to defeat him. Damn the asterisk 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 D, I'll make you pay. Heishan Jinping exerted a force under his feet, and the terrifying muscle power was immediately transmitted to the whole body, causing him to rush towards the position where Ye Qiu was standing at an extremely fast speed like a bullet. Come on, boss of Montenegro. Boss, you must defeat the guy who embarrassed Shoto Todoroki. The Montenegrin gang is invincible, and the boss of Montenegro, Xiangnan, is the strongest. Too slow. Ye Qiu whispered something. Heishan Jinping, who was rushing towards him, almost thought that his ears were wrong. That guy actually said it was too slow? Right? You must have heard it wrong. It was because of that arrogant B** D that he made himself auditory hallucinations. This kick must be kicked in his ear to let him know what it is like to have a problem with his ear. One kick. It's the same kick, but compared to the unskilled kick of Montenegro Jinping, it brings together strength, speed, skill, and even spirit. Bump. It was obvious that Ye Qiu was behind, but Ye Qiu was attacking. That kick was several times faster than the kick from Creation Quirk. It aimed directly at his side of the head and kicked him back to the podium. Under. So weak. Ye Qiu stood slowly in front of the podium. It seems to be stating a fact, but the silent words made everyone angry and silent. After eating a mouthful of soil, Creation Quirk crawled up again viciously. Come again. With the force under his feet, this guy no longer thought about attacking directly, but wanted to use the absolute speed brought by his legs to run first on the podium to increase his speed to the extreme. This time, I definitely don't have to use my legs. Creation Quirk decided to use his speed to avoid Ye Qiu's attack first, but then use his fists to knock that guy down. As the leader of Shonen Private, Creation Quirk never thought that his fist would be weaker than that of a little white face like Ye Qiu. Huh? Why, disappeared. Creation Quirk felt that his eyes just blinked, and Ye Qiu, who was in front of him just now, had completely disappeared. The group of students under the stage clearly captured Ye Qiu's position and followed Montenegro Jinping silently and silently. How could it be so fast? Did you use quirks? Someone turned their attention to Shoto Todoroki, and among all the students present, only Shoto Todoroki could tell whether Ye Qiu used his quirks to cheat. No. Shoto Todoroki's eyes no longer had the anger at the beginning, but became extremely cautious. He didn't use a little quirks, just used his physical advantages. This person's speed is already so fast, maybe even faster. Is it really possible for the human body to reach the speed of Ye Qiu after training? Maybe Shoto Todoroki used to think that quirks could bring everything, including speed and power, but now he's starting to think. If he didn't know how to use that disgusting power from Endeavor, then what should he do to achieve the speed of Ye Qiu's level? When quirks can't make you stronger, should you consider polishing your body? In fact, in the process of fighting Endeavor, Shoto Todoroki also discovered one thing, that is, Endeavor has always had a dojo at home to polish his physical strength. Perhaps he was wrong before, thinking that he could defeat the devil with only the quirks his mother left him. Maybe the real powerhouse, the body, is just as important. Okay, what a boring fight. Ye Qiu's voice, like a ghost, sounded in the ears of Creation Quirk, making him who had been looking for Ye Qiu horrified. You cheat. Montenegro Jinping roared with courage. Unfortunately, what greeted him was a huge force from his butt, and Ye Qiu kicked him off the podium again. Have you seen it now? Do you have quirks, and what kind of quirks are they? It's the same for me. Because whether I cast my quirks or not, you're all a bunch of weaklings. Ye Qiu was too lazy to take a look at Creation Quirk. Although compared with other ordinary high schools, Shonen Private does have many good seedlings of quirks, but only Shoto Todoroki can really catch the eye. Everyone else is under the protection of heroes, living too comfortable. Where is there? What a strong mind. Forget it, I don't really want to teach you anything about that person's money and disaster relief, but since your principal paid for you to do the hero's mission, I should still do some work. After Shoto Todoroki and Montenegro Mahe made 2 plays, the students under the summit stage didn't dare to continue clamoring no matter what Ye Qiu was saying. In this world, strength always comes first, and the law of the weak is the fundamental survival law of the world. Demon. This guy is an absolute demon. As soon as Ye Qiu's voice fell, he waved his hands and used a terrifyingly hot flame to encompass the entire playground. Mr. Ye Qiu, you are. Kashiyama Hirafuku was about to cry. Ye Qiu said lightly, that is to let them know how difficult it is to become heroes. Don't worry, I just created a flame maze. These little devils can escape through their own quirks. In the labyrinth, it should be the last training of the day. Do it yourself? Or do you seriously participate in a teaching? I also feel that I am not so busy and panic, but it is better to directly use the ability of flames and let these boys toss by themselves. Just a reminder to Shoto Todoroki, don't try to put out all the flames with your quirks, or I can guarantee you won't be able to walk out of the school gates today. Ye Qiu reminded Shoto Todoroki a sentence. As soon as this kid made a move, he didn't let everyone pass the level directly. Because of the fiery feeling brought by the high temperature of the flame, the already hot weather made the group of students complain, and the school uniforms they were wearing were already wet with layers of sweat and stuck to their bodies. You wait for me here for a while. I'm going out to do something. Sometimes I don't want to make trouble, but trouble always finds you. Ye Qiu explained to Shanyu, and then flew away towards the school gate. At this moment, Ye Qiu's mood is really very unhappy. It's just that he has to compete with a group of little kids for no reason. The two waves of forces hidden in the dark actually have a wave of powerful hostility towards him. In that case, just let him know this wave of villains and see who dares to attack him. Hostility is easy to generate, but if you want to take it back, it is difficult. Asterisk. Ms. MT Lady, Mr. Ye Qiu, it's not a big deal to go out, right? My group of students are still waiting for him to save them. Kashiyama Hirafuku's face filled with anxiety. I don't know what happened, and suddenly disappeared from his sight. The terrifying flames, but they did not disappear, and even kept changing. Some of the students had been suddenly lifted up because they couldn't dodge in time. The flames burned. What's the hurry? Didn't you hear me on this mission? Do you think I'm a hero and my strength is not as good as that kid Ye Qiu? Don't worry, I'm your student. There will be no danger. You directly took out the snacks that he had prepared for a long time, and while eating, he admired the ridiculous appearance of the group of little devils struggling in vain in the flame maze and unable to advance an inch. Because of the medicated bath, now she doesn't need to avoid food at all, and she doesn't need to take into account the excess fat that high-energy foods will bring. The medicated bath can easily solve these troubles. Little devils, looking at the way you are struggling, you know that you didn't take the advertisements I shot to heart. With a heartbeat, you suddenly spoke to the group of little devils who were struggling in vain. Would you like to know why that kid Ye Qiu can have such a fast speed and such a strong power without using quirks? MT Lady, I, Montenegro Jinping, are your most loyal fans. If there is any way to make your body as powerful as Ye Qiu, please tell us in your support club. Among the contributions, I am a loyal fan of the top 50. Shameless. Everyone was very dissatisfied with the orange-haired guy from Black Product Genuine, but they followed him and shouted that they were also fans of MT Lady, trying to figure out from MT Lady's mouth that what made Ye Qiu become so powerful secret. Shoto Todoroki, who has been silent all the time, just condensed his quirks of ice on his body to fight against the high temperature of the flames, also divided some of his attention, and he also hoped to be able to learn from the mouth of heroes. The profession of MT Lady. Hearing a little secret of becoming stronger, only by becoming stronger can he defeat the demon in his heart. Actually, if you want to make yourself stronger through ordinary physical training, the reason is very simple, that is to constantly break the physical limit. You are turned around, of course, even breaking the limit will affect the body. Great damage, I don't advocate doing this. We want to be heroes, not a reckless man who leaves dark wounds on our bodies. So at this time, you need the medicated bath produced by Kento Dojo Combo. Cut. Thankfully, I'm still your loyal fan. I didn't expect you to openly advertise in our school for your own endorsement. Montenegro Jinping spat in disdain. Medicated bath package? The kind of thing that can help push the limits of the human body? Don't be kidding, if there really was such a thing, wouldn't it have been snapped up long ago? Yesterday, it was said on the internet that the sales were bleak or not. MT Lady and Ye Qiu came to their school this time. I am afraid they have already thought about singing together to sell the so-called medicinal bath package. Little devil, do you know that talking nonsense will kill people? You was in a very good mood originally. Ye Qiu might be able to sell a lot of medicinal bath packages when Ye Qiu made such a fuss, but at the moment she was in a bad mood. As the saying goes, a woman's mood is like the rain in June, changeable. You, who was made very angry by this guy, Montenegro Mahe, directly displayed his quirks and punched that guy. The incomparably huge fist, wrapped in boundless air waves, instantly rushed in front of Montenegro Jinping. Under the impact of the fist wind, the flame instantly ignited on the head of Montenegro Jinping, burning that arrogant orange head to the ground. It hurts. After reacting, Montenegro Jinping touched his scalp in pain. He did not expect that MT lady, who is heroes, would directly attack these students. In addition to him, there are several younger brothers around him, who also suffered severe burns due to the influence of the flames. As the principal, Hiroshi Kashiyama was sweating coldly on his head. Although he wanted to suppress those lawless little devils so that they could have more motivation before the college entrance examination, he never thought that the shot would be so serious. This is just a warning. Don't think that your strength and identity can make you say such words to your professional heroes. You don't want to become stronger, no one is forcing you to become stronger, and you don't cherish this opportunity. Just stop talking nonsense to me. I have no qualifications and no obligation to listen to your nonsense here. You're gentle when facing Ye Qiu. When facing friends, she will be a little black, but if someone makes her feel unhappy, then she will only face her anger, no matter what status. Professional hero. Yes, no provocation. Ye Qiu, who was outside the school gate, felt something in his heart, and he couldn't help shaking his head. A bunch of little kids really like to cause trouble. He knows that they have good eyes and weak hands, no strength, no belief, and they also learn from others to resist heroes, a group of idiot. This little brother, may I ask you to come out of school at this time? What's the matter? Just when Ye Qiu was about to release his breath completely, a young man wearing glasses, a long plain dress, and a long silver shawl walked out from behind the tree and looked at Ye Qiu with his smiling face. One of the two groups of people is not the one that is hostile to him. Ye Qiu held his chin and thought for a while. You're the older sister of that poker-faced boy Shoto Todoroki, right? The looks are 3 similar, but the elder sister's appearance is obviously much softer, and she should follow her mother more. Hung Dongmei was stunned for a moment. I haven't seen you in school before. You shouldn't be a classmate of Frozen, right? Even if you are a classmate, you probably don't know each other, right? Ye Qiu was a little helpless. This person might be the one who secretly protected Shoto Todoroki, but he was a little too honest. How could he feel a bit natural and stupid? I'm not his classmate, but sister, can you look in the mirror? Don't you look like that kid Shoto Todoroki? Can't you still pick it up for the phone bell? Asterisk. Charge. Can the charge for the call be picked up? Hung Dongmei was stunned for a while and began to think carefully about this issue. Those employees in Endeavor's office also had a headache when they saw that their young lady fell into the nature of natural stupidity again. Normally, Hung Dongmei doesn't have any natural stupidity at all, but some inexplicable people, if they are inexplicable, will make her fall into this strange attribute. According to their conjecture, it must be caused by that special family environment. Hung Dongmei completely conformed to her mother's appearance, hair color, and ability. It is not easy to grow into an optimistic and sunny person in the dark Hung family. Naturally, sometimes she will be a little small with normal people's difference. Forget it, I can't communicate with you normally. Ye Qiu looked into the distance with a headache. I have something to deal with the people over there. You'd better not stop me. Oh, I remembered, I came out to stop you. Hung Dongmei's expression instantly became serious. This classmate, your strength may be very strong, but those who are eyeing my brother, every time personal strength is very strong, and they are all vicious people. If you are not a professional heroes, there is no way to fight against them. Ye Qiu sneered. Whoever told me I wasn't a heroes couldn't use quirks, and shot at the kind of person who wanted to threaten my life. Shoo! Hung Dongmei accidentally covered Ye Qiu's mouth. Don't say that again, I heard it, but if it is heard by others, if the recording is sent out, your life will be ruined. Ye Qiu blinked, a little helpless. Is this girl really the arrogant one like Endeavor, or the older sister of Shoto Todoroki? Why didn't you say anything? Hung Dongmei frowned. Although she was a girl with eyes, she still looked very cute. Miss, you covered his mouth. Others who really couldn't stand it quietly reminded Hung Dongmei. I forgot. Hung Dongmei quickly let go of her little hand. Ye Qiu let out a mouthful of turbid air, and the anger that was simmering in his heart was a little funny when he was so upset. Aren't Endeavor afraid of being snatched by those people, Shoto Todoroki, whom you protected? It doesn't matter, although I'm weak, others are strong. It's just that I'm more familiar with Rong, so he won't resent my existence. Hong Dongmei showed a faint smile. Are you weak? It's not obvious that Logia's Quirks is one of the strongest quirks, don't underestimate yourself. Endeavor's fire can be ranked second, while other Logia's Quirks can hardly see the ranking before. It wasn't because that guy's strongest point was his Xinqing. Ye Qiu pouted. Just like the parents of Green Valley, there are definitely powerful quirks. One is fire-breathing, the other is gravity, but no one becomes heroes. To put it bluntly, it is still the world of my ing that there is not much pressure. Not everyone, after having top-level quirks, they will still think about becoming heroes and taking responsibility for that battle. Okay, I'm not a student. Ye Qiu directly took out his ID card. Shoto Todoroki is the special admission qualification for our hero this year, and I still need to deal with him a little bit of trouble. Xionging High School's special advisor. You are so amazing. Hong Dongmei's small mouth opened slightly. Ye Qiu took the special advisor ID card back with a black line. Can you not say it out loud? My identity is kept secret. I was just going to teach that group of people a lesson, but now I may be silenced. Don't be impulsive. Hong Dongmei grabbed Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu raised the corner of his mouth. Don't underestimate me. Do you really think that the advantage of numbers can pose a threat to the real powerhouse? Her arm trembled slightly, and Hong Dongmei suddenly felt a tingling sensation, which made her release Ye Qiu's arm instantly. Whoosh! Almost as soon as she let go, Ye Qiu's body left an afterimage and flew to the top of a 20-story building at the fastest speed. You are. Ye Qiu's sudden appearance shocked the group of people hiding on the roof. Boy, there is a way to heaven. You don't want to go, you have to bite the bullet and go to hell? The leader is a Tauren, and it looks like it should be a physical quirks again. Ye Qiu looked at this guy with some sympathy. With such quirks, life should be very unhappy. Hell? This description is really correct. During this period of time, my strength has improved a lot. When facing the group of little devils, I can't use all my strength. You should see enough information in the telescope. It's really hard not to fight. Ye Qiu moved his neck. Kento Tiger Bear was busy with the medicinal bath package and worked hard to get his hair transplanted, to reach the pinnacle of his life, and to marry Baifume. What kind of dojo inheritance was long forgotten by that wretched uncle? No one did it. It was really uncomfortable for Ye Qiu, whose strength was increasing day by day. Your request, the boss has granted it. Along with a black mist, a guy with a mist-free head came out of it, and beside him, there was an extra huge monster. League of Villains cadre, Kurojairi. The ability is teleportation. So is it the Noma who was researched by AFO who is standing beside him? Ye Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that he had already been targeted by the AFO, and now even if he wanted to escape the battle with the League of Villains, it was completely impossible. Kurojairi's arrival this time is also with the order of the AFO. The AFO wants to get Ye Qiu's quirks, because the strength shown by this kid is too mysterious. In addition, someone who can even fight against the muscular guy should be able to test this monster that was just created. Oh, I really look down on me. Since that's the case, I can't be too stingy. Let you see the power that makes people move. Ye Qiu directly took off his short sleeves, revealing his incomparably strong muscles. It's a pity that Marine Six Forms and Conqueror's Hockey have no secret realm to practice. Otherwise, with the addition of the martial arts department's body training method, Ye Qiu felt that he could blow Nomu directly with his fist. Asterisk. Pure physical strength is not comparable to the fast regeneration ability of the monster Nomu, so what about the flame power with inner strength? Ye Qiu wants to try it. Before Noma should be perfect, he also wanted to try whether his own power could destroy such a terrifying thing. Truchi was like training, and the white air exhaled from Ye Qiu's mouth condensed for 3 meters and lingered for a long time, making the group of League of Villains scoundrels have no idea what kind of performance they should have after watching it. Lord Kurojairi is here. This kid is obviously not someone they can easily deal with. I hope that the innocent will not be harmed. Especially the Tauren with an extraordinary size. At this time, He has already made his body retreat a lot without a trace, just hoping that Ye Qiu, the powerful Quirks kid, will notice him. Come on, Nomu. Although the rescued muscular man had some inexplicable respect for this kid, for him Kurojiri, the opposite was just a kid who didn't even go to high school. Nomu, who was silent, directly pointed at Ye Qiu and blasted his extremely thick arm. Next up, Ye Qiu was directly the Jiuyang infuriating with the third level of luck. With his arm that seemed to be many times weaker than Nomu's, he directly caught this brutal blow. Boom! The ground on the rooftop under Ye Qiu's feet shattered countless small stones directly along his feet. The incomparably terrifying power, even with the protection of 999 Yang True Qi, still made Ye Qiu's arm go numb. But it's not bad, within the acceptable range. The 999 Yang infuriating body protector can barely resist Nomu's pure physical attack. It seems that when the AFO takes full action, he should be almost invincible. How is this possible? The Torrent's small army of League of Villains saw that Ye Qiu was so relaxed, they blocked Nomu's blow, and everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Impossible. They once did a test when Nomu first came out. At that time, there was a companion of the physical enhancement Quirks trying to use his body to fight Noma head-on. It's good to have a dream, but it's a pity that the companion with a dream under Nomu's fist turned into a pool of blood-red flesh. A tragic memory that no one wants to remember again. But Ye Qiu is obviously not a physical Quirks owner, and his small arms are definitely not thick, so why can he block Nomu's attack? Could it be that Mr. Kurojiri told Noma to release water? Perhaps there is only one possibility. In order to prevent Nomu from mashing this incomprehensible boy into flesh, Mr. Kurojiri definitely let Nomu release water. The Taran, these little scumbags, took this idea into account in their hearts. As everyone knows, at this time, Kurojiri's heart is already in an uproar. He was planning to let Noma keep his hand just now, but Ye Qiu and Nomu were fighting so fast that he didn't have time to react. Release water? Not really. For a moment, Kurojiri was even worried that even if he had the status of a cadre and had the quirks that the boss valued, he would probably be dealt with. If Ye Qiu is killed by Nomu, nothing will be left. Shoto Todoroki, whom the AFO valued, has never been taken down by them, which has already made him very angry. If Ye Qiu is accidentally destroyed, everyone will only have one end, and that is death. It's not bad. This kid's body is so weird that he can actually resist Nomu's attack, but can the flaming quirks really temper his body to the level of Nomu? Kurojiri is very clear that Nomu exists to deal with All Might, who is invincible physically. People with flames like Endeavor's quirks will never confront Noma head-on. Ye Qiu's behavior is really out of line, and his strength is really weird. Bring back. Must take it back. Not to mention in AFO, even Kurojiri, a cadre who has always been calm, has a strong desire to find out about Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu's idea is also very simple, using Nomu, a monster without IQ, to help him disperse all the medicinal power that cannot be absorbed by the daily medicinal bath into his body. Only this kind of terrifying Rakido can stimulate the Jiuyang Qi and make the Qi run faster. Fist. Foot. Fist. Foot. The figures of the two sides kept staggering, and the whole building trembled because of their actions. The Aborigines in the building, in horror, thought it was an earthquake, and ran out of the building one by one. Boom! The top floor, after hundreds of rounds of fighting between the two sides, was finally overwhelmed and collapsed. Everyone in the Endeavor office who was watching the battle from a distance could no longer find the words to describe their mood. A skinny humanoid Tyrannosaurus. If you add a powerful flame ability similar to Mr. Endeavor, if Shoto Todoroki shoots just now, there will be only one end. Fiasco. 3 major achievements. Ye Qiu's fists were already starting to tremble a little, but he didn't care at all. Instead, his eyes were filled with excitement. I thought that the further back I went, the more difficult the practice of Jiuyang divine art would be. League of Villains? Hee, what a bunch of guys who like to give big gifts. The foundation is still a little vain, but Ye Qiu's infuriating purity and quantity seem to have reached the realm of 3 major achievements. The only pity was that even though his legs were far stronger than his fists, he didn't leave any scars on Nomu's body. That guy's body was thicker than steel. As expected of a genius product developed by AFO, only the monster All Might can use pure physical power to beat this monster to the point of almost exploding. The group of little devils in the school, who can get out, should have almost got out, and the trash that hasn't come out can only be trash. The power of fire, I want to take back all of it. AFO, if you dare to hit me before I do it, then I have to give you a big gift. Little devil, I don't think you like to be bound by the word heroes. Do you want to go back with me? I can introduce you to the strongest existence in this world that surpasses All Might. That's it, the true god of the world. There was a hint of fanaticism in Kurojiri's reserved tone. Asterisk. God. Ye Qiu showed a disdainful expression while dealing with Nomu's attack. That's really embarrassing. The guy who was beaten and almost died is not a god at all in my eyes. If this world is destined to have a god, it can only be me, the god of fire. Domineering, completely inconsistent with his age, Ye Qiu didn't put AFO in his eyes at all. It should be said that he dismissed it. Power is not a mess of a bunch of quirks piled together to become the strongest in the world. Quirks like AFOs are extremely powerful, but people with such quirks, apart from playing a little intrigue, are not a strong fighting talent at all, and they completely waste the quirks. Vulcan? Even Endeavor didn't dare to say that he was Vulcan, a mere kid who dared to look down on his boss. However, the identity of this kid is definitely not that simple. He even knows about the defeat of the boss. Today, it seems that he is taking the initiative to appear in front of them on purpose, and maybe even let him appear on purpose. Could it be that? There was a bit of surprise in Kurojiri's heart. The kid in front of him, who has unparalleled flame quirks and a powerful body, could it be because he got All Might's quirks? Kurojiri, the cadre of the League of Villains, knows something about the AFO and Ofei affairs. Most likely. Judging from the time Ye Qiu fought with the muscle guy, it wasn't long before he should master this power. The power of Ofei, but the boss is separated from his own power. If this power can be taken back, the power of the boss can be infinitely close to invincibility. At that time, all the rules of the whole world will be a part of the boss. Place of words. Nomu attacks with all his strength. Don't worry about breaking the opposite toy. Kurojiri gave a death order. The successor of Ofei's power is so easy to be destroyed, just to test the bottom line of this kid's strength. Nomu in full strength is like a tireless machine. His strength and speed have been greatly improved in an instant. A pair of fists instantly turned into phantoms, and they smashed towards Ye Qiu in a continuous manner. No, that little brother is in danger. Under the obstruction of other Endeavor colleagues, Hung Dongmei did not immediately help Ye Qiu. They were also worried about one thing, and that was today's affairs. Could it be the trick of those mysterious guys? The monsters on the rooftop are really too powerful. Just that one monster can stop them all. If the others go to trouble the young master, they won't be able to come back in time to support them. Miss, you can't go there. I think it's more appropriate to inform other heroes to solve it. Yeah, with such a big commotion, there must be other heroes coming here at an extremely fast speed. Despite everyone's persuasion, Hung Dongmei still flew towards the building. You stay where you are. If any accident happens, take the younger brother with you as soon as possible. You must not put him in danger. I will go there alone. Hung Dongmei ignored the words of the others. Although in the eyes of the younger brother, his father is like a demon, but Hung Dongmei knows that even if he is a demon who blindly pursues power, he will always stick to the way of heroes, and he will take action in this situation. On Ye Qiu's side, when he was under Nomu's attack, a phone call suddenly came, which caught him by surprise. Hello? You, it doesn't matter, you don't have to come here. Just be optimistic about those boys. I will handle the villains here. The bastards of the jungle Shui said they would not come to you? Then you remember to ask for more. A little commission. Even professional heroes, I really have no responsibility at all. They are all bastards. Ye Qiu held the phone angrily and cursed for a while. This guy. The little minions of League of Villains don't know what words to use to describe Ye Qiu. Obviously, this guy put on a desperate stance, but suddenly chose to answer the phone during the battle. The key is to face Nomu's heavy fisting shadows, but he is so calm that he didn't even look at Nomu's attack. When the internal strength is cultivated to a high level, the 5 senses will be strengthened. The wind between the fists is enough to make Ye Qiu make evasive actions. His current speed can be ranked at least in the top 10 in the world of wooing. Be optimistic about those little devils. I should be able to solve the battle in about 10 minutes. No, maybe it won't take 5 minutes now. Hang up first. Out of the corner of Ye Qiu's eyes, he saw Hung Dong-mei flying towards him. Ice and fire are not the half-half power of Shoto Todoroki, but he wants to see if the pure physical power, Nomu, which cannot be completely destroyed, will be destroyed by 2 extreme elemental powers. Such a perfect work must be destroyed directly now. AFO will be very sad. Ye Qiu looked at Kurogyari and suddenly revealed an intriguing smile. What does it mean? There was a bad feeling in Kurogyari's heart. Since the kid calmly dodged all of Nomu's attacks, his hair went cold with dim sum. Could it be that the power of Ofei is infinitely magnified in Ye Qiu's hands? Little brother, are you not injured? Hung Dong-mei, who couldn't see it clearly below, flew to the roof that had collapsed on the first floor, only to realize that she really didn't need to come. Injured? Non-existent. Ye Qiu, who was dodging calmly, had completely turned his hands and feet into flames, and he was about to start fighting the enemy seriously. Why are you here? I'm not your brother. How could I be injured in the face of this level of villains? Ye Qiu's face was speechless. Hung Dong-mei patted her plump breasts and said seriously, "It's fine if there is nothing wrong. This group of forces who don't know where they are coming from, their strength is not simple. I think it's better for me to help you deal with them together." Strength is not simple? The minions of the Tauren are already crying Ye Qiu, who can deal with monsters like Nomu. Just don't bother them. How dare they intervene in the battle of that level? It's not obvious that they are tired of living people do that. Asterisk. Interesting. Are you Endeavor's daughter? In addition to Shoto Todoroki, AFO is also very interested in Endeavor's other family members, because in addition to adhering to the so-called heroes principle, AFO feels that Endeavor's madness in some aspects is somewhat similar to him at the place. Kurogyari could almost conclude that the guy with the hair color and barely any quirks features must be related to Shoto Todoroki. Yes, Hong Dong-mei did not deny it at all. I have not seen any of you on the list of professional heroes using quirks in the city. I have reason to believe that you will cause great harm to the public. That serious look made Ye Qiu laugh. For these vicious guys, is it really useful to reason like this? Anyway, he felt that instead of reasoning with these guys and telling them that it was wrong to do so, it would be better to take action directly and destroy all these scum with thunder. Sure enough, with this inexplicable serious attitude, the guys from League of Villains, after being stunned for a moment, burst into laughter. So funny. It was the first time they had seen such a heroes. Although Ye Qiu is scary, this woman with glasses might become his weakness. Under Kurogyari's signal, the Tauren directly led the group of younger brothers, grinning, clenching their fists and surrounding Hung Dong-mei. Looks like you've been underestimated. Ye Qiu also didn't forget to stimulate Hung Dong-mei. He also wanted to see if Hung Dong-mei's ice-type quirks could reach the level that would satisfy him. Humph. At the critical moment, Hung Dong-mei still had a bit of Endeavor's demeanor. Her cute little face showed a hint of indifference, and the temperature around her whole body dropped by 3 points. Cool. Something. Ye Qiu breathed a sigh of relief when faced with such extreme cold. As for those League of Villains scoundrels who are not as strong as Quirks, their feet are completely frozen to the ground. Damn woman, don't underestimate us. One of the minions, even frozen, with his hands like machine guns, quickly blasted out countless nails. This is his quirks. The terrifying nails poured down from the sky, and the ice-type quirks of Hong Dong-mei were not so strong or so weak. In desperation, they could only dissipate their previous strength and recondensed ice cubes, blocking them in front of him. Taking advantage of this small gap, the Tauren hurriedly took a group of younger brothers and quickly attacked Hung Dong-mei. If Logia's quirks were invincible, Endeavor would already be the #1 heroes, and there wouldn't be so many other weird quirks heroes on the heroes leaderboard. No, Miss is in danger. The group of heroes from Endeavor Office is really very tangled right now. If it wasn't for Ye Qiu, there would be no such thing at all, but in Endeavor's order, they must put Shoto Todoroki's safety first. To support or not to support. In the end, under the thinking of a leader, he decided not to support Hung Dongmei's side. After all, it was an unauthorized action. If Shoto Todoroki was caught by those guys, none of them would have a good end. Don't move for now. With the ability of the young lady, you may not be in danger at the first time, and there is still one person on it. Yes, there is also Ye Qiu, a boy with super strength that doesn't match his age. Trouble. It seems that your quirks are not as strong as I thought, and they haven't even been tempered. I really don't know how you became a hero's. It seems that the hero's assessment may be acceptable. Through the back door. Ye Qiu sighed with emotion. I tried my best to get into heroes. Hung Dongmei's face was a little red, and she seemed a little caught off guard in the face of the attack of a group of League of Villains. At the same time, she was also a little dissatisfied with Ye Qiu's words. Let me come. Ye Qiu, who gradually contained the temperature of the flame with Jiuyang Tru Qi, led Nomu and his own battlefield step by step to Hung Dongmei. What is that kid going to do? Do you want to put the young lady in danger? Yeah, he and Mrs. Quirks are in conflict with each other at all. There is no possibility for the two to join forces at all. I didn't expect to be such a vicious kid for his own life. Damn it. If it wasn't to save this kid, how could the young lady risk her life without risk? Obviously, in the eyes of the heroes in Endeavor Office, Ye Qiu is a wicked villain, a big B**********************, D, who made their young lady fall into a desperate situation. Unfortunately, scolding is scolding, but in their hearts, Shoto Todoroki is still more important, and no one has the intention to rescue. It seems that the heroes in your family don't care about you. Ye Qiu quickly leaned over to Hung Dongmei's side and said. A look of gloom flashed in Hung Dongmei's eyes. After all, she and her brother were nothing but failures in her father's eyes. Affectionate? Perhaps this kind of thing is the hardest thing to see in the Hung family. Brother is more important. They chose not to help me. It was a correct choice. If it was my position, I would make the same choice. Hung Dongmei said seriously. Ye Qiu pouted, selfless. Women are really scary, okay? Remember to care more about yourself in the future. If you don't even care about yourself, who will care about you in the future? Use your quirks first. It is best to who says ice and fire are quirks who are destined to be unable to cooperate. Are you sure? My quirks are not that powerful. If you force them to be used, they are very likely to be exhausted. Hung Dongmei's breasts were slightly ups and downs, and facing so many villains at one time really made her feel a little tired. Ye Qiu nodded. Trust me, you are nothing but a bunch of turkeys. I'll kill them. It only takes 10 seconds. Use your quirks with all your might, and prove it to me, even if you can't get Endeavor like that. Quirks, also a qualified heroes. Through the glasses, Hung Dongmei stared at Ye Qiu's eyes earnestly. There was nothing in those eyes other than clarity. This is a pair of believable eyes. Asterisk. Ice quirks at full force. Between Hung Dongmei's hands, countless icy chi suddenly released, condensed into ice ridges in the air, and instantly wrapped Nomu, who was attracted by Ye Qiu, in ice cubes. On Ye Qiu's side, he instantly used Fengxian's legs to pass by Hung Dongmei, and under the action of catching wind and shadows, within 10 seconds, his body was constantly shuttled among the Torin's League of Villains. So fast. Kurojiri's eyes were a little bit unable to keep up with Ye Qiu's speed. It seems that the guess may really be verified. This kid is a new generation of Fei. Vulcan style, torrential rain and wind. The shadows of the legs that fell like raindrops instantly brought a faint smell of meat in the air, but almost all the parts that were kicked by Ye Qiu were cooked directly. It hurts. The screams continued. Not only was the meat cooked by the flames, but the internal force contained in each of Ye Qiu's feet was even more so. The bones that kicked them were broken, and their internal organs were bleeding. Lost. The heroes from the Endeavor Office who were watching the match near Shone and Private rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They're used to seeing Endeavor fighting. It can be said that this is a man who has practiced both flame and physical skills to the extreme, because that man has only one goal in his life, which is to defeat All Might. But why did they have such an illusion after watching Ye Qiu's battle just now that Ye Qiu might even be more powerful than their boss in the combination of fire and taijutsu? Gadu. One of the heroes swallowed. Are all the little devils so powerful now? Could it be that he and those guys were already hooked up in order to save the beauty with the heroes in front of the young lady? Probably not. That person who is heroic won't do such a thing, but I think it's better to notify the boss as soon as possible about today's matter. After all, the man took out his phone and dialed Endeavor's phone. What's up? Endeavor's arrogant and indifferent voice came from the handset of the phone. Boss, there is something, I think it's better to report it. Is it about Shoto Todoroki? No, it's about Miss Tomi. Then there's no need to report. I'm still on a mission, so don't call me for such insignificant things in the future. Without waiting for that person to say more, Endeavor just hung up the phone, leaving a group of stunned guys behind. I really didn't expect that the young lady would have such a low status in the boss's mind. Everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he was a member of Endeavor's office and admired Endeavor's personal strength, they all felt that sometimes Endeavor was too much. Miss, come on. Smelly brat, don't let the lady get hurt. At this moment, they can only put their hopes on Ye Qiu, the heroic little devil who appeared inexplicably. Apart from Ye Qiu, Hong Dongmei has nothing to rely on. We're going to deal with this big guy next. Ye Qiu didn't know that Endeavor didn't care about Hong Dongmei, but looked at the frozen Nomu with interest. Useless boy, do you think All Might's power is strong? Our boss can definitely defeat him. Kurogyri said indifferently. The little b***************** D who fell to the ground and howled was not in his eyes at all. All he really cared about was Ye Qiu. As for Nomu, Hong Dongmei's quirks is good. Maybe their target shouldn't be on Shoto Todoroki, and directly grabbing Hong Dongmei and Ye Qiu back is equivalent to getting a Shoto Todoroki. Anyway, no matter how many quirks, boss can easily absorb them. Ye Qiu scratched his ears. Is All Might strong? I'm sorry, maybe it used to be strong. But I believe that in a short time, I will become the strongest one. No.1 will always be the only one. And that person would never be Endeavor, you say? A sudden smile, a sudden question. Facing Ye Qiu's smiling face that was close at hand, Hong Dongmei directly pouted a cute little mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Your strength may be good, but compared with your father and Mr. All Might, there is still a huge gap. Before you become heroes, what you need is offer heroes. Heart of. For her father, Hong Dongmei still admires her. In awe? Ye Qiu's eyes flickered. That's really embarrassing. I have never been in awe of them, because I came here to suppress an era. Ye Qiu, suppress everything. After a pause, Ye Qiu swept towards Kurogyri. As for your boss who likes to hide his head and show his tail, I'm really sorry. He's really not as strong as All Might. He's just a rat in the sewer, and dare to talk about heroes in the world. His life, I will step on it sooner or later. Born domineering. Ye Qiu had never been comfortable with the rules of this world, and naturally, he would not have any reverence for the rules of this era. The heroes had touched him and made him passionate, but Ye Qiu knew exactly what he wanted. He came to this world in order to become the strongest one, to be the character who suppressed the entire era. Vulcan style, Wine Scroll's ruined building. This Vulcan move is very similar to Ace's Yendi, but in Ye Qiu's flame, the wind power that splits everything is mixed into it. The scale of the moves is not that big, but it compresses the power to the extreme. Flame, is it such a terrifying power? Everyone in Shonen Private noticed the movement above the high-rise building, but Shoto Todoroki was stunned and muttered to himself. He had never even seen this kind of terrifying flame power in that man. Hong Dongmei, who was in the center of the flame, was always protected by Ye Qiu's power. She only felt the monstrous heat wave around her with her mouth slightly open, but she didn't feel burned at all. Kurogyri is in a hurry. He is really in a hurry. Ye Qiu's passing domineering just now completely stunned him, so much so that he relaxed his vigilance. That damn brat is going to destroy Nomu. Asterisk. The most terrifying thing happened to Kurogyri. Ye Qiu's move completely wrapped Nomu in it. His ability is good teleportation, but not invincible. Kurojiri wanted to use his teleportation ability to immediately take away Nomu, who was about to come out of the freeze. It's just that his body's instinct gave him a very dangerous signal. It seemed that as long as he entered the flame, he would immediately be melted into dust in the air by the terrifying flame. Inaccessible. Don't dare to gamble. Kurojiri didn't dare to gamble with his own life. Nomu was a successful work for boss, but he didn't want to risk his own life because of a monster with no thoughts. Don't go in, run now. Kurojiri had almost no idea of taking a gamble and immediately cast out his quirks and disappeared above the tall building, as if it had never appeared before. Becoming Ye Qiu's next prey is not a good choice. Boom. At the moment when the ice block was about to be broken, the fiery whirlwind formed by the flame, like a roaring, angry dragon, directly smashed the entire huge ice block into countless pieces the size of palms. Ice is indeed incompatible with fire, but under the action of ice, Nomu's terrifying recovery ability will be weakened accordingly, and it will easily become brittle. Dead. It took a long time for Hong Dongmei to react, and looking at the minced meat in that place, her whole person became bad. As heroes, she has never killed a single criminal. Ye Qiu looked at the piece of meat that was still wriggling. It seems to be alive, but there should be no way to revive it. If it can survive, there is no way in the world to kill this monster. You. Hong Dongmei's tone was extremely angry. Don't you know what you have done? Even if you are Xiongyi's special advisor, you can't abuse your quirks to kill. You killed. You do you even know? So? A scorching summer wind blew across his face, and Ye Qiu felt something was wrong. This is embarrassing. Ye Qiu bowed his head a little. His little shorts of dozens of dollars, after all, had not escaped the poisonous hands of burning fruit and had long since disappeared. That? Sister Hong Dongmei, can you stop watching it? I think if you keep watching it, you might get a needle eye. Before Hong Dongmei was completely angry, Ye Qiu reminded him. You. Hong Dongmei's eyes moved down, and she suddenly saw Ye Qiu's arrogance far beyond her age. Her chest heaved even more, and she almost didn't faint. Humph. What's so beautiful? I learned it in biology class. In the end, the arrogant-eyed girl turned her head away instantly with a blushing face. Fortunately, he took off his clothes before the battle. Ye Qiu put on his clothes in embarrassment, and then took out the hair loss that had fallen out of washing his hair these days, and directly created a new pair of pants. It was hard to say. Ye Qiu found that the hair that fell out naturally could also create something. It's just because the time away from me will be longer, and the contact with me will become less and less. After more than a day, the things that can be embodied are basically only the simplest daily necessities. Of course, Ye Qiu still has to be humiliated, and it's okay to show it to Hong Dongmei. Those people who eat melons in the Endeavor office who are watching downstairs, that is a peerless majesty that they don't even want to see. Are you a magician? For some unknown reason, Hong Dongmei's gaze never evaded. When a pair of pants suddenly appeared in Ye Qiu's hand, she even showed a little admiration in her anger. Well, it is. Ye Qiu said indifferently that people really like to forcibly divide the unrecognizable things into the things they already know. By the way, the police should come over later. Then you're not leaving now. Don't you know what you've done? Even if you're Xiongyi's special advisor, you can't break the law. Hong Dongmei was a little anxious. I'll tell everyone what happened here, that it was done by a heroes who I've never seen before. Hurry up and leave. Huh? You were so angry that you were going to eat me. Why are you urging me to leave now? Could it be that you don't really agree with the so-called hero's law? Ye Qiu sat on the ground unhurriedly and crossed his knees to recover his inner strength. After this battle, he felt that he still needed to learn some kung fu, otherwise his pants would be in danger of running out of life every time he fought. Restore first. After the internal strength has recovered, directly create the strongest external power. Soon the police came, and when they saw the squirming minced meat and Endeavor's daughter, everyone's mood was not so good. Hey, All Might? Do you have any acquaintances in the police? I'm having trouble here. In front of the police, Ye Qiu directly called All Might. Huh? What trouble? All Might is in a good mood recently. The medicinal bath package is a big tonic. He feels that his body is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. According to his current estimation, the daily activity time can be extended from the most basic 3 hours, adding another 30 minutes, which is a remarkable leap. I killed a League of Villains monster, but because its recovery ability is too strong, I can only cooperate with Endeavor's daughter, use the ability of ice and fire, and directly beat it into minced meat, not so shot, kill those guys. Ye Qiu said it very bluntly. Snapped. All Might slapped him directly on the forehead. Did this be ***************** Did Ye Qiu come here to make trouble for him? Why does he like to challenge the rules so much? I see. I'll tell my friend later. You just don't want to go to the police station, do you? All Might sighed. Well, because there's no need to go. The guy I killed was not a human, just a monster specially designed to deal with you. There was a guy over there who tried to persuade me to join, and it was revealed that the ability is teleportation. You can try to investigate first. Okay, I see. I will help you solve the problem within 5 minutes. All Might hung up the phone, and after thinking about it, he directly dialed the number of his old friend who was fighting against the League of Villains police officer Tsukasa Masayoshi. ***. All Might's work efficiency is still very high, and his friend Tsukachi Naruto is in a good position among the police, plus the people inside, more or less know something about the League of Villains, just to make people bring back Nomu's minced meat. Ye Qiu's side will be fine. How is this going? Facing the gang of police officers who suddenly changed their attitudes, Hung Dongmei felt that her head seemed a little bit unable to turn around. What happened today is so strange. I told you that what I killed was a monster, not a human at all, and I didn't touch the limit at all, so you are too worrying about it. Ye Qiu said rudely. Let's go, see you when you're free. He waved at Hung Dongmei. Regardless of whether she listened to her words or not, Ye Qiu jumped down from the top of the tall building. Did you just leave? Hung Dongmei's little face turned into a white little bun again. Not cute. Just like his own brother, he is so unlovable. You have something to do with me? Ye Qiu landed on the ground with great ease, but found that Shoto Todoroki, the indifferent boy, was standing under the building early, staring at him. Be my opponent. I will defeat the power of fire. Shoto Todoroki looked at Ye Qiu seriously. Ye Qiu was a little disdainful. Rivals? My opponents are only the people on the heroes leaderboard. You are a little brat. What are you my opponents? Let's talk about it after you suppress the brats of your age first. With your current strength, after entering heroes, it is impossible to rank first. I must be number 1. Shoto Todoroki's complexion was a little unsightly. As far as the current group of peers, none of them are in his eyes. He feels that he can use the quirks inherited from his mother to become the strongest heroes. You can say this when you become the first. I don't like to compete with the kid. Ye Qiu immediately dodged, and at a speed that Shoto Todoroki couldn't react, he directly passed him and walked towards you at the school gate. Are you all right? Uber stepped forward and grabbed Ye Qiu's arm, and at the same time arrogantly looked at Hung Dongmei, who was walking towards Shoto Todoroki. It's just a bunch of trash. How could I be in trouble? Go, I'll go back today and study the plan to become stronger again. Ye Qiu didn't look back. I'm still thinking about how to become stronger, but you are still in the rebellious period, thinking about fighting and fighting all day long. But think about it. Why don't you use the power you already have? It's not a bad thing to admit strength. Strength. It's pure. It's always up to the person who harnesses the power to use it. You can use it to be a hero's, or you can be a criminal. Don't look down on the purest power. Ye Qiu didn't seem to want to talk to Shoto Todoroki at all, but before leaving, he gave Shoto Todoroki the most direct advice. Why not let these little devils become stronger before they enter the hero? Too weak, tormented, meaningless. After Shoto Todoroki heard Ye Qiu's words, he began to think repeatedly in his heart. Obsession is very difficult to break, but once broken, the instantaneous increase in strength will be extremely terrifying. Hung Dongmei sighed, frozen. He's right. Ultimately, the power depends on the person who uses him. I believe you will become a hero that your mother will be proud of. When you have time, go see your mother. I will think about it. Shoto Todoroki left an inexplicably cool back and left in silence without looking back. Of course, Ye Qiu still left an indelible shadow in his heart, especially the words to suppress an era. Heroes has never existed for invincibility. Only the person he hates will think about the first thing. But today, Shoto Todoroki is also asking himself if he cares about the position of number 1, and the answer is absolutely incomparable. He really wants number 1. I didn't think so, but everyone didn't say it, and I didn't feel that I could beat All Might and take the first place. The only constant challenger was Endeavor. Ye Qiu dared to say it, and said it without hesitation. This alone gave him a great shock. Ye Qiu, you made it clear to me. Why did you go out today? The style of your pants has changed. Back at Yu's house, Ye Qiu was completely unlucky. After he exchanged the 18 dragon subduing palms, known as the number 1 external skill in the gold system, his chi and blood were a bit depleted. Naturally, his strength dropped sharply temporarily. When he found an opportunity, he directly educated him. Ye Qiu smiled wryly. I don't want to either, but in this world, there are almost no clothing materials that can withstand my flames. I'm not like Endeavor, I'm just fire-type quirks, my whole body can become fire. If the material of steel really affected his image, Ye Qiu would have to consider making a pair of steel shorts. In that case, as long as the battle is not fierce, the pants can still be kept. Well, before the school starts at Xiangying, create a little rare material and see if you can make a pair of arson pants. Every time I am seen, the beautiful young lady is not at a disadvantage. If I am seen by men in the future, it will really be a big loss. Ye Qiu, the wretched uncle of Kento Tiger Bear, seems to have accepted an apprentice today, and it started to operate. The performance is amazing. It is said that these guys in the jungle have personally ordered 100 cans. You looked at the message sent by Kento Tiger Bear, and his mood suddenly improved. It's all small money. It's all her little money, and she can buy cosmetics, bags, and sweets in the future. So happy. Ye Qiu rolled his eyes helplessly, hee woman. After opening the secret book of the 18 dragons subduing palms, he realized why this type of exercise was better than the first external exercise called the golden element. This is a method that can increase physical strength infinitely, starting from the spine and practicing strength to the palms. As long as your physical potential is sufficient, the power of the 18 dragon subduing palms can be continuously improved. This kind of development is not the development of tempering the physical body like the King Kong indestructible technique. It is all the potential, all condensed into the body. Cruel. For Ye Qiu, this kind of potential can almost be continuously increased. He will create countless items that can break the potential. Subduing the dragon in his hand, for him, has already laid the foundation for suppressing this era. Asterisk. I'm angry. Even the heroes who bought the medicated bath package did not deliberately promote it. Those who bought the medicated bath package with suspicion because of MT Lady all became repeat customers. Use it to know the effect. Perfect. Half a month later, when Ye Qiu and All Might met again on the coast, All Might seemed much more energetic even if he didn't use his quirks, and he didn't have the skinny feeling he had before. Ready for action? Ye Qiu looked at the green valley that was still working hard to improve himself in the distance, and asked faintly. All Might's eyes were firm. Young Ye Qiu, there is a reason why I am looking for you to meet this time. I am afraid that this operation will be cancelled. Now we can't do anything with the League of Villains. Why? Ye Qiu narrowed his eyes and looked at All Might with a very bad expression. All Might smiled bitterly. I know that your strength is very strong, and even the improvement every day is very rapid, and you have entered a sprint period of rapid strength improvement. But for us, facing the villains alliance that guys, the most important thing is not to catch one of them, but to catch the AFO at the back. If you can't catch him at one time, in your Huaxia's words, it is very likely to startle the snake. The so-called his subordinates are just pawns to him. No matter how many wives he has, he can create them, but once he finds out that we are taking the lead, he will definitely hide them again. That's why you gave up. Ye Qiu worked hard for a moment before calming down his emotions. Yes, this is the unanimous and feasible plan that all of us have come up with after discussion. I'm sorry, Ye Qiu boy, I promised you at the beginning, but I couldn't fulfill my promise. It's my fault. All Might said sincerely. Ye Qiu sneered. It's good that you know, but this is the end. I don't want to say anything more. I don't have to deal with League of Villains, but this idiot muscle man, I will definitely catch it with my own hands. I use your own power to smash the trash of that store alliance directly and send it to the police station. Can you guarantee that he will not escape again? Young Ye Qiu, don't be impulsive. All Might tried to dissuade Ye Qiu again. Ye Qiu was unmoved. This is what you owe me. If I can't meet this little request, I promise to go to the League of Villains in person and make a mess. As for the existence behind him, follow me. There is no relationship at all. I only know who wants to deal with me, and I will never let go. You only know how to fight grass and startle snakes, but you don't know that we have another word, that is to eliminate evil and be heroes. Don't be too hypocritical, or the quirk strong guys like muscle guys will escape from your prison again sooner or later. There is no torture in a troubled world. For those scumbags, it is too comfortable. Ye Qiu doesn't think this is a good thing. Since the heroes can't be ruthless, he, who has not yet become a hero, should teach those guys a lesson first. Are you sure you won't do anything to anyone else? All Might was silent for a moment and finally spoke helplessly. Principle. Young Ye Qiu had made him break the principle several times, but sometimes All Might wondered whether his insistence was wrong or Ye Qiu's insistence was right. Sometimes, in the face of those who do evil, some of their methods are indeed too gentle, but sometimes when facing good people, the rules will put them in a helpless situation. No. Unless the AFO comes out, or someone who makes me more interested appears, I won't make too many shots. Ye Qiu walked directly to the coast. Kong Long has regrets. Ye Qiu, who was silent, was standing directly on the shore. His left leg was slightly bent, his right arm was bent inward, his right palm made a circle, and with a snort, he pushed it out. Hold head high. With a terrifying coercion, a red gold fire dragon roared out of his palm and charged directly to the nearby sea. Boom! 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 When the fire dragon and the sea collided together, a boundless ocean wave was suddenly set off, and the wave head brought by the blasted ocean wave was 10 meters high. This is my ancient martial arts in Daxia. There are 18 palms in total. This is just the first move. Do you think that when I have finished all 18 palms, who else in the world will accept you in the heyday? Can you continue? Ye Qiu turned around and looked at All Might calmly. On the other side, Lu Gu, who was still working hard to become stronger, fell forward on the beach after seeing Ye Qiu's move and took a bite of the sand without realizing it. After a long time, the silent All Might said, "Compared to you, Endeavor is much worse." In terms of moves and the intensity of the flames, in All Might's opinion, Ye Qiu has completely surpassed Endeavor, but it seems that the duration of Ye Qiu's battle is not as long as Endeavor, but as far as this simple explosive power is concerned, it only takes an instant. That's enough to solve most battles. Go. Remember your promise. Ye Qiu didn't stop there. The posture is good, and the effect is completely out, but using the burning fruit to compress it to an extremely rich flame, consuming a lot of Jiuyang Tru Qi, that terrifying palm, almost all the internal force in his body, completely hollowed out. Fortunately for him, as long as he has enough time to accumulate this kind of thing, he can continue to become stronger. Now he may only be able to attack with one palm, but in the future, when the 18 palms are continuous, Endeavor is really not that. What an opponent. Ye Qiu is so strong. How can he be so strong? Lu Gu stared blankly at Ye Qiu's back. All Might stood behind him at the right time. Young man of Green Valley, don't be discouraged. Ye Qiu just said that. When I am in my prime, I can totally catch his moves. You have to remember, boy, you are the successor that I cultivated from All Might, and you must be the same as Ye Qiu in the future, and let the whole world see your most dazzling power. All Might. I will work hard. Ye Qiu taught me how to become stronger. I will work hard to become as strong as him, and I will never let you down. Green Valley took a deep breath, quickly ran to the giant garbage dump, and started to work again. Effort. Effort. Work hard. If you don't work hard, I'm afraid you won't even be able to see Ye Qiu's back. Asterisk.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.